ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, yun and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Good afternoon, superfans, and welcome back to the MPL Arena. My name is Hans Galeria.
And I'm Kalusi at panibagong aksyon at bakbakan na naman ang naghihintay sa atin ngayong araw.
You know what? With what happened from yesterday and even yung mga nakaraang araw, nakita natin ang Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora as they made sure to stay at the top of our standings. Nagpakilala rin ang Kite Brothers at ang bagong bansag na Baby Cakes Duo.
Mainit yan, Hans. And I'm curious to know, may makakapagpapigil pa kaya sa kanilang dominating win streak?
You know what? We're about to find that out. Pero hindi lang naman doon ang nagtapos ang mga laban natin because even outside the game, there was also celebration courtesy of the MLBB Golden Month.
Tama ka dyan, but today is a new day at I'm sure marami pang sorpresa ang nag-aabang sa atin sa loob ng Land of Dawn.
Kaya ano pang hinihintay natin? Huwag na natin patagalin pa at ilabas na natin ang lakas ng Pinas. This is MPL Philippines Season 15.
And we got two matches for you guys lined up to round out week number 2 as it's day 3 for us here in the MPL Philippines. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu. Joined on the desk this time around, it's Leo and Brigida. How are you guys feeling?
I was but a spectator to last night's debacle.
Yes, sir.
And crazy night, I'm going to say. Crazy night. I don't want to expect for today's broadcast.
Yep, I was a streamer yesterday.
She was.
And it was the complete opposite of what we saw last Friday. Full of sweeps, so I'm not sure for what to expect for this day's matches.
Well, now that you're on the desk and Chantel's over there, I don't know. Some people might be thinking it's going to be a long day, but we know that at least for one of these teams, the trajectory for them is definitely rising. Now for Twisted Minds going against TNC, the question is, will they be able to get their first win ahead of them? But before that, we want to thank our sponsors, of course, and it's Infinix. You can play like a pro with the Infinix GT20 Pro, and that is the MPL official tournament phone. Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off, and of course, the exclusive freebies, sa GT20 Pro. Don't forget the hashtag Lakas Solaro.
That's
like
the
that?
exact phone that our athletes are using.
La Casalaro.
That's why they're rising. Lakas Solaro.
And we want to be able to play anytime and anywhere with Smart's Power All 99. Now with 10 gigs for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and text, all networks. You get more data, more GG, still just 99 pesos for 7 days. Load now.
That reminds me, I do need to reload my Powerall. You know? Yeah, I end up, for some reason, I know Brigida talked about her stream, and I feel like when you're streaming, you know, you're re-streaming, you're playing ML, you're doing all this, you're going to go through some of that data, and you need to have your Powerall, so don't forget to grab it while you can.
I think it's a great time to reload some diamonds as well.
Oh, don't get us started, please.
I just have a feeling that it's a really great time to reload some diamonds. I don't know why.
He could not get Cho.
I was going to say, Brigida, let's not talk about diamonds, because I just spent nearly all of them.
Too soon.
Too soon. Trying to get my KOF skin.
About 45K.
About 40. Okay, I don't know how many diamonds that would actually be, but this is the standings right now currently. TLPH is there up at the top, still sitting at 6-0 in terms of games. They've got the 3 points on the 3-0 match. And standings with Aurora, Falcon also up there on the top. TNC, this is interesting though, right? I feel like when people look at the bottom half, is this what they were expecting, Leo?
2 of the 3 in the bottom, not even counting defending champion, they got something else going. I don't know exactly what it is. But Omega and Twisted Minds are going to come into play today. I'm guessing there's something new that they're cooking, and they're going to need it. Given that not a single win yet, towards the end of week 2, not even a game win.
Yeah, it's a different feeling from what we see from AP Bren, because at the very least, even despite their losses, they come out of them very optimistic, and a lot of us acknowledge that they are actually onto something. We might see significant growth from this point onwards, but as you've mentioned, 2 teams who are clearly struggling have to show us that they've learned what to do starting today.
This is tough because this is literally the story of being on a different end of the spectrums. You know, for all these teams here competing, Twisted Minds obviously still looking for their first win, Omega too, and that's the part of it is TNC is, I feel like a lot of people are used to seeing them at the bottom, but now that they've had their 2-0 record, and maybe, let's say, they end up winning here, that's a great just kind of change of pace for the Phoenix Army and TNC as an organization as a whole.
Yeah.
Even if it is a streak and nothing has changed from the last time we saw them in action starting yesterday, they're on their winning way, so they're continuing to rise, while their opponents coming up in, less than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Are seemingly trapped inside their own minds. It's just a twisted tale of this new team that just came out of nowhere, out of the fallout of a few franchises. I can only wish that maybe some way, somehow they show us something new.
And I'm wondering, at least for this, we've got a feud-fueled showdown. And why is that a feud-fueled showdown? I mean, Brigida, do you know much about what the feud is in the past here and what's going on for our first matchup?
Well, if you're familiar with the players who are playing right now, you would also have an idea that they were mostly one another's teammates in different variations of their former teams, and some of those are actually shown right here. The next play, former teammates James and Yawi. You could also include the Echo former teammates who were previously together. There's Zaida, there's Yawi too, 3 Martizi who hasn't just played yet, even outplayed, and it doesn't stop there. It's even the most recent Blacklist International lineup which we've seen. So there's Lord JM Haji, MP the King. It's literally a mix and match of all these players who were once playing together.
Maybe that's why this matchup, despite it being a brand new matchup, the first time in Season 15 to happen, feels familiar. It's because it's the same dudes from a bunch of old teams that we all love that aren't necessarily here anymore, whether it be literally or by name. These are athletes, stars that we're so used to watching and saying, hey, did they not used to play? Yes, folks, they used to play. And, things have gone down in and out of the league that have led them to tonight.
And that's really been the story so far of this season. Just season 15 in general has had a lot of these histories where it's like, okay, these players used to either be on the same team or they are now going against each other, or they were in a different country and now they're back in the Philippines and they're going against one another. And that's all part of the kind of story for them, but it's also something you have to consider, like, even when it comes down to the coaches behind them, in the draft, which we know is so important once we lead into these matches here. It's that familiarity between the players and between those play styles as we get a good look at them here. But also, that's something to consider once you go in and actually get into the game, right? A lot of people have been paying attention to TNC and what makes them so strong and why are they continuously rising right now. As we take a look at the stats here, Kozin and Zaida's kills assisted by Yawi. Brigida, can you break down the stats here?
Yep, as you can see, Zaizen, this was the name given to both Zaida and Kuzen by Yawi yesterday when we had the post-game or post-match interview. And a lot of these statistics which we're currently seeing right now are either led or participated in by Yawi as one of the main setters of not just the tempo, but even those pickoffs and kills, which TNC just keep going after and keep going for. I think they've actually earned their spot as a team with a really high kill participation, which speaks volumes about how they really try to play out their games. I think they really have established that identity in them in which they play for that snowball type of early game centric and aggressive play style that teams really have to watch out for.
Yeah, and I like what you mentioned here too, and a lot of people will notice it, just Yawi's impact as a whole as a roamer here. Now on the flip side, we're going to be looking over on the other side, Twisted Minds. Very different in terms of data that we're going to see from Twisted Minds, just because they're still looking for that right formula and can outplayed outplay. That's one of the questions that has been asked here for them. This is Twisted's kill distribution based on their opponent's role.
Yep.
You have this kind of breakdown here. What does this mean for us, Brigida?
I'd say the mid control is something a lot of us have been paying attention to. The mid duos and their rotations and how they're able to pressure the map. And it wouldn't be so bad for you to get those early kills as well as the mid duo. You provide space, you open up the map. But what we're seeing right now based on the statistics is it stops there. It kind of no longer allows, or it doesn't reflect in a way that should be benefiting them in the long run. Their gold laner and their jungler doesn't really get to participate much in those kills.
Long and short of it, Outplayed has not outplayed anyone that significantly impacts the game. He has gotten 1 kill, and that kill being on Oheb as the game ended. Twisted Minds losing, by the way. So, big question mark on Outplayed. Can he get the kills where it matters? Sure, mid and roam, a lot of his kills like 11 and 11. But really, if you want to see Outplayed do his thing, he's got to kill junglers. He's got to kill gold laners.
He's the one. He reminds me of similar a situation that we've seen Joe in, Big J, right? They haven't really been able to be activated, I feel like, in that gold lane. So we'll see if that happens here. Real quick, a question for our community out there: which Yawi hero should Twisted Minds respect ban? I have my answer right away from this. Is it going to be A, Selena, B, Gatakacha, C, Cho, or D, all of the above? What do you guys think, Leo?
I'd say the obvious answer is not the correct answer. Yawi's been playing Cho for the better part of half a decade now. So if you did not learn how to play around that and still need to ban it, you're walking right into Coach DJ's and Coach Jemmy's plans.
Yeah.
So I'd say ban out Selena.
Ban out Selena?
That's the logical way to think about it.
Yeah, it's surprising that they were the ones who actually got the first ever Selena win for this season. But the way they played it yesterday just shows how much you need to respect it. I'm not entirely sure if they're still planning to go with that kind of lineup without the Novaria, or if it was just a specialty or a cheese strategy that they really just wanted to show us yesterday.
It's 1 and 6, by the way.
Because there were a lot of conditions that were met, right? They surprised us with the first pick, Selena.
Yep.
And then all the succeeding picks right after that were kind of a surprise to us. So we'll see if they still want to go with that. But for now, I also want to take out the Selena if I had the choice.
So you take out the Selena too. Again, they were the ones that brought up the Selena and the Novaria combination. Maybe we see that happen here if it's not banned out. But right now, we are going to see the Marshals and the teams get ready to walk out to start off our match for the day. Again, it's Twisted Minds and TNC. Let's welcome them out.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are Marshals, Juvin, Chico, Patrick, and JJ. Opening today's series is a team still trying to find that twist this season. They are Twisted Minds. In EXP, it's James. In the jungle, it's MP, the King. In mid, the KDA machine, Hajizi. In Rome, Escalera. And in gold, Outplayed. And their opponents, gaining altitude, determined to rise, landing onto the arena, TNC Pro Team. In EXP, Lord JM. In the jungle, Zaida. In mid, Lancy. In Rome, the one and only Yawi. And in gold, Kuzen. And their coaches, Coach Bonchan and Coach Imba DJ.
And there we go. The teams are locked and loaded and ready to go. Let's go ahead and introduce first Twisted Minds PH. Brigida, take us through.
All right, Twisted Minds clearly have been struggling for the first few days of MPL Philippines Season 15, and they themselves, they know it. They brought in a new player or someone, they brought in Escalera basically
Yep.
for their lineup instead of having Sensui as their roamer, and we've seen him perform yesterday. There has been some sense of direction in terms of what they wanted to do. There have been attempts here and there across the map in their games, but then it has clearly been lacking still. They seem to like try a little bit of too many things at the same time.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see them narrow down what they want to do one step at a time as they head into this match.
We'll see if they can, because right now, rising above it all is TNC Pro Team. Leo, how's this looking for us here?
It's looking like it's Season 9 all over again. The strongest we've ever seen TNC Pro Team in a hot minute. I'm looking at the lover boy. I didn't get the memo. We was going by that once more. The lover boy, Yawi. If he is here and he is everywhere, then you know TNC Pro Team is going anywhere they want to go in. And I'm looking at the playoffs. It's early on. Is that too much to say?
Hey, Renmar believes it.
Yes, he does.
He's a true believer. What did he say yesterday? TNC in 5.
I think he, even in as early as week 1, right? He already
Yeah.
mentioned it has been either just the first or second series of TNC, and he already believes that they are heading into the playoffs. And I think the spider chart already shows as much of how TNC has been performing really well, KDA-wise, and in a majority of the statistics. It's only in terms of first blood in which Twisted Minds is actually able to kind of balance it out against TNC, but it's so hard. If you get the first blood still, TNC has their eyes set on the early game as a whole.
You know what? It's not just in my head. Look, this side of the arena, is this the Yes, it is. It's the Phoenix Army side. I haven't seen it this popping in a while.
I feel like it was Season 9? It's been a while, man. But, you know, I want to hear how they prepare for the game. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our ping test for our teams.
Low, game na pre. Para makahipa. Hoy, tara na. Alay, pampahype, tol. TNC nyo, puno na. Gina ako, invite. Imbitadas Unidos. Maganda ata, encourage na room sa Chua. Pagkasipa, winter na. Pwede ko.
Okay, well, what do we hear? Let's go ahead and translate it for our international viewers out there. What do we hear over there? What was Yawi saying?
He's saying that TNC still remains hungry.
They still remain hungry. Well, maybe the keys to victory from Infinix will go ahead and help figure things out. Brigida, what are the keys to victory here?
Yep, and as we've previously mentioned about Yawi, he still has to keep paving Yawi, keep doing what he's been doing, and allowing his teammates to do their jobs. And of course, their overall kill participation, again, it's been a significant difference from that of Twisted Minds. On the other hand, Twisted Minds has to allow Outplayed to be part of the fights a little bit more, or for us to see him actually join the fights when it's his actual timing or when it's his time to pop off, because that hasn't been a trend for Twisted Minds just yet. It's been a very hard first 2 weeks for them, and of course for both of them, it's important to have more than just a plan A. We've seen the potential plan Bs from Twisted Minds bringing in a new player, but if it still doesn't work for them, they have to have another backup plan.
And by that we mean plan B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way to Z. Put some numbers in there if you need to. And that's the main strength I think Twisted Minds has, even preseason. You have the geniuses in Coach Bonchan and Coach Esson.
Yeah.
It just seems to be a problem with execution.
Execution's definitely the problem here with Twisted Minds. We jump into the draft here for game number 1 in this best of 3 against TNC. I know we want to have them, you know, have these multiple plans and everything else, but I would also like to see them just polish up on the foundations, because honestly, from Twisted Minds, that's kind of what's been lacking. Really, it's even in the early game, sometimes they just seem to fall apart once they get too far behind, whether that's in the jungle pressure that's being dealt by the teams they face so far, or just not really being able to respond in terms of team fighting. Still obviously looking for that first win over on the blue side for them. I'm wondering what this priority will be for them as they go through these bans, because right now the Joy, the Jushin are banned out by TNC. Fanny was actually the choice for them over here from Twisted Minds alongside the Hilda and Harith. And so if the Suyo's not banned, are we just thinking Twisted Minds is going to go with the Suyo? Is that the right call for MP the King?
There's a chance, or even the Granger is possible for Twisted Minds.
Let
if
him
they
out.
Decided to take out the Harith. So it's just really the Suyo which is left, or if not that, The Luyi is also still available for Twisted Minds if they ever want to go that route. Though we've been seeing Hajizi play a bit more of the aggressive type of mid laners, right? The Farsa,
Yeah.
he's been quite on point in terms of the mechanics when it comes to that. But they take out the Luyi.
Is this the
So,
Granger?
yeah, I'm looking at the Suyo or the Granger for Twisted Minds if ever they want to go for that. Because I don't think, unless they surprise us too. I mean, it's just TNC yesterday who did the surprise Selena first pick.
Yeah, and the fact that that's actually still open, but I just don't see Twisted Minds doing that. I think because you mentioned this already, the Harith is manned out, and they do kind of want to go with the priority on the Granger. This is the best, one of the best case scenarios that they can do is just allowing Outplayed to have a better lane or just even a better game. But they go on Matilda, so they do kind of surprise things out with a Matilda
there's
first
the
pick.
Granger
There's the
Suyo.
Granger Suyo, though. Is this worth the trade in terms of those heroes?
Twisted Minds probably saw this coming, right? Them deciding to ban out the Hilda, though, at least they minimize the chances of their jungler or their area of the map being invaded early on. They also have the Matilda, so they have a little bit more of that assist that can come in from Escalera.
They can afford to go Alpha Hayabusa because of the Matilda.
Yeah.
And even a Nolan, like you're not as soft or trapped deep into enemy lines if you so decide to burst the back line. So I get it, you know, like the Matilda seems to be like a catch-all for Escalera.
Yeah, they can play it a little bit more safer.
They're playing for speed right here, man. That's what they're going for.
Though my worry is they might run out of junglers later on since they've decided to prioritize the Phoveus and the Irithel. Both very much understandable too. But then, given these options or these choices, TNC might want to ban out the Alpha as you've mentioned. Alpha for MP, the King, and the Nolan. But if not, they also might want to consider the mid laner heroes for Hajizi.
Yep, I don't see Haji flexing that Matilda. It might not be worth it. Setsuna, Dog Ignacio out in the stands, wanting to watch the game from there inside of their own holding room.
Very
gotta
supportive.
love it. Again, he's a fan first and then a part of the team second.
He's
Or
very supportive.
Or the other way around, I'm not sure. I mean, why would you sit?
Yeah.
Some point in time that was actually true.
That was actually true.
Yeah.
There's so much that happened. I mean, this was also started, during the offseason, I think?
There's the Alpha.
They've been listening to the stories. Oh.
That's the Barretts, yeah.
Okay, they take out the Barretts.
It's a Lord James special right there.
Yes. The Flicker Daytona's welcome.
I went to high school with that guy.
Who?
Did?
Yeah, I just waved on the screen.
Is that your guest?
No.
It's just a random high school.
Hey, no magic in the arena.
Whoa.
What?
What is this?
What's that?
It looks like foreign currency
Was that foreign currency or was that like a
or playing cards with
astrology
an odd
card or
back.
something?
Yeah.
What was that? Okay. They take out one jungler and a mid laner.
So they both attack MP and Haji.
Yeah, so the Nolan's still there. The Force is still there, though it's a bit tricky. You have to consider there's a
So
Khalid.
they go to CC to continue herding Lord JM.
Man, that's really going to narrow down the options for Lord JM, but...
There's a
Unless
Badang, just in case.
Which is funny that Benang didn't go through in the first phase.
Yeah.
I feel like every single, well, I don't want to say any absolutes here, but almost most matches, Benang is picked up in the first phase.
Yeah. There's a Badang, there's a Gatot. Just in case Lord JM wants to consider that.
And a Hylos.
And the Lucas.
See, there's so much. So Twisted Minds just need to decide.
Oh!
Even when all is forlorn.
So they open up a lot of... So the CC is likely to be considered here. If this Khalid will indeed be a rogue Khalid. Because that's Yawi. I'm assuming he wants to pick up something. I mean, the show's still open actually up to this point.
Yeah, it's a good play to go ahead and just kind of wait. You know, pick up the Valentino now. Let's see what Twisted Minds picks up, and then TNC kind of responds on that if they are going to flex it or not.
These Valentina picks that come in the oddest points are usually the ones that pay off so hard.
Yeah.
Because look, there's nothing to steal right now save for a circling eagle.
Yep.
That's basically it.
this is Lancey and the rest of TNC saying, yeah, you better make those last 2 picks worth it.
Yeah, this is kind of limiting for Hajizi, especially.
Make my day.
Unless he just goes Farsa, like you
Yeah.
mentioned earlier.
You have to make a choice. I mean, they might want a bit more range, a bit more magic damage too. And speaking of magic damage, that is going to be the Julian and the Sicilian. Is this the
God.
debut
Yeah, it's
pick
debut.
for the Julian this season?
Yep, it has been threatening and terrorizing ranked games for the
yes.
past couple of weeks now.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to come out here.
Yeah, but in MPL it hasn't, and now it has for MP the King, I guess. So Lord JM for Yawi can decide to go for a Yawi hero here. I think Cho wouldn't be so bad, but this is a Julian, and at the same time, would they want a bit more of ways to reach?
If he goes Cho, he's going to have actually a pretty difficult time, even though he is Cho man himself.
Yeah, there's a Phobius.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
the
there it is.
Edith.
Edith.
So confirmed, that is a Khalid roam.
Okay.
I was about 99% sure it was anyways.
Yeah, at least now we see the idea. So it's a Phobius Edith in the EXP lane. Feels like it's been quite a long
while.
time since I've seen this matchup.
It's been a bit, but I think either way, the concept is there. TNC, you notice from their wins and their victories, they are doing quite a bit of different play styles when it comes to the compositions they bring to the table, and that's what I like to see. It's that kind of versatility that works for TNC so far, and hopefully they can take this kind of lineup, make it work for themselves too. But Twisted Minds, I would also say that this lineup is something different than what we've done, because even in the roam this time for Escalera, man, I'm wondering if this will actually help him be activated enough alongside MP the King to get done what they have to win a game.
And the question is that enough of a front line to protect your softies in the Iritel and the Sicilian?
Phobius, I would say yeah.
Just Phobius though?
Yeah, but it might get...
Welcome to
Yeah, you
Mobile
might expect the Phobius to be separated at some times.
Well, let's find out here. It's game number 1 in our first match of the day. It's Twisted Minds still looking for a victory, and a TNC looking to continue the rise into the sky. And as we look at this already, early aggression, Yawi just showing face alongside Lancey here.
Yep. At the very least for Twisted Minds, we're expecting to see possibly a lot more participation. There's a reliable source of magic damage or burst damage overall that can come in if the mid trio does decide to rotate together. Some Sicilians are clearly based on the emblem combinations picked up here by Hajizi as well. We could be expecting the aggression to come in from Twisted Minds, and that's also what we would like to see from them. But just the same TNC, I doubt we'd see Yawi and Lancey far from each other for the entirety of the game. They're so fast, they're so quick to rotate, and one of their strengths is exactly what we're seeing right now. Their capacity to just control this river and be aware of the rotations coming in from Twisted Minds.
And the hard part about this too, for TNC specifically, is actually being able to, number 1, catch Twisted Minds with the lineup that they have, but also being able to follow through. I mean, think about it. A Matilda alone is going to allow you to do that. Escalera also takes a little bit of extra protection running that Purify. But then, too, when you're trying to catch MP the King, this is the thing about Julian. He gets away so easily. So TNC, if they commit to either a pickoff or a setup with a Raging Sandstorm or what have you, they have to be able to actually secure those follow-ups and those kills here. And that's what Twisted Minds can actually do with this mobility that this lineup gives them. So the Turtle's going to go ahead and get pulled out by Zaida. They keep it together here. They're going to fight for it.
Yawi dealing a lot of damage in the back line. Quick stand guard flickering out. Turtle, 3/4 of its health left, and the flicker in by Lancey. Pops the Infernal Pursuit. A lot of damage sent in. James secures a kill on a Lancey. Lord JM very low. Gonna go down. Not enough damage on that Edith despite the ult. Lord still standing. Zaida and Yawi holding their ground. Turtle gonna be secured here by Twisted Minds, and the punish on the Yawi. Circling Eagle by Escalera. Not sure they want to pick this fight. That's a win for Twisted.
That's tough because, you know, I was just saying that. They're going to have to commit to those fights. And I guess at least for the early game, they answered the question, is that Phobius enough to stand front side? Well, it looked like it was.
Yep, and actually for that particular team fight, it wasn't entirely Twisted Minds deciding to start it first. TNC, that was a well-coordinated engage coming in from both Lord JM and as well as Yawi. But of course, we've seen the flicker being forced out early on and Twisted Minds responding immediately to that engage. So TNC, they've lost resources prior to that fight, and Twisted Minds sustain overall. It was just too much to handle for TNC. Not even their lineup right now had enough burst damage to deal with all these members together with that formation that really favors them in that team fight.
Despite the loss on the major objective, I'd reckon TNC are still on course here. Zaida catches James.
Whoa.
Lord JM, very low. Primal Wrath coming through. Where's the damage? James jumping onto him. Lancey from the flank. Can they finish the job? Zaida holding his ground with the sever. Is that enough? Here comes Hajizi and Yawi from the sidelines. James falls. That's a 1-for-1 trade. XP laners down. Yawi jumping in, point blank. He's gonna push back MP the King. Close call, both sides.
Wow, Yawi actually survived that, was trying to wait to allow Zaida to come in. Not able to get it, but Escalera, okay, he's going to scout this out, but he's going to go back. What a team fight there, Brick.
Yeah, in normal circumstances, you wouldn't consider doing the You're using the Raging Sandstorm anymore to stay in that fight, but down bottom.
1v1, Cozen outplayed. Can't outplay. Yes,
Here's
but
Yawi.
not can finish it. Played, gets taken down. Yawi took it personal.
The Ducati ran out of gas.
Oh my goodness, this is exactly what we've been saying. The fast rotations coming in from TNC, and for 2 consecutive team fights, it's that quick rotation and ability to respond which allowed them to not completely let Twisted Minds take the lead.
Time to go to the turtle, says TNC, pulling it over. Massive man advantage, other side of the wall. Twisted Minds trying to come through. Guiding wins by Escalera. James coming through. There's the take, the secure, and the shields. Yawi's gonna get sacrificed here alongside Lord JM. He does get to back off. Outplayed in Escalera, pushing them back. TNC suffering a loss, but secures a turtle.
Yep. At the very least, TNC complete all together in that objective take, just took what they had to. Checking out the items and the gold as early as now, it does feel like they're still trying to manage, but wait. Okay.
Oh, man, okay, he keeps the turret together. But man, as you were saying, you know, they get the turtle out of that, and you have to commend to what's happening here. They're still maintaining pretty much equilibrium, but it looks like Twisted Minds wants to make a play. They at least want to get this turret down. That they will do. But TNC will continue to farm around the map and find what they can.
Long-term trade here set up by Twisted Minds. Despite losing men, are able to set up great on the map. Mid lane seems to be next up on the docket. A turtle up in a minute. TNC engaging via Zaida. They let go. Escalera keeping the border safe.
Yep, this is going really good for Twisted Minds in the early stages of the game. Aside the fact that Outplayed is actually able to play really well in the lane up against Kozen, and we've seen it earlier. They're actually able to focus a bit more of their attention towards rotating to Outplayed, and now it's rewarding them clearly. They've switched up the lanes. Outplayed now up top. So for TNC, it's surprising to see that they're the ones being sort of read out. It's interesting because TNC for the longest time have been playing an absolutely clean early game, but now Twisted Minds, now they're up top too.
Circling Eagle set in by Escalera. Lord J might fall here, and he does alongside the turret. Clean take by Twisted Minds. Nothing on the board for TNC so far. Here comes the reinforcements. Down goes Lancey. Turned out for Escalera and James. 2 for 2 so far. And down bottom, Kozen untouched.
Good response. Looks like they're going to go ahead and just take their route to the turtle now. Kozen will go ahead and help them out for this, but it was a trade even there, and it was good use for Twisted Minds. You know, they had all that utility. They brought it up top, but then Lancey bought enough time to let the rest of the response come through for TNC. So again, all this leads to nearly an even game right now, at least at this point. You know, still working on some of the turrets. There is that turret advantage right now for Twisted Minds, but looking at the items, are they falling into place for both teams here?
Yep, so far, even just the Yawi, looking at his first item, which is the Athena's Shield, it allows them to actually engage in team fights a lot more against Twisted Minds, since most or majority of their early game damage is again coming in from their mages, from their jungler and Escalera too, a bit of it from Escalera. So he's able to sustain it a bit more, unlike what we've seen in the first team fight during that first turtle. So now they're a bit more equipped to fight, and with that Sky Piercer pickup as well from Kuzen, they're gradually able to find the openings up against Twisted Minds.
That's what allowed TNC to get this 2,000 gold lead here. Despite losing out a majority of the engagements across the map, Zaizen has been doing work. The gold is in the right place for TNC, and they're dealing the right kind of damage and giving the bodies that can afford them to do this.
Okay, they're actually going to go ahead and just try to take this, but Lord JM has to flicker out. Pops a Primal Wrath. They might have to respond.
Here comes Yawi from the flank. 4 members of Twisted Minds respecting the propensity of the lover boy to get a fight from out of nowhere, and it just escalates.
Yeah.
You notice what's happening here too, right? Like Brig, they're continuing to put pressure on the map, and now they've gotten themselves a little bit of a lead first time in this game.
Yep, but Twisted Minds, they have to be extra careful, because even when they consistently rotate together and try to look for the engages, Yawi and Lancy has that tendency to go for the sandwich plays, always make them think twice about wherever they're currently positioned up against TNC, because there's a chance that they can fight up against the 5-man lineup of TNC, such as now.
Yawi engaging, using that Rampaging Sandstorm to retreat. Quicksand Guard to survive. James jumping in, accepting the salvo from TNC. He goes down, traded out for Lord JM. Zaida holding on. Look at the iframes on that Julian.
Yeah, it saved MP the King so many times.
That's what I was talking about.
In this entire game. And TNC, once they're forced to run away, disengage, they wouldn't want to chase after them anymore.
And suddenly, it's quiet. This is dangerous. TNC's planning something. Zaida holding on to this small camp down bottom in that brush, watching the Lord get reset. And both teams just waiting for the dance to start. Neither one took the first move. Escalera spotted by Yawi.
Just going to spot him out for now. Again, it was positioning that they wanted to go for it. They go ahead and reform and recollect, but they know, honestly, at this point, it could go either way for the First Lord, and neither team wants to be the losers of that fight.
Yep.
Now, the focus could be maybe the mid lane turrets.
Yeah. TNC has to be extra careful, though. Their sustain or their frontliners at this point, even despite the Athena shield pickup, can be potentially easily bursted down by Twisted Minds, and that's been a trend since earlier.
Escalera down to a third of his health, jumps in to a death brush. Lord JM bursted so quickly. Yawi doesn't survive. MP gets a kill, and the rest of them feel the magic damage. Zaida coming through, cuts a line between them and the teams, forcing their way through. 3 for none so far, and it's a clean take for Twisted.
And that's exactly what I mentioned. At this point, Twisted Minds just can take on any person they decide to take on from TNC. And those were the 2 tanky frontliners too.
Zaizen holding on for dear life. They cannot change the fact that numbers are not on their side. 4 take 1, Zaida falls alongside that tier 1 in mid and that tier 2 in the bottom lane.
This is such a good game for an Irithyll, for Outplayed, because he's able to go ahead and just rely on his team to be at the front. I mean, look at MP the King himself, being on that front side. Lord JM.
And the flicker, the onward, the earth shatter, Outplayed falls. Kozin gets a kill. Escalera trying to de-escalate the situation, disperse TNC, and they will take Lord JM down. 1 for 1, the trade. Zaida following through. Lord smashes through that holy shield up top.
They got to wait for this. They're going to have to deal with the Lord. They do.
Yep.
But man, what again, an interesting fight there, Brig.
Yes. That was a very decisive engage coming in from Lord JM and Yawi. At this point, I think they're just accepting the fact that they have to just do their jobs, go in for the setups, and sustain as much as they can despite the very high amount of damage coming in from Twisted Minds. As you can see right here, it was just MP the Kim going on with those basic attacks onto Lord JM. And you would think that Edith would be the perfect fit for that job to buy some time. But even despite that, even despite Edith and its very own kit, Twisted Minds, just looking at the items, just looking at MP the King, you wouldn't want to go near that Julian. It's so hard to take him down, even also with the Rose Gold Meteor concentrated energy pickups. And most importantly, it's not just the iframes you need to worry about. Even the Blood Wings, which will allow him an additional boost of movement speed just when you catch him off guard.
That's part of the problem here for TNC. They did just pick up 2 Sea Halberts over here for the lineup that they have, but it seems to be the problem is actually able to get through that sustainability, get through that tankiness that Twisted Minds has right now. Even for MB the King, again, this is what most people have witnessed and felt in their ranked games, and now this is the first time that we see Julian come through for the MPL Philippines match, and it seems to be working really well with the play style and the way that they want to work around MP the King. He can be a little aggressive, he can be a little forefront because he knows that, okay, I've got this kit, but not only that, I've got Escalera to get me out of dodge, and James, man, he's been doing work on this Phoveus pick, and when he has Vengeance available, he feels even more confident to just go 1 versus 5 if he has to.
Worst of all, Hajizi hasn't even been touched. Not once did TNC threaten the Sicilian, and he's sitting at 0, 0, and 11.
I wonder how many stacks he has.
A lot.
I can only imagine it to be even just 13 minutes into the game and nearing 200 or more than 200 stacks for the Sicilian. And even when MP the King decides to go up front, as you've mentioned, he's not entirely the front line here for Twisted Minds. It's always James making sure that he's, to some extent, zoned out the members of TNC. But speaking of zoning...
Okay, is this going to be a reset right here? It's held at under half health. We'll see if either Roamer decides to just go in. It looks like they're going to fight it out.
Dear God, Dato attends Zaida with the clutch retribution. The fight all the way in the back. Yawi barely surviving. Quick sand guard buys him a second more, but outplayed gets his man. A roamer for the Lord. TNC happy with that trade.
A clutch raging sandstorm coming in from Yawi, and TNC, a great decision to contest that objective since Zaida wasn't really behind either way. He was also level 15, so it just really had to, or he just really had to depend on his teammates and of course his own retribution. But Twisted Minds, they're just clearing up that Lord secured by TNC.
Yeah, they're going to clear that really quickly. Again, it was, you know, we kind of have to go for it, is what TNC was saying. Yawi was the sacrifice. They get that Lord, but I'm wondering what that will result to across the map for them, because still, you know, they only have those 2 turrets down to work with. They're not going to be confident enough to actually push down either because of the way that they can be displaced or even outmaneuvered by Twisted Minds. You can see it, 293 stacks right now on the Sicilian, getting up to that 300 mark. And it's really starting to show in terms of the damage that this lineup can do now.
Yep, even just imagining the wishing lanterns, those little butterflies.
Yeah.
That'll get to TNC. Even when he just decides to use a single Bat's Feast onto the tankiest members, that'll be a lot to deal with if you were TNC.
Stacked on top of the glowing one, so there's a lot of trickle damage happening, and then suddenly the burst from Outplayed, the burst from MP the King. Twisted Minds, amazing damage profile set in. That's why they win, what, 4 out of 5 direct engagements against TNC in the 16-minute game.
Yep.
And he gets a Divine Glaive just now. So it's going to hurt even more so for the damage that Hajizi is able to pump out. And really, we're at just kind of a...
you mean both of them?
Here. Yeah, both of them.
Both of them have the Divine Glaive.
They got it. Yeah, they both got it now. So at this point, that damage profile that we're talking about split between Twisted Minds' lineup is going to be difficult for TNC. Now, how can they overcome that? Really, it's going to come down to that next objective, the next Lord, in less than a minute away. They might not want to just completely, Yawi, go in. If he sacrifices himself and they're down numbers, even if they win that Lord, we might see the same thing, where they might secure the Lord, but if the 5-man from Twisted Minds is still alive, they would be able to just clear it out again.
You gotta start asking the hard questions here. Who's going to find Hajizi?
Yeah. It's a difficult task for TNC, especially their damage dealers, since Twisted Minds, they're doing such a great job at blocking the damage. Even just James deciding to throw in his bodies up against TNC, looking for Kuzen. Unfortunately for TNC, Kuzen still hasn't died up to this point, but at the same time, those Sky Piercer stacks, you can't feel them as much. And at the same time, you'd be forced to run away just when you see James coming up at you. So there are so many things to be considered here if you were TNC. But of course, you'd want them to group up together. This is probably where we really have to see their team fighting prowess come into effect.
Okay, we're going to have to see if it does work out here for them. Yawi getting the vision that he needs, information to give to TNC. This Lord is crucial here. Yawi does take a couple shots.
That's way too many shots. He's down to a third of his health already.
He's going to heal
Forced
up.
to use a quick sand guard, and Twisted Minds here just waiting for the right moment to blitz. I would assume second to second updates on where members of Twisted Minds are coming from TNC. And I'm going to say now, Twisted Minds, this is a Twisted Ube.
Yeah.
This is, I don't know what kind of flavor that would be, but man, also, bubblegum can work too. Lancey did take the Circling Eagle, he's got that, but it's still a push and pull between them. This is probably the closest thing we've seen to a Lord dance in a while between both teams, almost at the 19-minute mark for this one. It's half health now. Both roamers have the options, but also Lord JM. We have to keep an eye on Lord JM's positioning because he could initiate with a Flicker Earth Shadow combo.
Yeah.
Right now they're going to be pushed off here. Escalera does go ahead and use the Circling Eagle.
Pulls the trigger, so does Lord JM, waiting for it. James knee deep behind TNC.
Lord
and
reset.
there's a Primal Wrath. Yawi very low. James looking to finish the job.
Ooh.
And outplayed. Backs off. Yawi survives.
Yawi still alive?
Yawi's alive, but
Oh.
James will try and kite the rest of TNC with Lord James getting popped. That's a man down advantage for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this feels like TNC getting a taste of their own medicine. They've really been a team that's reliable in terms of sustain, highest heal, average heal per game, but now it's Twisted Minds just taking charge of that so-called bubblegum ube, as you've mentioned. They've been so hard to take down. The sustain is just there, and this magic build coming in from Escalera too, it just shows they're not afraid of TNC at all. They just can keep dancing around, and that high mobility is one of their biggest assets as well. That TNC just finds so hard to target, to lock down, and to engage against in a position that's favorable for them.
The Valentina's problematic.
It is
I
right
don't
now.
see what it's trying to do, man.
It is, and they're going to have to make something do here on the base defense. They already lose the mid turret. Can they clear this one out?
Lord marching in. TNC's compromised. Yawi very low. They do take down the Lord. Twisted Minds taking their time. Happy with that mid lane inhibitor.
We'll see if they can get anything else, but it might not be the case. TNC's clear is pretty good, but also Lancey is yet to take an ultimate for this defense. They still got to clear this out, though.
Slow roll siege. Escalera canceling the Circling Eagle.
Oh.
There's still a minion standing. TNC does the job.
They hold on to that bottom turret.
Yeah.
Great work.
Twisted Minds are really okay with fighting up front against TNC Pro Team. And even if you'd want to assume that TNC Pro Team would want to do the same, it's just not enough. Even if they get to close the gap, they get to go near either James or Escalera, they'd be doing it first. And they don't get to necessarily find the right targets. Outplayed and Hajizi. At this point, Escalera just has his eyes set on them. These are the players that I have to make sure are safe. And at this point, Outplayed no longer even has his boots anymore. He also has the Wind of Nature along with him. So if ever Zaida does get to find an opening, or even Kuzen, he will have a way to play around and still make it out alive.
Who needs boots when you got a bike?
I was going to say.
There's no need for...
It's riding protection, man.
There's no need for Outplayed to walk fast across the map. Like, he's always with his team.
Plus, he's got sprint, and he can fly around,
Exactly.
too.
So this isn't even a liability for the gold laner on Twisted Minds. TNC, on the other hand, I'm still seeing a lot of, half-made items.
It is, and that's one of the things, though, is going back to the question earlier. Who is going to be the guy for TNC to find the right target? Because it's so difficult to find the right target. And honestly, the best one would be to find Hajizi. There's a conceal, though. It's going to be stopped.
Spotted out. Lord Jam about to get bursted, flickering on out. Circling Eagle catches him, knocks him up, forces him to use that freeze on a winner crown.
Oh.
Down he goes. James gets his man, and the rest of TNC scramble. Nothing on Twisted Minds.
Even just James at this point is enough to threaten TNC. Escalera can offer the guiding wind just for him once he's done his job, because the range in Twisted Minds lineup is already enough for just that bit of damage that James will have to tank all by himself. Hajizi also just picked up the Holy Crystal right now, so we can imagine the amount of damage that will coming from this guy.
Yawi forced the flicker back. They're backing off. They can't even try to take their own purple. This is really, really hard for TNC.
This is going to be tough. Zyda's going to have to pull something amazing off if he wants to even try to steal this, but I don't know if Twisted Minds are going to give him an opportunity or a window to.
And he does come in, fails to get it. MP the King with a clean retribution. James taken down by Kozen. Yawi sacrificing himself, popping the immortality to help the rest of his team back off. Zyda goes down. Lancy, the flicker in by Hajizi. Oh, he's left alone. And he goes down. Lord JM, can he defend? It's looking bleak. Twisted Minds coming in.
It's only Lord JM and a body in the sky, but that's not enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, Twisted Minds here to take their first win. Game 1 in Season 15.
And Twisted Minds does it, at least for game number 1. They'll draw first blood in the series against the rising TNC Pro team.
Oh, you could see the smile on their faces. Twisted Minds, they've been longing for this. Right now, their fan base, the Minds, they're standing up.
As they should. What a game. I mean, again, the lineup that they had, it almost seemed for a little bit there, especially towards the late game, that it was just unkillable. Like, really, James was just, at that point, he was just throwing his body forward. He's like, yeah, I know that I'm pretty much tanked up on all these defensive items, and I have vengeance, and I'm just going to keep going, you know? And they did a really good job at least forcing Yawi to go ahead and use his Raging Sandstorm if he had to, burn his Flicker if he had to, so that there wasn't that surprise setup that we usually see from those Khalids so often. But even using the Quicksand Guard, where then he didn't have that to rely on, and there was just a lot of good layering here from Twisted Minds. So based on what we've seen in the past from them, this was clearly a huge improvement in the synergy that we've seen from these players, at least here at this point in Game 1.
A different team with this same draft would not perform the same way.
Yeah.
That's why it seemed questionable when they drafted the Phobius, but with Twisted Minds playing the way they did with their Ube, their own style of the Ube, definitely unlocked, outplayed.
Yeah, and there's only one thing that I could say about it. He really was able to get out and join the fights alongside his team. Aside the fact that I felt a significant change in terms of how he was able to perform even just within the laning phase up against Kuzen. There were those clutch micro plays that were actually surprising to a lot of us, since it didn't feel like Outplayed was able to perform and show us those kinds of plays early on into the season. But with this decision to go for the Irithel and just play for the late game, which clearly has been something they never let go of. The advantage was almost always in their hands from the first minute onwards. Outplayed was just having the best possible time of his life. He was taken out twice. They were able to gain access to him somehow, but it wasn't just entirely dependent on him either way too. So he was just able to carry out his job most of the time, and if he wasn't able to completely carry it out up until the very end, at the very least they had Hajizi alongside them.
What I liked about this as we look at the highlights here from the game, and especially for Outplayed, is this was the first time really that I felt like there was the team was playing together.
Yeah.
You know, they were actually rotating really well together. Their timings on a lot of this stuff was on point. I mean, even some of the fights where they had to engage, disengage, and then follow through again was really able to showcase that they've worked on this. And then, again, this is a team, Twisted Minds, I know it is only week 2, but they needed this win here. I know it's only game 1. They haven't won the match just yet. TNC will go ahead and adjust leading into the next one, but this is a great victory for not only the team and the fan base as well. And going forward, hopefully they can continue to play like this, because it just seemed like everyone was there for each other on the right moments and able to go ahead and just kind of shut down what we've seen from TNC work for them in the previous games.
I think TNC went a little slow. They definitely could have picked the pace up a little more, especially with Suyo and Khalid here, and an Edith. Like, as long as the Edith has 1 and 2 and a Flicker, you could definitely get away with a lot of kills. But I think TNC sat on their hands for a little too long, and I get it, I understand. They were trying to get the farm on Zaizen, but I guess they didn't step on the clutch fast enough to be able to get the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I was about to say what made this entire Phobius, which we initially might have questioned at the beginning, all the more worth it for Twisted Minds, was just how much they were able to, as Naisa would say, it just really felt like they were playing together a lot more in this game compared to the
Power of
first
friendship.
few instances which we've seen them play. It was like the follow-up was almost always there. They were always reliable to either dish out the damage or look for whatever has to be taken, all the while James buys them some time or zones away the other members of TNC for them.
Yeah. Just to note that game time's not.
It's not.
That's not correct. So.
I think it's 20.
Yeah, we were.
20.
Yeah.
21?
But it seems like the majority of the stats are.
Yeah. They should be, because there was only 2 turrets for TNC the whole game. So, and again, they did get some of the turtles, but yeah, they lost those last lords. Yeah. So, you know, again, and like you mentioned, even if they solved the problem of maybe it was outplayed or something else, like Hajizi was just stacking on stacks. You know, like at one point too, even if you catch Hajizi, you're gonna have such a hard time catching the rest. And I think that's where really for Kozin, he was having a difficult time really trying to actually find those windows for the Granger on actually like, how can I get to the right targets? Who is going to be able to do that? And that's why Lord JM and Yawi were working really double time on trying to find those targets, but and set things up. But it just, they weren't able to pull that off.
Yeah, and we also mentioned something about the Valentina not being as effective for TNC throughout the entire game. You would assume there would be constant bullying from Lancy and Yawi. They'd be the ones to constantly scout where MP the King is, block the ways for Escalera and Hajizi, but it just backfired. And this is the exact scenario you would not want to be up against if you're against a Sicilian and an Irithel. They get the early game. What more once it reaches the late game? And you have this lineup which has little to no range. It's just mostly on the Granger. It's just mostly on Kuzen, who, by the way, is also our rich guy with a 755 gold per minute. But in all the previous games we've been seeing, it's mostly dominant snowball games, and this is lower value compared to those games.
In the wake of yesterday's masterpiece by Coach Semi and Coach Imba DJ with that Box Selena draft, this one was a flop, I gotta say. Like, they picked the Valentina in a spot where they tried to outwit Twisted Minds, and in exchange,
their minds got twisted.
That's
what you want to say, right?
They brought a 64-in-1 Swiss Army knife to screw on a light bulb. Like, the solution was nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
Ah, man, it's tough to think about it that way. But also, I think one of the things about it too is when you look at specifically what TNC could have done here and how they could have changed the course of that game. I think that might have been it if they were able to be a little more aggressive in the early game, if they were able to capitalize on that a little bit. Yeah. Because honestly, any team facing off against a Sicilian, for example, is going to have a really difficult time in the late game, end game, you know, because of just stacks, damage profile. But even so, maybe the biggest problem was the Valentina, because I don't know about the specific counter for it, but I think most of the time, especially towards the late game, the only ultimate really that you were taking, or maybe throughout the entirety of the game, was the Circling Eagle. And, you know, when you have that and then you can't even really fight these fights, or you're constantly disengaging anyway, the Valentina is just kind of shut down. I mean, even your kit where technically you see, okay, well, maybe she can utilize the Terrify, you know, part of her abilities. Really, you weren't able to see any of that.
I don't think the Circling Eagle that was copied was ever used to engage first.
It would put TNC in a worse position.
Yeah.
So there was nothing, close to nothing, the Valentina was doing.
Here's a little update from our friends over at MPL Indonesia. Dewa reverse sweeps Light and Emon's BTR, man.
And this is off of yesterday's amazing performance. Emon scored a maniac, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he did, yep. Man, Light and Emon, they're getting reverse sweeped over there. So they had 3 games. I feel like maybe that's foreshadowing for us. Also because Brigid is here.
I bet you Pamela's watching right now like, you guys should have picked me.
So it's not just here that we've been seeing some surprising developments to our M6 and former international
I call that healthy.
Yeah.
We're in a very healthy environment right now for our competition overall. Because think about what this can also mean. I know I don't want to jump too far ahead, but what if Twisted Minds actually sweeps TNC? What if that happens?
Suddenly, the Phoenix gets soiled again.
Yeah.
I mean, What's the point of rising if you don't start from the bottom, right?
I remember when we saw TNC win for 2 consecutive times, and then their statistics were like full of how many days since their last win, how many days since their last back-to-back win, and we're supposed to have their back-to-back-to-back statistics too, but Twisted Minds just might not allow that to happen.
Days passed since we lost our streak one. the new statistic, but hey.
You know what? It still goes back to the draft.
It does, it does.
I'll tell you now, like, where was this team when Twisted Minds opened Season 15? Because it looks like this works.
Well, we had one different player.
Right? But Escalera was there the whole time.
He was.
So there must be something going on, and you know, I wish him the best, because again, Twisted Minds winning definitely makes MPL Philippines a must-watch.
And I like that they prioritize Escalera there too in the picks. But before we get to Game 2, we're going to head over to our all-access pass. Let's throw it over there.
Jiraya? Ikaw ba yan? Nah, I'm just kidding. Nandito pa rin tayo sa MPL Arena kung saan nakikita natin ang Twisted Minds leading 1-0 kontra sa TNC Pro Team. Still hands, kasama ko dito si Kalusi, and of course, a member of our MLBB community pages. It's Evan. Evan, hi! Hello, kamusta?
Hello.
Hello. It's so nice to actually have you here. I want to know, magpakilala ka naman just so everybody else would have an idea on who you are.
Ayan, so, hello, I am Evan Bonjibot, and siguro nakita niyo ko sa maraming discourse sa mga ating community pages sa Facebook. And ako yung dumagawa ng mga stats. So, kapag may nakita kayo mga Excel spreadsheets, ako yun.
Okay, so for context, guys, this is Evan. In case lang na you guys missed it, this is Evan. Yung lahat ng mga nakikita nyong stats sa MLBB community pages, yung mga KDA leaders, yung mga ganyan, siya yung gumagawa nun, right?
Yes. Numbers guy. Ikaw ba, Hans? Numbers guy ka rin ba?
Well, I try, but I leave it to him, right?
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, Evan, I'm curious to know lang, pwede bang i-share mo sa amin, ano ang nag-motivate sa'yo para gumawa ng stats this season?
Well, to be honest, previous seasons pa ako dumagawa ng mga stats. Pero, dumagawa ako ng mga playoffs analysis kung ano mga kailangan gawin ng mga teams para makapasok ng playoffs or makapag-upper bracket. Pero this season, just ginawa kong sipagan na week 1 pa lang, mapakita ko sa mga tao yung performance ng bawat players para ma-highlight naman natin yung ginagawa at yung mga effort ng bawat player sa mga laro nila.
Alright, every week ba naming maaabangan yung mga stats mo?
Yes, every week. Kasi nandito na ako, sipa lang, do lang.
Tsaka ang kulay nung ano, I don't know if you saw.
Color-coded.
But it was so colorful, color-coded, all of the teams are there. Tanong ko lang, nagbabala ka bang mag-analyst by any chance? Kasi parang yun din yung ginagawa ng mga part members ng coaching staff natin eh. Is that something that has ever crossed your mind?
Pwede naman. Gusto ko maging statistics major pero napunta ako sa comsci. So, palay nyo.
Okay, why not? You know what? Kung sakali naghahanap ang mga teams, you know where to find this guy. Makikita niyo siya all throughout. I also want to know, Kalusi, right? I think you still have one more question.
Yes, and since topic na rin naman natin yung stats, ano namang masasabi mong analysis sa nangyaring game kanina?
Well, para sa akin, it's all about team fight. And talagang galing ng team fight potential ng team ng Twisted Minds as, lagi na lang nakaka-pick off na tutuloy-tuloy lang yung team fight nila hanggang napanalo na nila.
And we did see it. Kani-kanina lang, kaya naman the Minds got a victory in game number 1. The question is, will they be taking it all the way or will the Phoenix Army rise from the ashes and take the series for good? Ibalik na natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, Luis, and Evan.
Evan.
All-star contributor to our group over there, the Stats Man. Big respect to all those people, man. I'm personally not a numbers guy. The only numbers I know are the numbers in the gym. And that's about as far as I get.
45 plus 45?
Yeah,
135.
135.
There you go. No, but Evan Jesus Bonjibot, is also a top contributor to my page. So I'm like, oh, it's this guy. So whenever I post something and then, you know, it's something of substance,
Yeah.
it's that guy.
Yeah, honestly, whenever I see his posts, I
study.
initially think that it's from either someone in the back end involved in the production.
Because it's so detailed.
Yeah, because it's so detailed. I wonder how he's able to get those statistics. But
Computer major, apparently.
yeah, and he wanted to be a statistics major, but those are like kind of related. I don't know.
It's a deadly combo.
It makes it work.
It's his passion and now his profession.
Oh man, if only we could all do our passions and our professions
Oh, wait.
together.
Wait,
Oh wait!
what?
Oh wait! Oh well, oh we're back. So looking at the draft here, game number 2, we do have TN. We got Twisted Minds over on the red. And looking through this, the band's already coming out. First phase, it's the Eve, the Louis Yi. There's the Jushin now for Twisted Minds and the Fanny. So how, I mean, look at this. They do have a 75% win rate for TNC in the games they've played, and Twisted Minds changed that 0% win rate on the blue side the previous game. So we'll see if they can do it here for game 2.
It should still be 75% or higher if TNC follow the fundamental rules.
Yeah.
What are those rules?
Don't get too tricky with the Valentina, man!
And as of now, they already took out 3 mid lane heroes, the Jushin, Louis, and the Eve. So maybe if ever we do see the Valentina, right, they pick it in a much better position and timing. But as we're seeing it right now, the Suyo still available. Both the Harith and Granger are still up for grabs too.
There's
Oh.
it's Twisted Minds that bans it out.
Twisted
They're like,
Minds.
we're going to ban out the Matilda this time. We don't
Yeah.
want it to go in the hands of TNC. So TNC, what are they going to priority? Is it going to be the Suyo? Okay, so it's going to be the Harith, as that was still open. That's a 100% contention rate. This has been a hero that has not really fallen off since, what, like M6, or even pre-M6? Season 14?
In M6, Harith dropped to maybe A- or
Yeah.
B+ situation. Again, his range is problematic. But yeah, currently, he's an S class, like him and
S-class.
Granger.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they want to pick up the Suyo here, though, or if
Suyo
they
Granger?
have something in mind, too, again, since they did debut the Julian earlier.
They can go Suyo X.
Yeah, but
Suyo-
they still... Okay. Now they do go for the Suyo and the Cho.
Chuyo.
Chuyo.
Chuyo. And this could technically, we could see this flexed, right?
Yeah.
We could still, depending on what's going to happen here for TNC, they could park Cho in the XP lane. They could end up going roam with it here. Not sure what they exactly plan to do just yet, and a lot of that will be the contingency on TNC. Now, for them, what do you think they're going to go, Brig?
Yeah, I'm thinking of if ever they do want to pick up their XP laner here as well, either the Badang. It's still there in some ways. I wouldn't want the Badang to go in the hands of Twisted Minds, knowing that there's a Harith in their lineup, but they pick up the Hilda instead. So the trend of rotational speed might just be the target or the priority here for TNC. Even getting the Nolan immediately before heading into the second phase. So at the very least, we're seeing no Mathildas, but the Hilda and the Nolan. Those are 2 quick rotating heroes immediately in the hands of TNC.
Well, that's what Mr. Dan was mentioning earlier. You know, they do kind of need to be a little more aggressive in the early game, maybe put a little more pressure, maybe follow through on that, and those are basically 2 heroes that can really do that. We have seen before, though, you know, with, for example, junglers like King Kong, when he plays the Nolan, sometimes he just goes and farms off by himself, puts pressure on side lanes later, and kind of plays at the macro level, which they could do.
I'm Dan. I said that.
I know.
They should have gone faster.
You're welcome, Dan.
So they're fine. Thank you, Joseph. So here's the thing. Twisted Minds now know what's in the gold. TNC's going to attack that, take out... How did the Granger not... There it is, all right.
I was going to say
How did the
that
Granger not get banned out?
it had to be banned out. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
But what's scaring me is the lack of mid laners still.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Valentina might rear its ugly, beautiful head again.
How can you not love the Valentina that way? Whoa.
Well, it's a special shout out to
Oh, hey, I know that guy. That's Kylie. That's Kylie from Onyek.
Onyek?
Yeah.
Wasn't he? Oh, that's Doggy. Never mind.
Totally different people.
It's a totally different person.
Back to the draft. Tigreal here, taken out. There is no roamer still for TNC. What's left for the Lover Boy?
Yeah, the Earthel is available though.
carry.
If
Oh, something tells me the Lover Boy gotta pick the Hylos.
yeah.
Hylos or Gatot?
Hylos or Gatot.
But the Earthel, as I mentioned, might be an option for Outplay, not unless they want to go for something else. I don't think we've seen a different gold laner though show up just yet in this season. So
This is
they
gonna be a
prefer to fix
Valentine
that
again.
first. Oh.
If only we could. If only we could play a Jiraiya.
It's Master Jiraiya.
Jiraiya.
You said Jiraiya?
Jiraiya.
Where's the giant frog?
I don't watch Naruto's.
Naruto's? Since when did it become plural?
Oh,
I'm just-
what?
Hold on.
Oh.
It's Kufra.
Hold up.
I think yesterday's casters were excited to see this. And now it's happening.
But it was on a different team.
Talk
a
about
different team.
the ultimate counter to your personal hero, your avatar. Ain't no dashing around a Kufra.
No dashing around here.
Alright. So outplayed. What does he want to use up against this kind of lineup? The Intercell seems like the safer option, but there's a Moskov. There's a Moskov too, if ever he wants to consider that.
There it is. Good call, Brigida.
Yeah, so
He's ready to out. Like this is the hero in the gold lane. I feel like for the outplay potential.
Moskov is like the third best in the whole game right now.
yeah.
You're looking at Granger,
Third best.
Harith, and then
And Moskov.
And then everyone else just follows.
We might see a little bit more of the solo or split pushes come in, but like a balanced version of that alongside being part of the fights all the time too, since it really worked for Twisted Minds earlier. And looking at the index, somehow Twisted Minds might really have to be a little careful in the early to mid stages of the game.
Yeah, at this point too, you know, for Twisted Minds, taking a look at the lineups here one last time, they're relying on the flickers. The athleticism is going to be strong with them here as they get into game number 2. We're going to find out if Twisted Minds can go in with a sweep against a team that's been actually doing really well, sitting at 2-0 right now, TNC Pro team, or can they go to a game 3 as we get a good look at these early rotations this time around. Will TNC step on the gas a little bit sooner?
I'll tell you now, a preamble to the action. Hold up, in mid, Lancey down to half health, wings by wings, and a regenerate on both. All right, looking at Twisted Minds draft, all in all, they have less propensity to Ube.
Yeah.
It's clear that in game 1, like they were built to just go around together, but this lineup, I'd like to see them split.
Yep.
They need to play the map.
Yes, beginning with outplayed even, maybe. He can be a little more playful in terms of where he positions himself, even during those objective takes that we might be seeing later on. But even in just looking at the mid duos of both sides, both can be really threatening in the early game if they work together well.
Already flicker burned for outplayed. Not wanting to get taken down this early on. So good usage of that. A little bit of a response here towards the top side too. Yawi will find Escalera, but ultimately nothing is going to really happen here until that first turtle does break out. We take a look at how things are starting, some of the early build paths here, Brick.
Yeah, early tough boots too. Outplayed, trying to keep a little bit more safer in the laning. Interesting though to see how Lord JM's the one being stopped from rotating first out of the EXP lane. So there will be some sort of advantage in terms of Twisted Minds positioning themselves though, but Escalera.
Yawi finds him, puts him down to a quarter of his health, and just like that, Escalera has to hold this pixel brush as the turtle spawns.
Okay, right now, holding it together. Escalera's quite low, so he has to be really careful on the approach. And here, Yawi already jumps in.
Oh, feathered airstrike coming through. Lancey gets hit by James. Down goes MP the King. That's going to be a turtle secured for TNC. And the fight continues. James, Infernal Pursuit on to Yawi. The flicker back. He wants to find his old friend. TLID graduates. Yawi bouncing ball out of here. Zaida takes him down.
I wonder why Yawi still
Down
went
bottom, 1v1. Kozin takes down Outplayed.
That was a solo kill.
That was revenge from earlier. But Escalera, will he be able to find him though?
The recall. Kozin, the smooth criminal, gets away with it.
It was such a close call. But then again, TNC clearly, they're taking control of the early game. Also, despite what we previously mentioned about Lord JM and all that, it felt like it wasn't necessary for him to be there either way because Yawi was just on point with all those Tyrant Revenge, Tyrant Rage combos that he just kept using, and similar to now.
Feathered airstrike answering back, the quick shoot pull, and Escalera gets sent 6 feet under.
Oh, this Kupra's working wonders. Outplayed could be in trouble again.
Harrod with the Zaman Force, Kozin dancing, forcing a flicker away on Outplayed. SOD, no one home.
SOD not going to connect. A little bit of extra gold going in the hands here. Kozin, look at that. I mean, based on the solo kill and then that little extra gold on the plating, he's got a nice little gold lead now against Outplayed, and there's still focus here. He doesn't have flicker.
And a huge XP lead. Dashes through away from Yawi's jump. Bouncing ball, keeping them at bay. Almost running out the whole gold energy shield down bottom.
Yeah, even the junglers actually. Zaida leading 2-0 in terms of kills is already 1K ahead of MP the King. And earlier, it did feel like Twisted Minds, they were just able to have such a great early game because there was no one to stop MP the King from just getting his farm. He was highest in terms of gold when the game ended earlier, but it doesn't seem to be the case right now. There seems to be a bit more aggression coming in from the mid duos, Yawi and Lancy. So they're able to set up the brushes for themselves, and they're able to position ahead of time. And this might happen once again if they get to target down Escalera.
Okay, I'm going to start it here. Escalera might be looking for a kick. Half health on the turtle. They're just going to blitz it, though. No really room to just even contest that.
Nice try. Outplayed does throw out an SOD, hits someone into the corner. Best stay down here. Look at the rotation from TNC just as quickly going down a gold lane.
Yeah, it seemed like they were just up top near the turtle pit a second ago, but Yawi again, how do you position yourself with your Twisted Minds? Just knowing that there's a threat, that there will be another jump!
Yawi push the push, full-on combo, compromising and taking down MP.
Man, this is what we wanted to see, you know, even last night. Right now, Yawi utilizing this Kufra to the point, just making it work. I mean, a lot of times he hasn't had to do anything fancy yet either. And maybe later on we see that, but there's such good timing on his setups.
Oh!
Uh-oh, feathered airstrike.
All right, preemptive clear here by Lancy, forcing back Escalera. And that's, oh!
The solo kill!
Outplayed. And Kozin 1-1 now, flaring up with the recall.
Oh my goodness. Kuzen just earlier with a solo kill, but
James about to get bursted here. The Rift's not able to take him down. About 5 HP on James. Still 2 up there. That's Lord JM. One more hit. Don't get it. He misses. And the recall by the former TLID champion.
This is the feud we were talking about. Yawi, he's down here by himself waiting for Kozin.
Way of the Dragon, caught in by Escalera. Hajizi flickers through. Finally, Yawi goes. All it took was 3. Kozin drops the Salmon Force and the feathered airstrike. Lancy with the final blow. Up top, Lord JM wailing away at MP. Gets hit by the Spear of Misery, and he holds the brush.
all right. They really wanted to get that kill onto Yawi right there, but checking out the items, still Kuzen leading up against Outplayed, but he's been able to gradually close the gap since he's been getting very important kills away from TNC since earlier. You wouldn't want Outplayed to catch up on this Moskov and open up a lot more possibilities. But still TNC, they have this feathered airstrike too. They can still take control of the turtle pit.
Lancy, well timing that ult. He knows that when it comes down to it, it'll be off of cooldown. The pre-fire making it work. 100% of turtles go into TNC. The kick by Escalera finds Zaida. The answer to Zaman Force. Escalera goes down. MP the King very low. One more. The bouncing ball dashes through. The surge. Lord JM with the final blow, taking down the King.
And that was the disconnect that we've seen in the past from them. James.
The answer, feathered airstrike. Close combat, point blank, gets blasted by 3.
Going back to the point, that's what we were talking about. Even for Escalera, he was by himself when he decided to go in for that Way of the Dragon kick, gets killed, and then the rest of the team falls apart. So now Twisted Minds finds themselves quite behind, almost 7,000 gold at almost the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, and you somehow feel the difference of Yawi just really taking command of TNC and directing where they're supposed to focus and target their skills, but hold up.
Up top, the Zaman Force used defensively. Kozin dashing back, the kick catches Yawi. He's gonna sacrifice himself here. He goes down for the sake of his gold laner.
Okay, he goes down. Pick up here for Twisted Minds. Zyda's damage is actually even able to go ahead and threat James. Now James, he will get even more tanky on this Phobius like we saw in the previous, but so far with TNC's lead, with the confidence they have to move around the map, having 4 turrets down, and again, Twisted Minds has not, they just got their first one. That one does go down. They have to be a little more careful on how they approach these objectives.
That's currently where the metagame is right now. As a Nolan, you're at a very specific position wherein you're #1 in burst. Even Suyo and Joy don't come close.
Yeah.
Yep, and even when Yawi went down earlier, Zyda on the Nolan, just given this mobility too and his presence of mind, just making sure that there would be a trade, that their gold lead wouldn't minimize as much. They took that turret down bottom, but Escalera, he's here alone again.
Lord JM going to hunting, gets pushed out of that pixel brush. Escalera holds the Y brush. The rest of Twisted Minds coming through. That is outplayed all across the map. They do find Lord JM. 1 down, feathered airstrike, the answer. Escalera down. Already spending the EE. No one home for the SOD. And it looks like it's a back for Twisted Minds as James gets popped here, traded out for with Yawi as TNC secures the Lord.
The 1-for-2 trade. Unfortunate that Outplayed wasn't able to land the spear and join that fight. So TNC will go ahead and grab themselves the objective, only using Yawi. So still at this point, they'll be able to make more moves in towards the base of Twisted Minds at this point.
Yep, and they're very decisive. They can just keep going for Escalera. He decided to prioritize the Dreadnought armor and has only recently picked up the Magic Robe. So they can feel the damage coming in from Lancy, who up to this point hasn't really went down yet. 0 deaths also on the Glowing Wall and the Wishing Lantern. So you could already imagine the amount of damage even if you are one of the supposedly tankiest heroes.
Look at that lead
in this lineup.
In the jungles.
Oh,
that's a huge difference and gap that MP the King is dealing with.
Yep, that's 4K. And they are just about to take out all the outer turrets. No Holy Shields as well for this bottom lane turret. Then there's a Conceal coming in from TNC.
There's a charge in, he jumps in.
Yawi with the full combo, taking down MP. Outplayed, fighting at point blank range. This is not ideal for a Moskov. They trade out for Lord JM though. Yawi as well.
Spear.
SOD behind Kozin. Dashing through. Feathered airstrike. The answer by Lancy. James versus Zyda. Zyda versus James. Escalera as well. Might go down. 2 for 1. 3 for 2 currently. And they're going to take down all of the minions, clearing them out. Twisted Minds keep their inhibitor.
There was fights everywhere there. And TNC comes out on top of the fight, and they should be able to get a little bit more here if they can actually put some damage on the turrets. But so far, Twisted Minds does hold on to the base turrets.
Yep, luckily for them, their main damage sources were the first to be able to walk away and keep themselves in a safer position. A well-timed Purify as well coming in from Kozen just to avoid that Spear of Misery and that threat of Twisted Minds getting to take him down altogether at once. And of course, Lancy being just very reliable, even though the Curse of Crow did not exactly connect. It was timed at point wherein Escalera was invulnerable. That was already enough for Twisted Minds to disengage and run away. So still the lead can be still very much evident between these two teams. There is no direct answer yet whatsoever, especially towards Zyda. No one wants to get near Zyda at this point, not even Outplayed, and it's a very difficult position for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, a very different game too for Lancy. You know, this time he's a lot more of value on the far side, like we mentioned in the previous game. He's able to pump out tons of damage. He's quite hard to catch himself with the Wings Y Wings, but then a Purify. And maybe it's going to change a little bit once Escalera gets a little bit more magic defense, because right now he doesn't have, he's only got really the anti-Karas finished, still working on the next defensive item. He might pick up the Athena shield soon, but once he does, maybe that helps. Again, there's a lot of magic damage here from TNC that they have to play into. MP is still trying to catch up as well, does just now pick up the Sea Halberd. So this next Lord, this might be another difficult fight. Yawi's going to go ahead and charge on up. He does have an immortality here too.
Does not go coast to coast, instead trying to protect his front line. Escalera with the flicker and the kick, compromising Kozen, and there's the back line, looking for one. Lancey falls. James taken down here. Lord James looking to finish the job. Zaida just roaming around, waiting. MP the King holding on for dear life, and the steal. They walk away with something, trading 3 for 1.
MP got the Lord. I mean, they delayed it for so long. TNC really took the pedal off the gas, but he still ends up getting the retry off. So Twisted Minds might buy some more time, but can they defend against the push that TNC is going to go for the base here?
Yeah, I mean, even Escalera, he's always consistently able to look for the right targets, but the damage is not just there. But speaking of damage,
Goes and drops the Zaman Force, clearing the waves, dealing a lot of damage. SOD coming in, outplayed, clicks it. He's there, popping Yawi's immortality. Escalera with the kick, not before the pop-off. Down he goes, gets another one. Double kill for Mama Coco, as outplayed falls as well.
He's still going. James in trouble. There's Zaida. Immortality popped.
Lord James in the backline punished underneath tier 3, and now TNT's gonna have their way with Twisted Minds turret.
Oh, they have a couple minions to clear out, but this can't be the end here.
This might be it. Zaman Force set in, no minions, no minions. Twisted Minds still live.
They're still up.
Oh my. Imagine Zaida, even in that very chaotic team fight, was still able to look for the right targets.
Another feathered airstrike. Yawi goes down. Hajizi lives, but only for a second longer as Zaida pops him. Escalera down as well. SOD outplayed, holding on for dear life.
It's outplayed, and James left here.
It's over. Zaman Force on Kozen finishes the job. We're going to game 3.
And they'll even out the series 1-1. TNC looked a little dicey at the end there, but they'll get the job done.
Zaida on this Nolan, just consistently farming, and whenever there's a team fight, no matter how chaotic it gets, always finds the right targets. I would say the same for Escalera too, but it's different when you're the setter and when you're the damage dealer. Escalera tends to always get the targets, always look for Zaida, but his teammates are just being blocked off by Lord JM. It seems like it's a constant go signal for Lord JM to, once he sees Escalera approach his teammates, oh, this is time for me to block off his teammates.
Yeah, it was again great execution there from this lineup for that TNC brought to the table. Part of that too is just because of the fact that Zaida had the lead that he did throughout the majority of the game against MP the King. It came down to even that last fight where he had to be very surgical on how he got those targets. If he didn't manage to get outplayed toward the end there, it could have might have been a little bit difficult because outplayed was low. They got the right marks, but then there was a little bit of hope, and it was just unfortunate there wasn't enough time for Twisted Minds to defend. But of course, the MVP here is going to be just himself, Zaida, on that Nolan pick. 11-0-7. I didn't even realize that this was his KDA towards the end. But talk about a strong game for the jungler here.
And he even had a Guardian helmet towards the end, so he probably swapped it in to stay a bit more longer, just regen some HP, and just go for the finish since they already saw the opening towards the end of the game. Even that clutch or last-minute kill onto Haji, who clearly was just trying to desperately position himself onto the sides, pop up the feathered airstrike just to clear the minion waves, was denied here by Zaida just because of how precise his targeting was towards those key members of Twisted Minds. And you would see majority of the highlights here for Zaida, just him readily taking on whoever Yawi gets to jump on. He looks for either Escalera, MP the King. That's a better option for them if ever they had the opportunity. But it's just a constant response to whatever setup comes from Yawi, and they never lack the damage to carry out whatever was started.
I'd reckon the comms for Zaida and the rest of TNC were clean. All the while, I would assume a transcript for Twisted Minds would be Escalera going, I found one! And the rest of Twisted, ah!
just running in chaos here. And it was, again, when you look at it, you know, the way that TNC played this, especially, they had some difficulty, I feel like, approaching this fight, but you are, I don't know if they'll showcase here, but a lot of the recalls, this, again, is the feud-fueled match, and I can really feel it when we're in game between the players here. But there was some moments of hope, I'd say, for Twisted Minds, and it was just TNC showcasing that, you know, a lot of the decision-making they had, it just worked out better for them. This is the interaction I was talking about earlier. Outplayed's quite low. Here, Zaida goes in, picks him up. Great usage, even though, and then he sidesteps, stays alive, picks up an immortality, and goes and works on James. The rest of the team is there to support him through all of that, too.
Yep, and also what you've mentioned about Lancy being a lot more active in this game, working well together with Yawi, just taking control of every single part of the map in which they decide to rotate towards. And it was the complete opposite for Twisted Minds. Despite the Cho and Vixana on paper looking like a very deadly mid lane duo too, whenever they get to find a single target, they just keep going for those Jeet Kundos, even for those knockups and those follow-up Deathly Grasp as well as Curse Blast, but it wasn't entirely the case for a very high mobility lineup similar to TNC Pro Team. Even if they, let's say, wanted to go for Yawi, it's Yawi always positioning himself first in the brushes, getting to go for the surprise attacks even before Twisted Minds gets to find out where he actually is. So a lot of the possibilities which happened for TNC were made possible by Yawi and Lancy, and it was not until the mid-game, I'd say, where Lord JM was actually actively participating. It was like Twisted Minds were also to some extent successful in making him stay in his lane and not being as annoying as most Hildas which we see nowadays.
And that's the least you could do to a Hilda, right? Yeah. If the Hilda doesn't get to rotate out, she's compromised. Yeah. But if the game doesn't end on that point, then you're still going to get bit elsewhere. I think that's the amazing thing about TNC's draft is, yeah, you put so much focus on Lancy, everyone else run roughshod. This is, again, a far cry from Lancy's performance from game one. Yeah. Half of his feathered airstrikes were even before the fight started. That's how confident he was, and that's how active he was.
Yep.
We see that a lot now, too, when the Farces do come through in a draft. It's that kind of preemptive feathered airstrike, like they'll use it early because they know by the time, even if they get someone down half health or so, that's going to give them an advantage to go ahead and pick up a kill. I mean, this is pretty crazy. Zaida, 1,051 GPM on this Nolan. That's just how crazy this guy was on farming. And the reason why, once again, that MP the King had such a difficult time, he was just gapped. I mean, at 1.4, 5,000 gold behind.
3 levels.
Zaida, 3 levels. And, you know, you still have to also be like, man, it's impressive that MP the King was even able to get that retribution off on one of those lords, but then still, when the team was spending the majority of the game behind and trying to catch back up, you know, at that point, it's just the cards are stacked, you know, against them, and it's really difficult for them to come back through. But still, I think even when it came down to the gold lane, it was nice to see that, hey, they had some 1v1s,
yeah.
You know? I think what they end at 1-1? I think there was only two 1v1s there.
Yeah. There was a constant mini cam.
So maybe they settle it in game 3. But also we've got this here, Zai Zen, the duo, ties the feud-fueled showdown. If you guys are just joining us here now, that is the story about this matchup. Again, a lot of these players in the past have either been teammates or they've been on similar teams or they've had their feuds here and there, and now they're battling it out against each other in this matchup against Twisted Minds and TNC. So that's why I'm saying, you know, when you see those recalls come out, it's fueled. It's fueled here.
It's some sort of them being just so familiar with each other too, and knowing each other from way back. But at the same time, they're on different teams now, so it's just so interesting to see these interactions between these former teammates and the way they're able to build this chemistry so fast. I think it was a surprise to us, especially when it comes to talking about TNC. Whenever we mention how, yeah, these players, they've just been together for quite
Quite a while.
quite a while, and they've been having new players, but their chemistry, it's really showing up.
I think it's definitely showing up. Twisted Minds, like I said, even though they struggled here in Game 2, we saw glimpses of the synergy in Game 1, so hopefully they're able to go ahead and replicate that and maybe get a win in the series against TNC. But before that, we are going to throw it over to the All Access segment with our hosts. Let's throw it over.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kalusi, Jiraya, salamat binabantayan mo kami ng maayos. Kasi kanina kinakabahan kami, no, Kalusi?
Oo, at balita ko, hindi lang siya ang bisita natin ngayon, Hans.
Wait lang, Kuya, kinakabahan ka ba sa kasama namin? Dahan-dahan ka lang, Kuya. Thank you, Jiraya. Sige, pwede ka nang, kasi nakapasok na kami. Salamat, paring Jiraya. Dito muna tayo. Kasi guys, kakapasok lang natin sa MPL Arena. Hindi ko alam kung napapanood nyo na siya, pero mukha naman siyang pamilyar. Tapat mo nga doon ng konti. Sino ba yan?
Sino ba to?
Uy!
Ay,
Hello? Pwede ba kaming pumasok? Okay, pasintabi muna.
Ayan, mangangamusta lang kami.
Sa lahat ng mga nandyan, Alright, so ang ating official streamer for today, walang iba kundi si Exort. Pare, welcome. Sige, dito ka sa gitna. Yan, dito ka sa gitna. Grabe. Ngayon lang natin siya nakita, no?
oo nga eh. Nakita ko nga kanina, akala ko sino yung sumisigaw sa tabi ko.
Pero ngayon, nandito ka na. Kamusta naman ang restreaming experience? Kasi dati nagsistream ka lang siguro sa bahay mo, pero ngayon, andito ka sa MPL. Ano ba pinagkaiba?
Parang naka-tempt din tumingin sa likod kasi yun yung live talaga eh.
Oo.
Pero dito may delay. Parang naka-tempt din tumingin sa likod. Pero masaya rin naman overall. Masayang bagong experience.
Okay, may pinagkaiba ba yung experience mo kapag nanonood ka lang sa bahay versus kapag dito ka live sa MPL Arena?
May pinagkaiba rin. Tsaka mas masaya dito kasi rinig din yung crowd. Tsaka parang nakikita ko rin yung stage. Masaya. Parang nakamiss maglaro din sa on-site.
Alam mo, buti nga nabanggit mo yun eh. Kasi sabi mo, nakakamiss maglaro sa on-site. Lately, there's been some questions or some news about free agents getting, back into the MPL stage na nagsisimula sila sa MDL. May chance ba na makita ka namin dun?
Siguro this season wala. Kasi may team na ako this season eh. Siguro next season. Makikita niyo ulit ako dito next season.
We're about to find that out very soon.
Okay, mainit yan. Invite mo naman, Exort, yung mga fans natin na manood live dito sa MPL Arena.
So yun guys,
Sige, invite mo lang sila, men. Gaya nung ginagawa mo kanina nung nandito
so
sila.
guys, huwag niyo kalimutan supportahan lahat ng teams dito guys. And punta na kayo dito guys. Masaya mo na dito.
Final question, hot seat, TNC Pro Team, Twisted Minds. Sino sa tingin mo kukuha ng Game 3?
Yung puso ko, nasa Twisted kasi mga tropa kayo mga nandun eh.
There we finally have it. Exor says Twisted wins Game 3. Magpapatalo ba ang TNC Pro Team? We're about to find out. Mukhang hindi naman kasi labanan talaga to ng dalawang matikas. Bata na natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, Kalusi, and Exort. He's live actually right now. He's here on ground like we mentioned. But I checked out his stream, and he's definitely got a lot of people there watching him. So that's always fun to see who's the restreamer of the week.
I mean, who wouldn't want to see a former MPL and MSC champion in action in a position that you haven't seen him in a while?
And where's he going?
He does stream, and yeah, he did allude to maybe joining the league once again. But who knows? He was an import one, so maybe he'll get signed elsewhere as a free agent. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's still other leagues starting, by the way. We never know. Side selection, by the way, right here we have Twisted Minds. They're going to be going to the blue side. They're now not sitting at that 0% anymore. They've got the 25 win rate there, 25%. We'll see if this is the magic for them, the magic side where they can win a series against TNC now. Brig, do you think that's going to happen here? What do you think they need to do? Is it pick Matilda again, or do you think they're even going to get a chance to pick Matilda again?
I'd say if they do want to go for that kind of approach, then it works. Like, it's a great start since your heroes work well together, and it was ideal for them at that point since there was little to no means for TNC to stop that combination, that Phobius Matilda. I think they had little to no hold looking back at that game, so they were just able to keep going in for the fights. But if ever they do want to revert back to what we saw similarly in game number 2, then probably be a lot more coordinated for it to work, since that's what it requires the most. The follow-ups coming in or coming right after those setups from Escalera. As you mentioned, their comms weren't probably as clean as what TNC probably had in game number 2, so they probably might want to work on that.
That being said, TNC has been a team, at least I would assume this 5, for what, the better part of 4 months now.
Yeah.
They did start their season 15 preseason as soon as November. As early as M6 season, they announced Yawi was coming home.
Yep.
So they've been together for that long. Compared to Twisted Minds, who I would assume was built like a month ago.
Built a month ago, and I mean, we had this discussion yesterday on broadcast about, really how does it end up working out when you have a team or a roster of multiple players and you're kind of, mixing and matching and you're trying different players in different roles. And now, for the most part, Twisted Minds mainly has just done adjustments in terms of their roam, where in the first week we saw Sensui, now we're seeing Escalera, and so far, again, there's not that much data just yet, but Escalera seems to be working out. I think one of the big parts, though, is still Escalera has to allow MP the King to have a good early game on the jungle.
And the thing is, it's not the only problem they have to deal with.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see if they can prove us wrong and beat TNC when TNC gets a decent draft. Because game 2, I call that a decent draft. Like TNC was firing on all cylinders. But game 1,
that wasn't a good draft.
There's a definite gimp. Like TNC was playing with a less than full deck. You know what I mean? Like they were playing at 80% power. I'm counting that one off with the Valentina. If both are at this level, how does that look like for Twisted Minds?
Yeah, I agree. Since chemistry-wise, I think we've already established who we think has the higher chemistry so far, at least as early as in week number 2. And it's entirely another thing to think about how long did they practice these backup plans for Twisted Minds, right? If they did enter the season with Sensui as the roamer and now they're switching it up with Escalera, so how were they able to work around practice with these two possible lineups? Or do they have other possible lineups too in mind? And would you really want it to come to a point where you just have to keep showing us these plans, the backup plans, because that will just say, or that will just tell that all you've prepared previously aren't entirely working, right?
Yeah, and this is, what did work for TNC in the previous game was Yawi on the Kufra here. He's got 32 games played in his all-time stats for MPL Philippines. It's one of the heroes that was shared when we saw that glimpse of him and Chaknu compared yesterday with their hero pool. And, it just showcases that even when it's not technically a hero you would expect Yawi to pick up in the series, but he did, and it ended up really allowing and activating his team.
That's why the Cho isn't as much of a threat. You see that question we asked at the start of the series, coming full circle. You don't see them rushing the Cho. It's because they have the answers to the Cho. So what more are TNC packing going into the draft? That's what I'm wondering if Twisted Minds is ready for.
Yep.
We'll see if they do that.
See first pick for Twisted Minds earlier, or they're in blue side right now. So this kind of reminds me of how they okay. Now there's
covering the bases.
there's already an immediate answer right now from TNC compared to earlier, but
I think they, in this case too, if it's still open, I could see Twisted Minds still kind of prioritizing even the Harith, like if it's not banned out. It just seems to work out better if they do get their hands on it, and again, unless they want to trade something this time around.
Instead of fighting against it, since the attempts coming in, especially from Escalera earlier, you wouldn't want to face that against a lineup with a Harith again. You have to take into consideration so many targets, if ever that is the case. So at this point, the jungler trades are still possible for both of these teams, actually. Or unless they do want to go for the Harith, since Kuzen has been having a really good time on the Harith earlier when we saw him play in game number 2.
Yep. Last ban, though, for TNC. We'll see if they actually decide to take that out. There's been some swapping, too, where it's like, usually you see that Fanny band out over on the red side, but just Twisted Minds has not wanted that to go in the hands of Zyda. And I really got to say, too, for Zyda, we talked a little bit about, before when he had to step in the shoes back in for Carl Teasy, he's really improved. Like, his play style, his confidence, I would say, just as an individual player has really improved. And he's also just got a great hero pool of junglers. Now, the Harith is banned out, so what does this leave priority-wise for Twisted Minds?
What could they be considering the Joy instead of the Suyo? I mean, if they want to be a little more focused on the targets or the priority on the heroes during the team fights, there will be a much clearer direction for MP the King to engage whenever there is a team fight if he gets the Joy, and they will be picking up the Joy instead. But there's an immediate response with the Granger Badang.
No need to rush the Suyo.
Yeah.
So you get a Granger plus X.
Yep.
Which the Badang's been kind of slept on, in the series so far. So this comes through, and right now is just such a quality pick in the sense that you disrupt the team fight flow a lot of the times, and you can even go ahead and catch some of those more mobile heroes that Twisted Minds might try to bring up.
Yeah. Escalera, could he be considering a similar hero as earlier? Would he be revealing the throw immediately at this point, or will he want to reserve it? I mean, there is the Jawhead possibility too, but there you go. So it's the Joy and the Cho together paired up for Twisted Minds. And TNC finishes off their first phase draft with the Suyo.
All right, so far so good. I'm looking at the checkboxes, follow patterns, confirm your essentials, confirm your cores. Both sides have done that right.
Yep.
Take those in, and then now the focus on some of the mid lane options for both sides here. I think we still eventually see a Farsa come up if it's not banned out. Seems to be one of the heroes. What are the top heroes in the mid lane right now in terms of success? Farsa,
The
Vexana,
Vexana.
Eve,
That really hasn't changed that much. Huh?
Loyi.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, mid is wide open compared to the other roles.
It is, but it's just like these heroes just do it better.
And they get banned out really hard. Like, there's always at least 2 mages banned in the first phase alone.
Yeah. At this point, I think it's the Sicilian, Vexana.
Loyi.
That's right, Louis.
Yeah.
So many heroes to consider in mid.
Eve still sometimes.
And then in the right situations, Valentina. Some teams can get away with it. I'm going back to like Aurora the other night.
This game
We
3
might
might
see
be
it
one
here,
of them.
yeah.
I was gonna say game 3 so far. It could be one of those games.
I don't see a Valentina spot just yet.
There's a Jawhead band. That's a good choice because usually
Yes.
that's paired with a Suyo.
Yep.
So that'll alleviate some of that pressure that combo does bring to the table. So TNC on the response here to pair this up. We'll see if they end up picking their mid lane option. Again, the farce is still open. Could just go for that. Not that.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
February's over.
Unless they want to go
There it
for
is.
yeah, okay. So they go for the Farsa instead.
My gears almost got grinded.
turn into Mr. Neil over here. Turn into Midnight.
I'm sure Midnight would say the same thing.
Yeah.
He's in the arena, by the way. He's not working today, but
He's here.
I'm sure we share
He's
the
probably
sentiment.
ranting somewhere.
We share the same.
He's enjoying and ranting at the same time.
Hey, he deserves that day off. He did some play-by-play yesterday, so.
After a long time.
Whoa, debut? Another debut?
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you know who plays a lot of Kadira?
Who?
That guy in the restreaming booth. Exhort has
Exhort.
held, legend says,
Oh,
Exhort held global #1 Kadira for like 6 months.
this is so.
That's legend? Man,
Might be real, might be true.
that's folklore. Oh, and it got a cop shot.
I believe he did. Yeah. I think he was one of the notable Kadita users. But this brings me back. And the first time I felt there's a chance we might be seeing this is when we saw the Novaria Selena come into play, and it gives up the same feeling, right? There's a Kadita once again, and it's Hajizi using it. So what does TNC Pro Team respond with? There's no Jawhead, there's no Tigreal.
Hylos? Do they just go a Hylos here?
There's a Khalid, but do you still want to go for that? At the most, it's...
Debut pick again. It's going to be an Akai. Wow.
That is an Akai roam.
Oh, okay.
You want to know the hero pool? I mean, there's a smile on his face. And we're going to have another new hero debuted here. A whole lot of debuts this week alone in week 2.
Back-to-back Yawi picking up heroes for, I would assume, the right situation.
Yep.
We'll say that's true if they win.
If they win.
Yesterday was the R-Lot too, making its debut.
Yeah. There was the R-Lot, there was a Novaria.
Today it's
Akai, Kadita, and Julian so far.
Yawi walked into this weekend saying, I'm just going to flex my hero pool.
and it worked so well for them.
Man was throwing arrows yesterday like it was Robin Hood.
Now he's spinning.
Now he's spinning like a Beyblade.
Like a Beyblade. Dude, if I don't hear that at least once in this game, I'll be a little disappointed.
I've been getting into Beyblade X, if y'all don't know.
Yeah, if y'all don't know. All of us over here are feeling the Beyblade hype, but we'll see if it works this time around. It's down to one game in this best of 3 with Twisted Minds and TNC. Who will win this series? We're about to find out with these lineups once again. A very interesting pick now in the roam in the hands of Yawi. We'll see if he's able to pull it off, and Hajizi getting a signature pick even back in the day for him, this Kadita. And will MP the King actually be able to get the tempo that he's looking for on this very tempo-based hero, the Joy?
Yep, I was starting to think of that too, since the mere presence of an Akai kind of makes it harder for a Joy to engage. It's also the presence of a Badang, but at the same time, it's similar to the way how Ruby roams have been a lot more have been picked up a lot more often
for the disruptive,
ever since the Joy has been adjusted in some ways wherein it's more easy for you to disrupt the Joy whenever he tries to go in for the engage. But now it's an Akai, it'll be a much more ultimate dependent type of disruption. But knowing Yawi, I feel like he'll be playing the more aggressive Akai, going in for the setups rather than just waiting for something to happen and then going in for the counter engage.
Yeah, part of that too is, I mean, it's been a minute. You know, it's been a minute since we've seen really the Akai picked up once before, used in the jungle at one point, and then even the XP lane for a little bit, and then now even in the roam in certain players' hands like Yawi here. So I'm wondering really how they want to play a part of this, because they could use it in a couple different ways. And considering the fact too that you have a Badang with you, you have your Farsa to lay down some of the feathered airstrikes, you should be able to lock people down based on even playing into your Badang skill set. So I'm wondering what kind of magic they'll pull out of their hands here for TNC against Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, they're playing around with a lot of just mobility here. What is that? Reverse sweep?
Yeah.
I mean, he was sitting in the TNC side of the arena. So.
Yeah, they're just very, very supportive. The Phoenix Army now more than ever.
This right here is still the Phoenix Army.
I always wondered, like, if I was sitting in the crowd, like, what would I show?
I know.
What?
I'd show
What you would show?
My co-talents. Stolen pictures.
Stolen photos? Do you have a lot of those?
Yeah.
Well, you know who's got a lot of stats? It's Hajizi. He's got 3 games played on this Canadian. Wait, only 3?
3.
For the all-time.
Oh, and it hasn't
Wow,
had that much of a...
To be fair, he's played a majority of his early career as a jungler.
Yeah.
And then as a roam/mid. And then a roam/mid again.
Well, he's got 3 games played. I feel like I've seen him play it more than that, but maybe not. But this time we'll see if he's able to go ahead and pump out that burst that we're used to seeing with the Kadita.
Oh, which reminds me, Yawi used to play that hero too.
Look at this, Zaida already vertical jungling. He's crossing over, and he went in unpunished, giving TNC a 500 gold lead.
Wow.
For nothing.
Wonder what the idea there was for Twisted Minds.
I mean, right now, Escalera kind of already has information, but he's already done what he has to do. So now checking out the items, and I mean the emblems, Hajizi, it's been a while, so we're seeing Rupture, the Pull Yourself Together 2. So we might be seeing a lot more Petrify combinations come in. You would really want to keep interrupting TNC from getting their momentum. But this is a Flicker Akai too that we're talking about.
Yawi headbutting into that brush, forcing out a response. I think Twisted Minds was ready to collapse on him too.
Yeah, they're ready for it. Again, leading into this first turtle. A lot of kind of back and forth. Lancey almost with the level 4 should have a Feather Airstrike by the time this fight breaks out, unless... But Escalera will try to delay it. Takes a lot of shots.
No, Escalera down to a fifth of his health. MP the King looking to clap back. A lot of damage onto MP. And that's Lord JM flickering back. Doesn't go through the wall just yet. A lot of ult spent there.
Yeah, and Yawi's already level 4. So all the while that was happening, he wasn't there. He was getting his level 4. And fortunately for TNC, they were safe. No casualties whatsoever for Twisted Minds. And all ultimates were wasted for Twisted Minds since they weren't able to necessarily get a kill.
Clean scramble, leading to TNC getting a free turtle. They got that like that.
They got it like that because of the fact that Twisted Minds just really didn't connect on what they were looking for. And they might have, you know, attempted at least utilizing the ultimates they had. And once they lost all of them, TNC just knew, all right, we can go ahead and just clear this objective out. That they do. And so they hold on to a very minor lead right now. Twisted Minds still not too far from being able to set things up as we take a look at just how they rotate up here. Yawi's been given a lot of information too, but I would say at least for MP the King, he's pretty much keeping up this game. This game, at this point, in the previous game, he was already fallen behind. So as long as he continues to farm up, he's even got just, he's able to secure his buffs alone. The damage from a Joy has been pretty crazy when you look at the games when it's picked up. And so with that kind of speed, that kind of mobility and damage, Twisted Minds might be able to win the next turtle.
Oh no, Zaida jumps on Hajizi!
Wow.
The young Salik Imam didn't see that coming!
He was left alone in the mid lane. And I mean, we were supposed to, or I was supposed to mention too, that yeah, aside from the fact that MP the King can be able to keep up a bit more in this game, he can be playing a lot more connected alongside Escalera with the setups. And those are some of the possible plays from Twisted Minds, but not hopefully at the expense of always leaving Hajizi alone. TNC have been getting the kills onto this mid laner. He hasn't been setting up the surprises just yet, even on the Kadita.
Yeah, I think part of this too is just you're the dead lane and the XP lane for now, but it looks like Hajizi goes there. He might be setting up a pick here in the bottom.
Oh no! How about this?
Oh!
Lord JM flickering back, survives with the extra shield provided by his skills. Thank God for that Badang's passive, he lives.
And now you don't have rough waves, so that's information that TNC can just go get this turtle.
And another sequence of plays that allow for TNC to get a Lord from underneath Twisted Mind's nose. Because they were fighting elsewhere, the objective is free, but Twisted Minds does wail away at the gold down in the XP lane. That allows for them to equalize, but how is Lord JM doing this? How is he taking on two dudes at once?
He's literally just hanging out there. How is he still there? They might go for it again.
One more time, round 2, fight. Cracking him, breaking him, and he still lives!
Oh, man.
Twisted Minds, they're settling for the trades, but even then, they aren't able to make the most out of it. It's actually TNC Pro Team who might be the ones to get a turret off of Twisted Minds first. Lord JM on the Badang. He doesn't seem to be threatened at all. And Yawi's been doing a great job, even on the Akai, just making sure that everyone in Twisted Minds is within vision.
It's crazy because what Yawi's mostly doing is just staying in bushes. Like, he's just prepping the headbutt. There is going to be a conceal. There's a jump, though. Wings by wings on out, and there's the response, Yawi.
Yawi looking for one, flicker, and a heavy spin, serving up James to the rest of TNC. Lancey goes down, traded out 4, and the way the dragon by Escalera goes in very low, does back off, fires off a few more shots, serving up a kill to Zaida, traded out 4. 2 for 2 so far, and Yawi lives, but just barely.
Oh, that was a close call too for Yawi. But Lancey and Zaida are down. Those are two important members from TNC. And MP the King, he was just able to dance so well around the members of TNC, using the electrifying beats right in time to take down these two key members. Even Hajizi, prior to that fight which happened near their tier 1 turret, his timings on the rough waves, it was just perfect. It was timed at a moment where Lancey had no purify. But speaking of Lancey,
Speaking of Lord JM,
Oh, more action up top. We didn't see it coming. Kozen goes down. What is going on?
Lord JM, he took down the mid turret. He kills MP the King. Look at this guy. Who's going to stop him right now?
okay.
Well, Twisted Mind's gonna try. He's got 3 on his tail. Yawi pushing back on him. Escalera here, sandwiched between members of TNC. Zaida secures the turtle first before the fight breaks out. Yawi with a heavy spin, putting him up against the wall, looking for that spin finish. He gets knocked up, taken down here by Outplayed. Third airstrike pushing back the rest of Twisted Minds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yawi does go down, but at least, Twisted Mind gets a kill there.
Yep, he just probably really blocked off the way. There weren't enough members, or there wasn't enough damage yet from TNC to take down James, which was the one targeted with the heavy spin. But then Escalera was there too, trying to zone or actually get some information from TNC. It just keeps on repeating. The fights are getting separated, and that does not favor Twisted Minds at all.
It's crazy because of just how much damage Lord JM's doing at this point in the game. He's got Oracle, he's got the Thunderbelt, right? And he's a threat. And he's going to go ahead and stay on this side of the jungle with the rest of TNC. And they want to make the work happen here already for this buff.
Escalera here tries to catch Lancey. No dice. He gets punched into a wall, serving up a kill to Kozen. And that's Hajizi finding Kozen, walking away like a smooth criminal.
Yeah, we didn't even use his heavy spin during the entire time. It feels like for TNC, the person assigned to either disrupt and defend or protect his teammates is mostly just really Lord JM. But he's doing more than just that. And Yawi always tries to reserve his skills, his ultimate, to engage and to set up against a member or two from Twisted Mind. So it hasn't reached a point where TNC are forced to use their skills defensively. They're playing this exactly the way they want to.
Yeah, it's funny because literally Yawi is just cosplaying like a ward right now. Like he is just Vision, and he even went the Athena Shield first item because the most threat over here is literally Hajizi for him right now. And he can go ahead and continue to build up these defensive items, but now that the Lord is up, his defensiveness is going to help him out, but also just locking someone down at this angle. The odd angles we're so used to seeing Akai's find. And with the help of having Lord JM and just the massive amount of damage Lord JM's been able to do, that's something that Twisted Minds has to watch out for. There's Yawi just checking things out. Athena's Shield there to help him out. So still no commitment just yet. We'll spot out two from the upper side. They might press the go here on the Lord now, though.
Lancey presses the button here. Firing off, gets canceled. The AOG purifying out of that one. In comes Escalera. James down to 5th of his health. They pop Escalera. Kozen gets a kill. Outplayed as well. Way in the back line. Finds Lancey. Yawi chasing him with a spins. Twisted Mind secures the Lord without a trade, though. Taken down. Outplayed. Who is this all the way back? Oh my God, James goes down. And Hajizi's still alive, but just barely. 4 for 1 and a Lord. Twisted Minds walking away. I'm not too sure they're happy with that.
Yeah, it took so much from TNC to get to shut down Outplayed, who was able to use the heavy crossbow in a almost perfect position. But just the same, even despite that Lord secured by Twisted Minds, it cost them 4 members. Then TNC are now just able to clear out the Lord even before it gets to do anything to any of their turrets. So Twisted Minds aren't able to do much with this Lord. And looking at the instant replay, the fight was kind of separated. It started from when Escalera was able to go in with the Flicker Jeet Kundo, but not pursuing the targets, not going in for the Way of the Dragon. He didn't seem to find the right person, and from that point onwards, Twisted Minds was just unable to respond, and they were unable to carry out whatever he started.
Yeah, and again, even as we take a little breather here, even with that Lord, it cost them so much, and they didn't get anything. They don't have any turrets resulting into that. It was all cleared out, and you know, at that point, Twisted Minds, when you look at that team fight, it just wasn't. It wasn't the right of choreography they were looking for. The plan was there, but it didn't work out.
But at least now, approaching the late game, their fight looks better. It seems like if they lean into TNC's initiations, TNC overshoots themselves. That's what that looked like to me, that last team fight. If they're able to overshoot where Yawi wants to position them, and they can compromise Lancey's feathered airstrike, then maybe that's a start.
I think part of it, though, too, is in what we saw. Like this, the plan there, and maybe they execute it better by the time they get to the next objective, is you have this huge distraction with the Avatar of the Guardian, right, with your Gatakacha, and that puts so much like eyes on that and where they're going to go. Then Hajizi has his angle to come in and burst someone down. Hopefully he's able to find the right target and alleviate some of that pressure there. But the plan is obvious for Twisted Minds, and I think they have the advantage when it comes to fighting around the Lord Pit or around those objectives. But and TNC is going to have to clean up their positioning when it comes down to it.
Yep. Honestly, Outplayed can do so much when it comes to getting Yawi's attention or the forcing out the crucial skills and abilities from TNC, because it feels like for the longest time, Yawi's been reserving that ultimate for the perfect time
that's an
and
old
target.
Who was that?
It's a volleyball player, as far as I know. You were saying?
Yeah, I was talking about Yawi, and then I see a picture of Yawi with an old friend.
With someone he knew.
with someone he once knew. These fans. You know,
Who is this? Is this Big Man Blastoise? I can't see it.
Home.
Is it Badang at home?
Badang at home.
Big Man Blast. Oh, sorry. I've been seeing too much of that.
Yeah, Lord JM on the Badang.
Dude, again, like Lord JM's Badang is crazy this game. I don't know the last time that I saw Badang like on the top of the damage charts, man.
And he's not even building damage.
He's not even building damage.
People just keep rotating towards him.
They're just like, here, go ahead and just punch me.
Try.
And he keeps punching them back, but he lives.
Man, all the fist cracks and the fist breaks, man. Right now,
He's
too.
on his way to a brute force breastplate.
Yes. He is about as tanky as it gets on this Badang, still pumping out the damage. They're going to set up. We're still a minute and plus away from that Lord, so we'll see if TNC actually wants to go for a pickoff, or even if it's Twisted Minds. Escalera gets some information. He's going to be a little bit more risky here because he's got the immortality at least now. So far, it's just holding down the mid lane. That little minor advantage of keeping up that tier 1 turret, though. Twisted Minds might want to start taking some of these turrets down if they can.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the team fights that can happen later on, Twisted Minds right now, they are likely confident enough and equipped to really engage, look for the back lines, let Escalera do his thing, because MP the King will be able to provide the damage anyways. And once that happens, it wouldn't be so great for TNC to split up, unlike what we've been seeing in the previous games, because you would want the heavy spin to bring the opponents or to put the opponents in a position that will be easier for your teammates to throw out the damage. But what has been happening is, if he either doesn't get the right targets, he gets the tanky ones, or he just uses the heavy spin and keeps trying to chase for either Outplayed or MP the King. But these two heroes are just so high in mobility, I don't think the heavy spin can actually keep up.
Okay. Lord is up now, Outplayed, picking up a Wind of Nature. Keep an eye on their positioning alongside Escalera. TNC knows it. They'll go ahead and check that side, keeping it together. Hajizi also ready to pull the trigger if they need to. They might do it here.
Escalera with a concealed play, push in Lancey out of that brush. And the answer by Yawi, coming through. Lord JM with a flicker of his own, does not pull the trigger. There's still massive ults here for both sides. Escalera pushed out. Zaida wailing away at the Lord. James holding on this AOG.
They're going to go for it. Half health now on the Lord. Can they contest it?
Down to a 10th. Who's going to get it? Zaida secures. Retribution. Hajizi. Pop by Lancy. Point blank. Feathered airstrike. Double kill for Lancy. Escalera got to go down here as well. TNC. Clean. Save for Yawi. He gets a spin finish on him. 1 point for Twisted Minds as TNC march down mid.
Kozen did such a great job poking Outplayed, forcing him to retreat and regain some HP before re-engaging, but it was too late for Twisted Minds.
This could be the end angle.
They're going for it like a phoenix rising through the flames. MP the King down. They're going to go for it. An extreme finish. Violence upon Twisted Minds base. There's still minions left. TNC taking their time.
They're still in the game. They're still in the game. They're going to clear out the Lord here. But TNC gets 2 of the base turrets. Not sure if they get that last one. But it looked really dicey there for Twisted Minds. Able to stay in the game, but man, TNC with a dominant team fight.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have to worry about the damage coming in from Twisted Minds anymore. Again, going back to the idea that once Lancy was able to spot out both Escalera and Outplayed, since they were together earlier, then Kozen was just able to constantly throw out the Death Sonatas, make sure that Outplayed wasn't full HP anymore, wasn't comfortable enough to engage in the team fight, which was about to happen in the next few seconds. So just as Outplayed was trying to regain some of his HP, targeting some of the jungle creeps, that was when TNC decided to engage. It wasn't even perfect for them. There was a flicker fist break from Lord JM which did not entirely connect. But once they were able to out-sustain or stay longer in the fights, once they were the ones who had the higher damage output, then it just worked so well for TNC.
Yeah, with this lead that they have themselves now, it looks like they at least just want to get this last turret, and then I expect them to go set up for the Lord about a minute away. Feathered airstrike being used artillery-wise. Conceal's going to be used.
Yawi looking for the
Escalera.
Catch here. The flank by Twisted Minds. This is the one they wanted. Heavy spin coming through. MP the King dealing a lot of damage. Yawi displacing MP the King. The King falls. The kick by Escalera. Zaida taken down. Double kill for Outplayed. Down goes Yawi. Down goes Jojo as well. Outplayed not going to survive. With the nature not going to help you against these two. Kozen is a maniac.
Kozen is online with a maniac, and you see the cam in the room. They're ready to go for the victory.
That's the last inhibitor in the pocket. A burst finish by TNC on the horizon. Hajizi fighting for his life, holding through by Lord JM. And underneath the base, some minions, some damage. AOG from James. It's not gonna last longer. TNC continuing to rise 2-1.
And TNC Pro Team will maintain their streak now at 3-0 after the victory against Twisted Minds.
A maniac to finish off the reverse sweep. What a way to close out the series.
With a groove and flair to finish on top. Did you see the moves?
Oh, the moves and grooves. Great, dude. I can't wait to look at that again. That last team fight. I mean, I'll probably go and look at it myself.
Thought you meant the dance.
The dance too. The dance. The team fight. That last interaction was so good, and the fact that the whole time Kozen was protected is what really highlighted there.
I mean, if I was Haji, right, I would see a stationary Farsa, I'd want to go for it. But it wasn't anywhere near Kozen, and Kozen was just free. Oh.
Again, great sportsmanship here. Yes, we built this up as, you know, it's a feud-fueled matchup. But again, much respect to all the players here between each other. You can see it on stage.
Yeah.
Just an amazing game.
I didn't see a feud, man. I saw friends.
Friends.
This was one hell of an exhibition.
Put them on Family Feud. Friends Feud. Put them over there.
I don't consider the recalls as something.
You don't do that yourself, Brigida?
I do.
You don't spam the recall?
Against people I don't know.
At your friends, is what I'm saying. Your friends.
Yeah.
You know, when we play against each other, we all bring those out. And of course, Dogi there up in the front. He's got to be feeling pretty good, man. TNC, when was the last time, I feel like, I don't know, I'm sure the stats guys are on that we've seen them 3-0 this early on.
Season 9.
We have
this early on? Oh, they were, that was
Even season 10 was a big question mark. and then onwards. So
Yeah.
now is the closest to season 9. Early 2022. It's been 3 years. Somebody put that picture away. It's been 3 years.
Gotta get rid of that picture, but again, celebratory interview coming up here with TNC Pro Team and our hosts. Let's throw it over to the stage.
What a heated matchup! Your winners, TNC Pro Team! Buhay na buhay ang Phoenix Army. Did you guys like that win? Nagustuhan nyo ba yung panalo na yon?
Intense.
Parang may dagdag na bigat itong laban na to at hindi ko alam kung bakit. Siguro alam nila, but I wanna know, Kusen, since hawak mo na rin naman yung mic, nandyan ka na rin naman, hindi ka makakapagtago sa akin. Okay, punta ka dito. Yan. So, this is a totally different story from last season. Ano ba yung mga kinailangan yung i-adjust heading into this season kung bakit iba talaga yung laro nyo compared sa nangyari nung S14?
Ano po, focus lang po kami sa ano namin, sa laro talaga namin.
Oo, tawa kasi tawa. Pero hindi. Sige, I actually wanna know more. I guess it's the same thing for Lord JM. Ikaw din, bagong adjust ka rin. Sige, Kusen, pwede mo na ibigay yung mic sa kanya. With that one, what are some of the adjustments that you had to do? Kasi bago ka rin sa team, right? Ano yung mga adjustments na kinailangan mong gawin?
Sa akin, kung ano yung playstyle ko ng Blacklist, nilalaro ko pa rin dito. Parang wala namang masyadong adjustment. Parang may mga onti lang naman, pero more on yung playstyle ko pa rin eh.
And we did see it, right? I'm gonna ask you to give it back to Kusen because Kalusi has a question.
Okay, Kusen. Sa'yo muna ulit yung mic kasi pinag-uusapan na rin natin kanina yung mga duo-duo. And sa TNC may Zaizen na tinatawag.
Sabi ni Yawi.
Okay, Kusen. Ano pa ang aabangan namin sa Zaizen sa mga susunod na linggo?
Sino sabi nung kiss? Sige, tuloy mo na,
Walang
Kusen.
ganon.
Wala naman, same pa rin.
Consistency lang.
Ayan, oh.
Ayan, tuloy-tuloy lang kada linggo. Okay, si Yawi naman. Yawi!
Eto na. The man of the moment.
Idolo.
The man of the moment. Uy, parang iba yung dala mo ngayon. Iba yung dala mo ngayon kasi pag kinakausap kita sa loob ng playroom, shy boy, mysterious guy, ganyan. Pero ngayon, sinayawan mo eh. Paano ko nga yan? Ano yun, coach? Ano yun, coach?
Ano yun?
Sample.
Sample?
Sample daw. Sample. Sample.
Isang bini ba, Yawi?
Ha? Sample? Hindi, wala na daw kasing kalaban. Wala nang kalaban. Okay. Nakita naman natin. Sige, arap ka pa konti. Okay? Medyo tumatalikod tayo. Ano na lang siguro yung mensahe mo sa mga nakalaban mo? Kasi parang iba yung gigil mo ngayong araw eh.
Nice game sa kanila, nice game lang.
Nice game. Next game na lang daw. Next game na lang.
Ako may tanong pa ako sa'yo, Yawi.
Okay.
Kasi I'm sure marami kaming nakapanood dito ng vlog ni Boss D. And tuwing panalo nyo, may reward. Ano masasabi mo? Mas motivated ka bang maglaro ngayon? Hindi lang dahil sa reward, pero syempre, nandyan ulit si Boss D.
Actually, yung reward 5K per game, di ba? Ngayon, 10K.
Ay!
Bigay mo na agad ngayon,
Baka naman.
Sabi ni Boss Ian kagabi, ginawa niyang 10K ngayon eh. Kaya motivated talaga kami.
Kaya pala mas motivated. Pero sige, hayaan na natin sila mag-celebrate. Once again, everybody, your winners, TNC Pro Team! You may now take your walk of victory. What an intense 3 games that we have witnessed. And boys, you may now take your bow. Man, umpisa pa lang ng Sunday primetime, rekta na tayo kagad sa 3 games.
Basta TNC nga naman daw kasi only Rice, only Bawi, at only Yawi na rin. At yan ang pinakita nila sa laban nila today.
They got 2 wins to end off week number 2. Let's see what the casters have to say about it.
Always great to see those interviews, of course, with our winning teams. And yeah, Yawi's got the dance moves, and now I think that he's got 10K pesos.
Oh. Where was that bonus when I was working for TNC?
You could hit him up now.
Wolf and I have some qualms.
Doggy's got to feel pretty good, though, man. You know, again, proud of the boys here for Doggy and the squad, TNC, and everything that they've been able to do from week 1 to week 2 now. This is a well-deserved MVP for this game, number 3. Kozin just popped off on the Granger, especially that maniac he was able to get at the end.
Yep, he did. And up until the very last moment, he just had his eyes set on winning. He made sure, even with that last-minute immortality buy, that he would have enough time to push the base, to take it down, and not prolong the fights any longer. Because Twisted Minds were slowly getting to find the angles, the entry points, which would make their lineup a lot more effective. We've seen it, at least, or a glimpse of it, in the last sequence prior to TNC eventually putting it close to the game. There was a better entry coming in from Hajizi, MP the King coming in from behind, as well as Escalera. But TNC, given the fact that they weren't able to take out Kozen first, and that is also due to Kozen just being able to position himself really well whenever there's a team fight, and I think you'd see it multiple times here in the MVP highlights, such as this. I'd also say it's part of his teammates being able to just show him immediately of whatever threat could possibly come up, but he himself, right? He was never targeted here by TNC, not even when we mentioned they had a lot of ways to find the backlines.
Yeah, even there, you know, towards the end, good try here, effort from Twisted Minds, and I think overall in the series, really good effort from them. I think this was, so far, I would say the best that we've seen them play up to this point. And again, they have gone with a couple different iterations in their roam. I'm really wondering what they'll do for week 3. Like, will they go back to maybe having Sensui, or I'm wondering too, could they actually put Sensui in the jungle with Escalera, like take MP out? You know, I guess that's the big question for Twisted Minds on what they can do with the lineup.
It's an option, but I don't think they should revert to that immediately just because they lost the series.
Yeah.
There's something here. It's a diamond in the
magic.
rough. Twisted Minds with Escalera in the roam. But all in all, Zaizen don't disappoint. Like the fact that this gold and jungle core duo have performed the back-to-back, earning TNC the reverse sweep, like the hype was real.
Yeah, it was multiple times wherein Zaida would come in at the right moments, even securing objectives right when we thought TNC were just about to disengage or not pursue the fights any longer. Some weren't entirely favorable for them. I'd say there were certain points in the game or in the series wherein it feels like they still want to fight a little bit longer, even though it clearly wasn't the best scenario for them anymore. But it just also goes to show how TNC just want to stay together, or it just gives off that feeling that until they know they can, they'll keep trying. And a lot of it is, of course, because of the best wingman once again. 2 games in a row. Yawi with 10 assists, earlier 11. This gave way to the rich guy and the carry to perform and get his MVP.
You know what? This week alone, for those of y'all who are fans of the big 3, you know what I'm talking about. Yawi, Renegade, and H2. It's a big week for these 3. Yawi, despite having a less than stellar experience, you know, playing-wise in MPL ID.
Yeah.
H2 being in the MDL and Renegade doing Renegade things, like they're all flourishing in their own ways.
Yeah, I think that's why, again, when you guys might not know him, but when you get a glimpse of Dogi in the crowd, you know, he was the one there that they were showing on camera during the interview. He's almost like a proud dad to them, or a proud bigger brother. Like, I don't know how you would want to frame that, but
we'll say dad.
We'll say dad.
There are a lot of interviews which show just how close he really gets to his players. He becomes afraid of losing them again, parting ways with them, but that's just how it goes.
Here we go. We got a little shout out, of course, from Liber Timor Omambat Batita. Apaka Intense, best game. That means, wow, it's so intense. That was the best game. But yeah, it was. I really think that I was personally surprised that this game win 3 games, honestly, because part of me was really just thinking that TNC has been so on fire, so hot lately in their games that they would have gone into this with a sweep. But then, yeah, like you mentioned, Leo, I think just that draft that they had in Game 1 was pretty questionable. So, but they still come through. They win the series. We're also going to hear how they sounded with their comms for that game win. Well, we heard them, but we didn't quite see it, so maybe we get to hear them in a little bit here. But it sounded pretty chaotic. It sounded pretty hectic.
I mean, it was at the winning moment, I assume. So they were just.
That
is the perfect picture of Apaka. Oh no,
Apaka Intense.
Apaka Intense.
Apaka Intense best game.
Yeah.
Those comms were definitely it. So again, hopefully our next matchup is also Apaka Intense, because we have Smart Omega and TLPH, Team Liquid PH, going head-to-head here.
Everyone, say for Omega, has a win, right? A game win.
Like a game
least.
win. Yeah, a game win, yeah.
So now it's high time.
Let's see if they too have a backup plan to show us in the coming series.
Maybe they do. Maybe they don't.
Maybe.
We're going to find out. But so far, again, what an intense series that we had to open up day number 3 here. We do still have one more match for you guys, so hope you get some refreshments. We'll be back after the short break for that matchup. Again, Naisu, Leo, and Brigida. We'll see you after the break.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa BIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang Sa taas ganito kami siya Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And welcome back after the very short break. We hope that everybody got the refreshments they needed. We sure did after an intense matchup. Match number 1 between Twisted Minds and TNC. We went the distance, 3 games, but TNC gets the victory. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, and this is Alio and Brigida. And we're back here to bring you the last match of week number 2, and it's Smart Omega versus TLPH.
Did you just do the thing I did too?
I did a thumbs up instead,
Oh, okay, cool.
but it's in the same position and angle.
What is that?
Can I
Is
see it
that-
again?
Is that,
What was it?
is that a reflex? You just mirror?
That's literally the emote, by the way.
Yeah, I stopped saluting because everyone started saluting too, so I guess I have to change.
You got to change the hand gestures.
Yeah.
You know, but again, we want to just go ahead and let you guys know if you missed it, the Phoenix Army. And they win that feud-fueled showdown. That's such a tongue twister. That's why I really slow it down. Feud-fueled showdown, 2-1, and it was looking pretty good. I mean, Twisted Minds, they won the first game, you know, but unfortunately they weren't able to win the series. We'll see what adjustments they make moving forward. But hey, it feels good to be part of the Phoenix Army, I'm sure, for all the fans out there.
Yep. It's a.
Are you the Phoenix Army, Brick?
Yeah, I'm thinking of something for the Twisted, for the Minds.
Or are you
the
the
Minds.
Minds?
No.
Or you're both?
I am both.
No,
I'm both.
she's
but
also
like,
the Brigadoons.
She's just never
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
No, but for today, I think I'm on the Phoenix Army. It changes day to day.
So it changes. So basically, you're a bandwagoner. All right, let's go ahead and shout out our sponsor, Time Zone, because they've got an exclusive promo just for you guys. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos. That is a deal. You get double the amount, basically. All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. Don't miss out on this amazing deal because that's a whole lot of value for that code.
And in case you want a game at home, you better be gaming on a TT Racing chair. Get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using TT Racing X MPL's Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000. That's MPL2 3 zeros over at ttracing.ph.
I can't
Plus-
do what he did.
She can't because she's sitting on it. Don't miss out on the exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during the MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. Or if you're Brigida, you're sitting on it. So
I need this
I don't want to finish that. So
for my lumbar.
for your lumbar,
She needs it for
she's
her
got
hiney.
she's using it as a booster seat.
Yes. If not for this, I would be like,
Just show them. Just no,
This.
there you go.
now you understand.
It is a downward slope.
Now you understand.
There you go. That works. But yeah, and again, thank you to our sponsors for, of course, making this season 15 possible for all of us so far.
And comfortable.
And comfortable, that's true. And I hope at some point we get to go ahead and experience the time zone experience. Every time we go out there, it's being used. Like there's a line for our time zone experience out here. So
I'm
if
sure
you
if you
guys,
stood next to them, they would just let you.
do you think so? Do you think if I just approach them,
You
like
just assert yourself, Joseph. Just,
I just don't say anything?
Wait, I can imagine Naisu doing the claw machine.
you just go.
The claw machine I don't use because I actually feel like I would break it. Like the joystick is quite small.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
That's
I don't want to grip that one. So, but also we have to look at the standings here in just a second. The Infinix standings, of course, left in the WIMS. We've got down here at the bottom, Smart Omega. They're about to play. We'll see if they can get their first game victory, because they are the team that is the only team that doesn't have a game victory in their matches here. And of course, they're up against these Titans. Team Liquid PH now sitting at 6-0. There's something else about TLPH here.
They've started the season as if they really took the time off season to reset and to regroup, even with the new addition in their lineup. It didn't feel like an entirely new piece to what they've been doing constantly, because it seemed like it brought back the cavalry, the stampede, and it became a much aggressive version of it altogether.
Those guys, you know, in their off season and everything else, even in season, but off season, they grind, and they grind on their streams too. And I feel like that even when you think they would be relaxing, like they're playing, man. They're training, they're playing. And up against them again for the highlight of this one, it's the streak versus the skid. Super Yoshi to the rescue. Now some of you guys might be wondering, Super Yoshi? Who's this?
Super Yoshi?
This is Super Yoshi, formerly of Euphoria.
Of Euphoria.
Super Yoshi, formerly of Onyx, of TNC. He's part of the barangay now, in case you missed it.
Yeah.
Part of the barangay.
So does this tell something that there is?
We're hinting. We're using we need you guys at home. I know sometimes it might be hard. Use your context clues right now.
Yeah.
All right?
So there's a chance, because as you can see right here, we're dividing the MPL teams in the regular season into two groups. 4 of them in a 3-match winning streak, whereas the other half aren't having that much of a great time. It's 4-match losing skid for Twisted Minds, 3 matches consecutively for AP Bren, and surprisingly, we're seeing Onyx Philippines here, but they're in a 2-match losing skid too.
What kind of world are we living in where the world champions, the defending champions of our league, have less points than the winless team from last season? I'm just stating facts, right? Nothing against TNT. I'm actually on the bandwagon.
Yeah.
I was part of the Phoenix Army before the league was even, you know, the league. But you know what I'm saying? Like, how?
That's what makes this great, man. I mean, the fact that you're in this environment where the competition is so high, some off-season changes and, you know, roster updates and everything else have this kind of effect on the league, and makes this the standings that kind of jumbled after week 2. I think it's really exciting to see, you know. And also, I didn't know that the opposite of a streak was a skid.
Oh.
I'm just sitting here thinking about that. Did you guys know that?
It's just a way to understand what it means to lose, you know?
To not be on a streak.
It could be a backslide.
Oh.
That's true, that's true.
He's here.
There he is.
Yeah.
Why? Who does he look like, by the way?
He looks like someone who played earlier.
Oh, he's showing us the jawline. Super Yoshi to the rescue. Super Yoshi's all-time MDL stats. He has a totally different look, by the way, in his photo.
Yeah.
And so does Jome, by the way, in his other photo.
He had blonde hair here. When he was in Onyx, he had silver hair. And now he's back to dark brown, I think. And here it's kind of black. So he's been through a lot from MDL to MPL, not just in terms of hair color. He's been with different groups, again, be it Bren Euphoria, Onyx. But we haven't seen him for quite some time now.
The meta looks so different when Yoshi was playing in the main lineup. So now here, I guess, Omega's giving him the nod.
Yeah, and also we got to go ahead and address the duo that we've heard about, the Baby Cakes duo. From the, and like, how do we explain this? Which one's baby, which one's cakes?
Of no relation to RSG Baby Cakes from MPLSG from previous seasons, all right?
That's such a throwback.
Daddy JP's trying to wonder too. He's like,
pointed it out. It's like, no relation, all right?
Yeah, this is a similar stat line to what we've seen earlier in terms of like how participative Yawi was in the kills of the gold jungle duos, because we're putting a lot of highlight onto these two roles specifically in terms of how they're able to carry the teams and lead them to victory. And a very similar pattern is reflecting here in terms of how JP is able to carry out that job too. He's been a very efficient setup player here. I don't know why Carl and Oheb don't want to sit as close to each other. Maybe because everyone was just they just kept saying baby cakes, but you know.
TT Racing chair is too comfortable.
It's just too
They're
comfortable.
They're just deep into that.
It was so comfortable that there was one specifically for the hydration of the team. The liquid of team. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, part of it though, I have to wonder because I was sitting I think I was sitting there being like, man, where did this baby cakes even come from? But we do want to ask you guys a quick question too. Are there only two? I guess there's only two answers here.
You gotta read this.
Can Super Yoshi save the barangay?
A, yes. Or
B, hanggat may buhay, okay lang. Who said that yesterday? The Mamba. Okay, what does that mean, by the way?
What does it
Hanggat
mean?
may buhay, okay lang.
You tell us.
As long as you have life. Oh, wait. As long as you have life, you're okay.
Right.
Okay lang.
Yeah.
Is that right?
As long as you have life, it's okay.
So
Wise words from Chaknu.
So it's a non-answer. It's a non-answer. Like, you're not saying no, but you're not saying yes.
It's a safe answer.
It's a safe answer. I mean,
Like
that's the answer.
me.
Yeah. That's very Brigida-like.
But at least, you know,
B for Brigida.
it can go both ways.
Our chat is probably putting B for Brigida too, which is probably out there. But hey, that is a phrase you could technically live by.
As long as
There's
if
life.
if you're really thinking about it, you know. And so I'm wondering too, is for Super Yoshi? See, you can't you're thinking about it.
that's too many words. You could just say whatever.
No, it's not the same. That's not something.
This feels a little bit more optimistic.
Leo, that is not something that you would have, you know, like written down in your book or maybe your note app. You're not just gonna put whatever.
It's complacency with layers, bro.
It's not something you're gonna put on your body permanently. You know. I'd rather put that Hanggat Buhay. Okay, lang. All right, let's throw it over to the stage to have our marshals and teams walk in.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Chico, Patrick, JJ, and Tubin. Can they find an answer with a super change in their lineup? The barangay marches once more. It's Smart Omega! In EXP, it's Luis. In the jungle, Andoryu. In mid, Ukir. In Rome, making his Smart Omega debut, Super Yoshi. In gold, Big J Jome. And their opponents, comprised of duos from Sansan to Baby Cakes, it's Team Liquid Philippines. In EXP, Sanford. In the jungle, Carl Teasy. In mid, Sanji. In Rome, Daddy JP. In gold, the Filipino sniper, Oheb. And their coaches, Coach Lembot and Coach RC.
And here we go. We're going to take a look first at the lineup for Smart Omega. This is the one with a change in it. Brigida, how's it looking?
Yeah, I think a lot of us are asking what could be next for Smart Omega. What can they do next? And apparently they're trying something in as early as week number 2. They're bringing in Super Yoshi for their roam today instead of Chaknu. So we're about to see and witness how will this change the dynamics between the players of Smart Omega. Will we see a bit of a more composed in the sense that there will be more direction in terms of what they want to do?
Yep.
Or will this need a little bit more time again for them to fully grasp in terms of how they want to execute it?
I hate to be the pessimist, but different isn't always better. I hope Super Yoshi proves that he deserves to play more than the Mamba.
Well, we'll see if he is able to do that. And also, once again, this is Team Liquid PH. Leo, take us through the lineup.
From San to Baby Cakes and Daddy JP in the sandwich. I mean, the last time I remember seeing them this dominant was season 13.
Season 13.
And they won that season. So, again, who can stop the Liquid Stampede? That's the question. Is I haven't seen a single gap in their play just yet.
Yeah, it just seems like every single game that they've showed us so far, they're the team playing the cleanest. And a lot of people, when they came into the season, just off the back of, M6 or even SPS, they're thinking that's going to be Onyx Philippines. But you were seeing how they're struggling. And for TLPH, you can see it from the breakdown here in comparison to Smart Omega. Obviously, there's really so many areas that Smart Omega can work on to improve.
Yeah.
And when you look at the breakdown here, really it's just heavily in favor for TLPH.
And imagine TLPH are performing this good, even when you talk to them and they just say that they're just enjoying every single game. They're having fun together, and I think that's a key word. It hasn't felt that way for a long time because, of course, after being in the top for so long, they found it difficult to bounce back when they suddenly found the other teams catching up and eventually dethroning them from the top. And it felt like a desperate way to come back. But now that they have a different outlook, a different mindset, everything just seems to be falling in place for the Cavalry.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed with them as well, is just how well composed they are as a team, how well their synergy is working. And, before every game, they definitely have to have a ping test. So let's see how the players took this one.
Magkamali ang sang tulad ko. Ang kulit mo, Magnus! Isa-isa muna. Malakas lang boses ko! May nais pa, kuya. Sarap maglaro.
Bato sa akin yung mic. Pwede ka nga dito. Mag-mic check.
May jacket ka agad, Kel?
Oo, entrance daw jacket na siya.
Okay lang.
Okay lang. Parang siya,
Boy, vlog ka nga, boy.
libero. Huwag niyo nga ito, Ban. Kailangan ko ma-warm up to. JP!
Okay. What was that? What's the end? Was he saying his own name?
JP?
Was he doing an impression of his own walk-in?
JP! But again, that's Super Yoshi and that's JP there. And yeah, I really feel like I think a lot of the guys, especially for the fans of Smart Omega out there, are going to be looking toward to see, is this worth the switch up? Because a lot of people do gravitate towards wanting to see Chaknu play. We know how much of a monster he can be in the roam position, but also you got to give an opportunity for players like this, for Super Yoshi, to step up.
And I'm worried because he opened the ping test while singing a song that talks about making mistakes. That was a song by Looney featuring Quest from 2013, Tao Lang. It talks about how it's okay to make mistakes, I'm human, Does that give you optimism? He's like,
well,
maybe that's to get the bad luck out.
But towards the end, right, he was saying,
leadership role.
Yeah, but towards the end he was saying something along the lines of, it feels so good to play. So
He's eager. He's eager.
I'm happy for him in that sense.
Yeah, he's looking forward to this.
And, part of it, again, we've really seen how, this has been the case for a lot of our seasons and everything else, but the roam, especially right now, because of just how quick that early game rotation is going to be, how important it is, how much vision you give to the team in the early portion of the game and throughout, is so important. So because of the fact that we haven't seen too much of Super Yoshi, at least here in the MPL, I want to see how he's improved, man, especially over the time. And yes, we got a glimpse of his MDL stats back when he was in the MDL. But again, this is one of the players where it's like, if they want that opportunity to step up, let them step up, and maybe it's actually one of the keys for their own victories here. Speaking of, right on cue. Thank you, Direct Infinix keys to victory. Brigida, take us through.
Speaking of the keys to victory and focusing much of it onto Super Yoshi and his responsibility coming into this game, it feels like, based on what we know from Super Yoshi and his previous performances, he has quite of a shared hero pool with that of which we commonly see from either his lookalike, which many consider to be Yawi, or Chaknu even. So he's expected to lead from the front and direct his team, whereas for Team Liquid Philippines, yeah, they need to do the opposite. Lead from the back, since JP has the tendency to be a little bit more alongside his teammates whenever there is a team fight. But for both, it's very important to not just lead wherever specific direction they are strong in terms of it. It's keeping all sides covered and making sure that, again, the fundamentals to start things off, it's very important for these two teams to know it.
Yeah, this is one of those very fundamental checks, I would say, for Smart Omega. Looking for, again, their first game win even. And what I'd also like to see, and not just, of course, what Super Yoshi can bring to the table, but allowing Big J, Jome, to get activated. Like, he just has not had that opportunity yet, and he's mostly been shut down in the gold lane, and you're going against someone like Oheb. You've really got to be able to go ahead and step up and rely on the team here. So we're jumping into this draft for game number 1. We do have Smart Omega taking the blue side for game 1. TLPH will be on the red. Look at that 100% win rate for TLPH.
Their stats are so skewed because they've never lost a single game in Season 15 yet.
So everything's 100 right now.
Yeah.
Keep it at 100.
It's on either side, and it just feels so hard to find a way to respond to this immediately. But a first pick Joe coming in from Smart Omega, and the smile on Super Yoshi's face is kind of giving it away.
How do we feel about this? I mean, is this? I guess this is just the big question mark that we've been talking about leading into this.
It's a flex pick, but we often see power picks being prioritized first. The jungle trades, the gold lane trades. So it's a different approach to it, which allows Team Liquid Philippines to get their hands on two of their preferred junglers, jungler gold
How often do you see Harrod picked alongside a Suyo, man?
It's not often, man, but
to be fair, they did open up quite a bit because the Granger still came through on the swing, and the Farsa. So I think both teams are just happy with their openers here.
It's a strong mid duo immediately showing up from Smart Omega, and I don't think this is a common trend nowadays. Most of the time, it's the roam XP being flexed in the first phase, and then we see the mid laners being picked up in the second phase of the drafting. But now we just revealed it immediately for Smart Omega, assuming that this is going to go into the roam. But JP responds just the same with a Jawhead that, regardless of who he decides to pair it up with, since there's also the Vixana that's still available, there's also the mostly the Vixana still available. It'll work out pretty well for Team Liquid Philippines.
Leo, this is the combo, right? The Suyo, the Jawhead.
Very fast.
Very fast. And very just kind of true to the playstyle that TLPH has been showcasing us so far. So if you're Smart Omega, you don't want to be getting caught off from that Jawhead and right into Suyo's blades, obviously, with the Soul Sever, and that combination works so well. So how do you build up around this? What do you go ahead and take for these last two picks here for Smart Omega?
For Smart Omega, since they took out the Joy as well, it seems like their options are now either the Nolan again or the Hayabusa, since it's still available. But this is a Jawhead that you have to take into consideration. The Mathilda's banned out for Omega too, so given the fact that they already picked up the Cho, it's likely that they might want to really go for the Assassin, though, since they also banned out the Hilda.
It looks like they're setting up for the Haya.
Yeah.
Given that they banned out the Vixana, very good hero, but one of the main things that Vixana does is adds an extra body.
Yeah.
So if you throw a Shadow Kill in there,
Yeah.
you're compromised.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's like a 50-50, slightly leaning towards Haya, Nolan.
Yeah, it's a Hilda ban now too, so it's
I
very
think safer if
possible.
they go the Nolan here.
Oh.
So there's a Valentina.
That's a good Valentina slot right there.
It's a new series, so yep, we'll go ahead and talk about this Valentina.
I don't let things go that easy, man. That's a good Valentina slot.
It's a good Valentina because again, you got already two options. You take the Feathered Airstrike. You can even take the kick if you want to with that Way of the Dragon. We have seen that in the past, where a lot of Valentina players in the past, even the past season, will do that. So these last two picks are crucial, and it sounded like, there it is, Hayabusa will come through.
Yeah, he goes for the Hayabusa, and for their EXP lane, they have to be extra careful since Sanford hasn't revealed his pick just yet. And Sanford has been performing really well these past few days, so it's either the CC is still available if ever they want to. Oh, but they go for the glue. Looking great for the team fight so far for Smart Omega, but Team Liquid Philippines, there's a CC, there's a Lucas, there's a yeah.
They need a man fighting hero, because Omega aren't playing much with like a full frontal, you know.
Yeah.
Let's fight to our heart's content.
There it is.
It's a Lucas. It's man fighting hero.
Beast man fighting.
About as beastly man fighting as it gets. I'd much rather see Lucas in the XP lane than jungle. I don't know.
You and me both.
You're
maybe a lot
not
of
letting
people.
it go too. He's not letting go of the Valentina, and you don't want to let go of the Lucas jungle, which appeared the other day.
It was out Friday, I think, day one.
Oh,
In
yeah.
the hands of King Kong.
Yep.
We don't talk about it.
Hey, shout out to my boy King Kong, but that Lucas jungle was not working out. So this is what we have for game number 1 here, setting up the pace in this best of 3. I'd love to see it, go the distance here with 3 games and maybe get to see Smart Omega actually, come together and show what they have cooking, because this lineup, it does look pretty good. I mean, even when we look at the index here, it's actually going to favor Smart Omega, at least in the lineup rating, a little bit. And the early game, as long as they don't get picked off, I think that's the biggest thing here. As long as they deal with the Jahid Suyo combination, they should be okay.
Yeah, and they should have ways to do that if we are talking about the presence of Blue in the EXP lane, just being a really great disruptor, and also them just being able to dish out the damage from their mid duos. That's the Farsa and the Cho. And I think we've seen it also earlier this day. It's just a really powerful duo that you wouldn't want to fight up against.
Okay, early action already. A lot of poking on Sanji. So he takes a couple shots, not only from Super Yoshi and the concussive blast, but also Ukir.
He got frozen on, man.
He did. Uh-oh.
Here we go. JP, Carlteasy, looking to deal extra damage. All right, Sanji's gonna try to salvage the situation with the XP.
He helps them up enough. Looking at the emblems, anything sticking out here, Brig?
It's typical emblem combinations we're seeing so far, even on the Glue and the Lucas. Definitely looking or eager to battle it out when the team fights happen in later on. But at least for the early game, Sanji might just really have to bear with all the aggression that might come out from Smart Omega. Again, this is the Cho Farsa duo, and if JP and Carlteasy really want to make their early game fast rotations work, then they have to play it safe in the mid lane so it doesn't cost them as much when the first objective comes up.
Yeah, we'll see again. As they focus down here, waiting for that first objective come up. Carlteasy's already level 4, so at this point too, JP could make a play, but he doesn't also just want to burn that flicker too early on. So Sanford not level 4 yet, neither is Lewis. As they go ahead, they take a couple shots though with the Queller, so Super Yoshi wants to make sure he's not too low, because he can rely on flicker if he has to use it defensively. There's JP.
There's the ejector, Super Yoshi, not gonna be able to dash through the wall. First blood drawn by the young GOAT. Plus the turtle to boot to go.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about, the combo.
Yeah, JP was able to position really well, making sure that whenever Super Yoshi decides to enter or even just check the brushes, it would be an immediate kill towards him. That's what the patience was for. They were able to get the best possible pick off and secure the objective as well.
Okay, so now with an objective, with a little bit of this, Oheb also making his way with Super Yoshi.
Super Yoshi trying to find one. Summon Force dropped in by Oheb. No one home in Ultra Note though.
Yeah, he's gonna go back up. Doesn't want a lot of that extra gold to go over here to Jome. Jome will wait up for him, but also JP's just around the corner. So with some of this information, to go ahead and play around it. And that's the thing, Oheb has been pretty proactive in a lot of the games when you see him taking up what he can. Now Super Yoshi, formation.
Unstoppable Force, locked in by Daddy JP. Behind enemy territory, Ukir very low, he gets punished. Nothing for Liquid.
That's the only downside of the Jawhead. We've all been there. You press the unstoppable, you're not stopping it.
It's so it's kind of tricky to pull off against this lineup of Smart Omega with both the Cho and the Farsa. The Cho again has the Shunpo. The Farsa, on the other hand, not on the Purify, but has the Flicker and the Wings by Wings. So just one wrong timing could cost you your life.
Lewis here with a split. Not going to be able to get the grab. He does stay, and he does click it. Let's go, though.
Okay, Sanji holding on to the Way of Dragon too. Lewis will be fine, but the rest of the TLPH is actually just rotating now together. Again, waiting for JP. JP is just 10 seconds away on the Flicker, and a lot of times once that's available with the Jawhead, they'll usually try to make a play before the objective comes up to have the numbers advantage. And once again, some of these items already come into place. No first items locked in just yet.
Yeah.
Super Yoshi will be spotted out though.
Yeah. They haven't picked up any items just yet, but it's still looking good, especially for Team Liquid Philippines. But Smart Omega might want to take on this fight.
Sanji has the Way of the Dragon, so he is just as deadly. Does not have a Flicker, though. He has a double dash. Super Yoshi checking in on that bush, and it's a rock, paper, scissors game here. JP can force Yoshi to do something, but all the while, Omega's controlling this brush.
Yeah, they're all at this point too, given the vision that they need. Waiting for that turtle. JP will go ahead. There he gets kicked.
Yoshi gets the kick. Followed up with a feathered airstrike. He goes down himself, serving him another kill to Carl TZ. 1-for-1.
Roamer's out of the picture. Both teams can still contest with a turtle though.
Yeah, there's no Zaman Force for Ohev, but Sanji has his ultimate still.
Grab on a Carl TZ. Sent them all the way back behind the turret. And there's a fight here. Unleashing the beast is Sanford, the Apex Predator, cornering the Shinobi. Down goes Andoryu. Oheb gets the kill. This might be a sure turtle for the Cavalry. Zaman Force by Oheb. How on half of the baby cakes. Both of them doing work right now. And another turtle goes to Liquid.
That was a beautiful timing from Sanford, just deciding to go all out against Andoryu once he knew that the Uki Shadow kill was already used and there was no way to contest anymore.
Unstoppable force on the Yoshi. He answers with a kick, but Oheb takes him down. A rich play by Oheb.
Very rich, gets himself some gold, and that turret is just going to go down here too. One more shot from the cannon minion, and Oheb clears out that lane. So Super Yoshi really struggling right now, at least in this point, trying to find up those picks that he can with the Cho, but it just doesn't seem to be working out. Maybe they need a little bit more time to just get online here.
Another one. Sanji finds him. And now Andoryu's backing off. Sanji with a stolen combo. The Way of the Dragon, not enough of a follow-up, but still put the fear of God in Andoryu.
Yeah. Team Liquid Philippines, a very impressive management of the waves, but hold on.
Carl TZ guilty of Grand Theft Orange. Lewis gets taken down. Carl TZ taking everything.
Man, JP just tossed him right outside of the circle too of that feathered airstrike. Can they go ahead and follow through? Now the focus here in the mid lane, a very comfortable gold lead at almost 5K.
Shadow kill by Andoryu. They're trying to scavenge the situation. Super Yoshi gets taken down. And it's just him who pays the price. I mean, they were just trying to defend.
He's getting blasted.
That was a desperate Oki Shadow kill too, coming from Andoryu, just wanting to clear out the minions that were coming in. And at least for him, it was successful. They weren't able to push the tier 1 mid lane turrets, but that didn't prevent Team Liquid Philippines from still getting the kills. And Super Yoshi has already been taken out 4 times.
That's what we're talking about, the man fighting. Liquid's almost unstoppable from this position. Look at JP just walking through the back. Ukir gets caught, forced to flicker away. The Zaman Force sent in by Oheb. Blasting Lewis to Kingdom Come.
Sanford.
Yoshi trying to fix the situation. Shadow kill. Fails to find Sanford unless finds that quad shadow in the back. Finally taking down the mid lane genius. 1-for-1.
I just love all this interaction too the whole time. Carl TZ's like, I got the Lift Wonder, I got the turtle. You guys got the fight, and he gets the third one.
That's discipline going in from the young GOAT. But Team Liquid Philippines at this point, they might just not let go of the control all over the map anymore. Smart Omega are yet to take even a single turret away from Team Liquid. And this is becoming very difficult for Andoryu, still level 10 on the Hayabusa.
And this whole while, look at Oheb, he's just pushing.
Oheb's having that experience right now. Conceal's going to be used. This is what Super Yoshi wants, though. I'm not sure how much more of a beating he can take. I mean, it's sad when Sanji...
Flicker! Ejector! putting away one, but they do survive. Lewis is okay. JP gets taken down by Andoryu. Traded out for finally Lewis falls. Andoryu gets taken down by Carl.
That's 2 members, including your jungler, who just wanted to probably transition and secure his purple buff without any fight, but Team Liquid Philippines did not allow that to happen. Not even Luis could withstand the damage coming in from Team Liquid Philippines anymore, and the quick check onto the gold differences. There's a significant difference between both the junglers and the gold laners, the jungle gold duos, which we've been constantly highlighting.
Yeah, this is tough. Like I was saying, looking for any type of angle for Smart Omega seems so difficult right now just because of, you throw Super Yoshi in there, and oftentimes there's not even an option to do that because it's usually JP just being like, well, I got it, let's go. And he's done that time and time again. So when you have this kind of lead, 7,000 up at the 9-minute mark, you can continue to do this and just punish Smart Omega. It's them just constantly looking for something until that Lord is up. And so they now get down here on the bottom side.
Conceal play starting up. Feather Death Strike, the response by Omega. The Zaman Force, safety ejector, defensively used. TLPH back off. Lewis looking for one. Where's the grab? Force the flicker back. And in comes the barangay. Sanji goes down. Hasa, hasa, hasa. Andoryu, the nightmare. Taking down Oheb, the shutdown. Yoshi traded out for another ejector. Andoryu found by Carl Teasy. Currently the trade 2 for 2. Blood and bodies everywhere.
That's a roamer and your jungle in exchange of the gold lane and mid lane of Team Liquid Philippines. But it seems like it was more costly for Smart Omega since there is an objective. There is a lord that they have to secure up top.
Again, it's almost, you're finding Smart Omega kind of taking these risks because they're like, we have to somehow get back into this game, but again, at what cost? Andoryu gets a double, but he's still so far behind Carl Teasy.
Yeah.
Carl Teasy's just been farming up just constantly, and that's what the Suyo does so well. It's like he never stops. And then when they decide to fight, the way that JP just throws someone into the arms of Carl Teasy, they're dead before they can even blink. So now the Lord is up. TLPH will go ahead and get in position, and this is a massive deficit overall in terms of gold and itemization for Smart Omega, so they're going to have to choose the fight very carefully as they approach this. Sanford will go ahead and find Lewis, keep him at bay. Super Yoshi goes with the kick.
Oh, starting up, taking down the Apex Predator. He became prey. Carl Teasy secures the Lord, though. As the kick gets Andoryu, Sanji helps one score. And that's a Zaman Force pushing everyone away. Oheb saying this is my domain.
Oh, Lewis is still there.
Lewis! JP, one more pulse. And the conceal, the answer. Lewis gets punished hard.
And conceal and the ejector to get additional shields. And just when we thought that Smart Omega could have potentially contested that objective, Andoryu was stopped. That was a precise usage of the copied Way of the Dragon, the IMU from Sanji, just to make sure that he will not be able to press on that retribution.
Yeah, there was no chance really for them, maybe the slightest, but TLPH has been in that position before. And not only do they go get that Lord, they'll get everything else, even putting the pressure on the purple buff now, as that's also stolen. So you got Andoryu with no buff, and they have to rely on the lineup that they brought to go ahead and defend against this. It is only that first Lord push in. You still got a Holy Shield up there on the top to deal with. But it's TLPH, leave it up to them to go ahead and even force a fight within the base if they want to.
Yeah.
Sanji doesn't have an ultimate just yet, so we'll see what he ends up taking. It's been that way, the Dragon from Super Yoshi, most of the time.
Yeah, Ukir and Jome have a lot of range and ways to actually deal with this, but let's see what Team Liquid Philippines is planning to do.
Oh,
Feathered Airstrike, answering back, popping JP. He still lives, but only for a second longer as Jome takes him down. Unfortunate we have to pause the action, but this is definitely a siege Liquid's ready to take.
Yeah, it looks like this is maybe on TLPH's side too. Interesting, timing there, but it did. They at least it seems like they're going to have a successful base defense for the first Lord. So with that, again, Smart Omega. How can they turn this around? You're 12 plus minutes into this game. It's looking pretty dicey, across the roles here.
Yeah.
How do they crawl back into this game, Brick?
I mean, I think they found a number of openings here and there. When Team Liquid Philippines are the ones a bit more unsuccessful in terms of the fights that they start, they get to just keep on going. They have the mobility, they have the range. Super Yoshi taking command. Also, earlier we've seen an instance wherein he just decided to commit, and it was somewhat a successful engage for them, taking out Oheb. It kind of reflects in the way Oheb isn't necessarily topping the damage leaderboards as of this moment. He's kind of in the middle, about to climb it though, since he has the 9-minute Holy Crystal already in his hands, but it still somehow minimizes the threat, the damage that Smart Omega could potentially take. But if Oheb were to become free enough to find a perfect spot to land that Zaman Force and just dance around the members of Smart Omega, then that would spell disaster for the Barangay.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the placements or positioning for Smart Omega just seems a little bit off right now. Part of it too is just actually being able to go and fight around those objectives, and maybe in a little bit of more time they're actually going to be in a position to go ahead and go toe-to-toe with TLPH. But so far it's really just been the team fighting potential that TLPH has and the way that they're positioning themselves, which is making it so hard for Smart Omega.
Yeah, even for Andoryu though, I'd like to note that he hasn't had the best time so far. It's been so hard for him to find the right targets. It's been, I think there's only been one team fight wherein he was able to pinpoint Oheb. It was when he was able to take him down during that one trade which
Near
they
the orange
had,
buff.
near the orange buff. But other than that, it's so hard for him to find the openings by himself. It has to be set up by Super Yoshi. But when Super Yoshi himself finds it so hard to maneuver around the Team Liquid Philippines, it's like a domino effect for them altogether.
So we're going back in. So okay, they did defend all base turrets, it looks like, as we catch back up here. Still a pretty big lead for TLPH, 8,000 ahead at the 12.5-minute mark. They're still a minute and so away from the next Lord. So right now for Smart Omega, they have a little bit of time, get what they can, farm up what they can, get some of the items caught up here, but still have a lot of work to cover. Again, it comes down to just positioning when it comes to the objective. They're actually quite confident just kind of forcing themselves towards this side of the map, at least in the mid lane.
Super Yoshi finds one, plays with the range and gets a kick. Sanford slain. Super Yoshi though traded out for Oheb with a vengeance, and Sanji with a kick of his own, serving up a kill to the Filipino sniper. 2 for 1. They're not done, JP. Feinting onto them, forcing a shadow kill. Andoryu will get the assassination.
Oh, the blade surge. Didn't connect in time.
Oheb with a Kamehameha to the face. Wrong anime, but he does find the right guy. Ukir falls.
You know, he's got the aura around him that kind of looks like it. Now they're going to work on the mid turret of the base. We'll see if Jome and Andoryu is going to be able to keep it together.
I think they call it Nen. Jome and Andoryu very low. Another Zaman Force. Yoshi with the immortality pop, and Oheb finds both. Serving up a kill to Carl Teasy. Lewis falls as well. That's just 2 left to defend the cores of Omega.
It's the baby cakes. They're doing it.
Yeah, now they have the opportunity to set up for the Lord. Andoryu though still has his retribution intact as well as his Ogi shadow kill, but he's being blocked off.
Yeah, you don't take that. Even though with Hayabusa, you know, you try to pull a miracle off, it's better to go ahead and just regroup with the team. You might still live to fight another fight in this game, even though this is now another Lord pushing in favor of TLPH. Taking a glimpse at the items, how's it looking, Brig?
Yeah, Sanford really opted to go for additional sustain and defense, since Smart Omega might be looking at taking him out consistently. That's a pattern we've been seeing 2 times in a row already prior to them starting the team fights. But what doesn't make it really work for them is the fact that Team Liquid Philippines is just able to respond so fast. They are immediately able to take the trades, and they win the trades at that. So now they also have the Lord alongside them marching in the middle lane. This will be a very difficult defense for the Barangay.
Charged up in here, both lanes all pushing in alongside with the Lord in the mid lane. A conceal's going to be used. Sanji moves forward.
Coming through, stealing a Death Sonata. The answer by Ukir, trying to clear these waves. Top lane inhibitor falls. Andoryu still holding on to a shadow kill, down to half health. And now it's just the bare base left for the Barangay.
Oh, Sanford jumps in, is gonna go for Lewis.
Lewis going for the split. JP with the flicker in. The answer,
Oh.
the kick from Yoshi. Taking down Daddy JP. Salmon Force coming in from Oheb. Baby Cake's doing work. The Shadow Kill from
Oheb's
Doryu putting Oheb down. Popping his immortality. Jome is down. Carl TZ, the young goat doing work. The base is exposed. Oh no, but there's not enough from Liquid.
They're still pushing in with the minions, though. Oheb and Sanji are together.
And Carl TZ falls. Omega holding on.
Oheb.
Oheb is coming in. His coach is watching. His mom is watching. Social media's gonna talk about it. Game 1, Liquid.
All eyes on Oheb. And TLPH will take game number 1 in the series.
Team Liquid took advantage of that one missed attempt from JP to cast the ejector accurately. Who would have thought that that could already give way for them to put an end to that game?
You know what?
Who was watching?
A wise man, his mom, his coach.
I thought you said his goat.
Oh no, his coach.
His
Coach.
coach.
A wise man said, don't believe what you hear on social media.
Yeah.
And sometimes don't believe what your eyes show you, because if you watch that closely, you could have sworn Oheb was dead.
You could have sworn.
And what was that? Did he juggle the crown?
He got the immortality.
And he
He
suddenly
came back, and then he had like a massive shield because he had Zaman Force.
That's why.
I'm not sure if he picked up the crown too. I have to go back because I was also watching Carl TZ.
Yes.
Because Carl TZ was focusing on a different side, and then he tried to go in, catch the Farsa, and then he couldn't.
I could have sworn Omega was going to defend.
Yeah, because down bottom it was the JP Sanford duo making things happen, and then on the other side there were the damage dealers desperately trying to end the game, and Sanji didn't even get like a Way of the Dragon or any other ultimate. He got the Death Sonata.
He got the Death Sonata. And I don't know if that was planned or he just grabbed what he could. But then even later on, he had the Way of the Dragon. Here, the stacks.
Got money.
He's got money this time. MVP. Game number 1 on the Harith once again. Oheb here, 9-1-9 on this Harith. And really, I mean, he had a phenomenal game throughout, but it really, if you guys just go back, break down that last sequence in the base, it really shows just how good Oheb is, especially with positioning and his game sense and dealing with a lot of those pressure team fights, because that was pretty chaotic when you think about that push to that win.
It was. And the 919 KDA, the Holy Crystal at the 9-minute mark, everything just worked so well for Oheb during that entire game. And even though we felt like he wasn't able to make the most out of the Zaman forces in the first few minutes of the game, it was the perfect usage of the Zaman Force when it mattered the most, when they were already knocking at the base. And it was made possible by the, again, constant aggression shown to us by both the JP and Carl TZ. We've seen the Baby Cakes duo make things happen in their own little ways. And as much as I was hopeful for what Smart Omega could potentially bring to this game, we've seen Super Yoshi actually multiple times really attempt to do something and initiate something for Team Liquid Philippines, but it was always the 5-man response coming in from the cavalry which got the better of the Barangay.
You know what? Credit to the Barangay's new roamer. I'd say, 9 out of 10 of his kicks or setups did lead to something.
Yeah.
If it was a good thing or a thing that the rest of the Barangay was ready for is another entirely different issue, but yeah, he was trying.
Yeah. He actually got to slowly get a grasp or understand what needed to be done as the game developed. He was transitioning from targets to whoever was most available. Even the kicks onto Sanford, it did result into a pickoff. But again, Team Liquid Philippines, even despite losing Sanford, still had their damage dealers alongside them, still had other modes or means to set up. They have Sanji, who either picked up the Way of the Dragon, or they had JP on the Jawhead, who also has the Ejector or the Unstoppable Force, and this was the sequence, the final sequence, which surprised us with the massive amount of shields Oheb still got after popping his immortality.
Yeah, he had that immortality, and this is where they go push it in again. Zaman Force dropped down, gets Endoru, and then works on that base. So just a great try. And I do have to agree with you, Brigida. You know, Super Yoshi, he had a hell of a time here on the Cho, I feel like, just overall. But he was trying to get those setups. It was more so the fact that Smart Omega was pretty much down by thousands of gold throughout the entirety of the game for the most part, right? And like even if you get those pick-offs, those setups, yes, they're going to work, or maybe you get one kill here or there, but there was still some fighting potential for Smart Omega. It's just when you're down that much, it's pretty difficult to overall win a team fight, and maybe that's something that they can adjust from going into the next game, because TLPH is that team that plays these fights really cleanly, and that's exactly what they showcased here in this one.
Yep. It's I think the draft wasn't that bad. It was it was a great exchange. Even the glue, just unfortunately, whenever he tried to go in, he just gets immediately punished. And
Omega had the right pieces.
Yeah.
They just weren't in the right places at the right times.
Yeah.
Lewis was right in the right dude for the most part. It's just they couldn't capitalize.
Yep.
What was that? 2 or 3 times in major team fights, he found Carl Teasy.
Yeah.
So I'd say that's a good job. It's just, where's the artillery from that? Big J, he was playing, but he wasn't playing in the right places.
You just didn't feel the impact of the gold lane, and that's I don't want to completely say that's Jome's fault here. It's
Entirely?
really, yeah,
Not
entirely.
not
It's
his
not
fault
entirely his
entirely,
fault
yeah.
at all, but. Really, when you look at the games, like you just don't feel that impact yet from that gold lane in comparison to, for TLPH here, for OHEB, for example. So you've got the rich guy here. It's actually Carl Teasy, because he was farming out of his mind.
He was going to be my silent MVP,
Silent
if not
MVP?
the real MVP, because he had a wild game on the Suyo.
Yeah, so that's the Baby Cakes duo, getting both actual MVPs.
Still wondering who is the baby and who is the cakes.
I don't think it's.
Or are they not?
it's
Are they
one
not
or the
separate?
other. It's like.
They're just baby cakes.
Correct.
But they assigned the baby and the cakes yesterday.
They did?
I think it was Sanji who assigned it, because he was the one who gave the name Baby Cakes. So it's all started because of Sanji. And
It's his fault.
I don't know if Oheb and Carl are happy with that.
We gotta ask him. We gotta ask him.
Sanji opened his eyes. That was him.
We didn't even get to mention it, but his eyes were closed.
That can work. If you want to close your eyes and throw things out like that, that works. But also, I think in just a second, we have a packed arena in here, by the way, yesterday and today. So we're looking for the Smart Power pose. All you guys have to do is put your game face on and make your Smart Power pose. We'll see which one of you guys are going to be winning some in-game codes. No, we don't want to see your phones. We want to see your poses, guys.
They're showing it alongside their poses.
No smiling.
No smiling.
Look at Carl's face.
Carl's not smiling.
No smiling.
Oh, I think that's
no smiles.
That's almost 99%
There's
accurate.
no movements either.
No movements. Look at the angle on the elbow.
Okay.
These folks are doing it right on.
These folks are doing it right.
I can't decide between these two.
Stable line.
I think this guy gets a buff because he's wearing OG Echo merch.
That's true. That is OG Echo merch.
Who's the guy on the phone?
I think that was a Chaknu.
Shaknu. That's pretty good.
He has the idea, it's just not well executed.
Are they going to pick him? Or okay, he did. He did. Congratulations, sir.
Fortunately, it's not up to us.
It was Carl isn't slouching though.
Fortunately, it's not up to us.
But now, oh man, now he gets the movements again.
Because it's done.
Because it's done. Oh, by the way, what? That's a box they hand them, right?
It's an envelope.
Oh, that's an actual
that
envelope?
immediately contains their prize.
The codes.
Ooh. I really wish I had diamonds.
I really wish I didn't spend all my diamonds earlier.
He spent a whopping 53,000 diamonds today.
Why does it keep increasing?
What do you mean?
We went from 45,000 to now 53,000.
No, I just said 73.
Dude, Leo.
I feel so bad
We're going
for
to
you,
dishearten the people that want to go and play the KOF. Bingo.
I mean, you get free tickets by playing, right? Like, you just follow the thing. There's an event where you can pull.
You can get free tickets.
And not spend 153 diamonds like Joseph has.
But if I would...
1,000 diamonds.
That's a whole lot. If I would suggest you guys out there, maybe wait. Because there's a lot of great things coming out for MLBB skins.
Like
and
what?
I don't know. We've been throwing out hints all around.
Yeah.
Since week 1, man.
And if you've been watching earlier, we had a special guest who was wearing...
His name was Exort.
An old RSG tribute skin line?
Yeah,
but we had another guest.
Could you imagine? No, we don't want to give things away, Brigida.
Who was our other guest today?
I just remember someone with white hair.
And sandals.
You wearing sandals here?
Yeah. Alan Tanon is also wearing sandals, probably. Prime Oheb is back. What do you think about this? Do you agree?
I'm afraid that whatever's happening here and come playoffs, whatever we see there is more powerful than Prime Oheb.
Oh.
Whatever we see in playoffs?
Yep.
What is more powerful than Prime? Like,
Because
if you say
look,
I'm in my prime,
here's the thing.
What is higher than Prime?
Here's the thing. Is Prime Oheb Filipino Sniper M3 Oheb?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
He was playing with a team. He was playing for a team.
Yeah.
Here, he's literally just baby cakes mode. He is MVPing back to back to back.
That's true.
So I dare say this is a stronger form of Oheb. I mean, we've yet to see it get real results consistently, but
I'm really wondering now what the criteria is to be a baby cake.
I think there's just like room for two. Why? Why does it even matter? Why do you want to try to?
No, I'm not saying I don't want to be a baby cake.
You're saying it, but that's not.
I'm just curious. No, it's based off curiosity.
Oh, you just want to know.
I just want to know.
So, I don't know.
Bring it out. I thought you were gonna answer that.
No, I also don't know or can't imagine how it feels like to be a baby cake.
Maybe
No, you don't have to know what it feels like. You just have to know what
the criteria is.
What it takes to be a baby cake.
I don't know.
You know how like sometimes you have to do like, what is it, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups?
I can't do that.
I don't think being a baby cake is a physical state.
Okay, it's just a look.
It is it's a connection.
Ah, you can be a baby cake.
Who?
You three. The wee bear
Well,
room.
I was gonna say, there's not a third person here except you.
So yeah, are we baby cakes?
You know? By the way, the baby cakes right now is the golden month for MLBB. I'm not sure if that's connected or not, but hey, that's definitely on the criteria. Big shout outs to Flap. But yeah, get a chance also, guys, to just join and also get on a video call with your MPL idols when going to our barangay communities out there. There's a whole lot of them, actually.
So they went to a couple of barangays, even out of Metro Manila in Dau, Mabalacat.
Aren't some of our friends out here right now also?
Yeah, Rockhart drove out.
He flew out.
Macabebe, Pampanga too. So we're going to the vicinity of the north here.
Yeah. Imagine wanting to video call your idol so bad. And
Who would you video call, Brig?
Like,
quick.
As the players?
Yeah, yes, of course, your MPL idol.
Who should I video call?
You want to video call, what is that, 7 times 8?
I should pick a coach.
56 players equally.
Okay, maybe that's
all of them equally.
Yes, that's the perfect answer for me. Thank you for putting it into words.
You're welcome. Also, shout out to the live streaming players out there, all streaming. Well, there's so many actually amazing streams and restreams going on. Catch them out, and you can also watch their streams for a chance to win and get codes and the opportunity. I think more people would actually be interested in this.
Yeah.
Get the opportunity to play with some of their favorite players out there.
Yep, so every Monday following, you get to play with the likes of Kirk, Renegade, and...
I think that was Sanford, yeah.
Sanford.
Play with 40.
You get to have a follow back and play with them.
Hopefully. Hopefully, you know, they follow you back and maybe they gift you a skin. I don't know. I think they can do that too. Also, that's blue side pick now for the 100%ers, TLPH.
Ooh.
We jump into the draft here. Game 2. I'm just wondering, man, you know, if we're actually going to see the potential for this Game 3 through this draft. We've already got the bands coming through. TLPH will take out the Phobius, the Moskov, and the Bedang. These are kind of a little bit different bands.
Whoa. I'm sensing...
What are we sensing?
Liquid wants to go back to the situation they were in Game 1.
Yeah. What?
Where all holds... no holds barred.
No, I was going to all holds bar or no holds bar?
That's not a fight at all.
No bars holding.
Yeah. It's literally anything goes, because that's what's going to happen here.
Oh, but they took out the Harris.
You go Grenier?
Grenier. This is a Grenier.
There's a Suyo Joy.
There's Suyo Joy.
How did we forget? This is surprising because,
there's a fan. Nay.
Carl Teasy is known to have a love-hate relationship with Fanny.
Yes! That's exactly why this is a surprise for a lot of us. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Year in, year out, Carl Tizzi has to prove he deserves to play Fanny.
I feel like when I've seen him playing it on stream, like he's usually either really happy or really frustrated.
It's the same situation in high-profile tournaments, man. Yeah. He's done it internationally. He's done it in league.
Yep.
And it's never 100% sure what the young goat does with this Fanny.
Okay. So it's been a very bold move for Team Liquid Philippines to go with this, but at least for the rest of their members, I feel like they're getting their comfort picks so far. The Cho can be potentially flexed still. Also somewhat of a deny against Smart Omega, but we might be likely seeing this in the hands of JP instead of Sanford, since there are a lot of XP lane matchups that are still available. Yep. And XP lane heroes too for both of these teams later on. So
Smart Omega looking to ban out mid laners, I'd assume.
Yeah, I want to get rid of that.
And then
Farsa, Valentina, maybe?
Liquid wants the... How does Liquid play this?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, see? Omega wants to get as... Oh, yeah. Liquid's going to take out possible counters to the Fanny. There's still no roamer.
Like, what would that be?
There's
would
a Tig.
Would we even see, like, a Kufra in the hands of Smart Omega for Super Yoshi?
Well, I do feel like he plays a very similar hero pool to what we know of
Hilda ban.
Learn from the Mamba.
Yeah, but...
Maybe ban the Hilda here.
Yeah, it's either the Hilda or the Tig if they really want to deny that
Yeah,
crowd control.
Wow.
Oh, they take out the Kufra instead. So the Hilda and the Tig are available for Smart Omega.
They'd rather the Kufra because the Hilda does nothing against the Cho.
And they took, and I mean, they also took the Cho, right? So what's left to actually go ahead and pick up in the roam here?
So there's a... Oh!
There's a debut. That's a Super Yoshi special.
This brings me back to Escalera days, where they keep picking up the Ruby. I think that was against the Joy, but now it's against the Fanny. Pretty similar in concept, but okay. Team Liquid Philippines, what do they decide to pick up against this? There's no Badang. There's a Phovi. Oh, there's no Phovius.
Phovi got banned.
So they might want to go for the Hilda won't have an easy time too, since there's a Ruby. But it's been working pretty well with Sanford yesterday, and they might want that additional information too. Not unless they still want to keep going for the fights.
Yeah.
There's a Lucas too.
They don't go for a Valentina here, do they? I mean, they could take a Louis Yi or the I'm Offended. Oh, it's a Veil.
Oh.
Veil got a Contra. Okay.
Whoa, wait. Is it a side lane Cho then?
Yeah. No, maybe... maybe it's gonna be...
I think it is.
Oh, okay.
We don't see good XP very often.
Yeah, we don't anymore. So they do go for XP Cho. It's a Cho Hilda matchup in the XP lane. It's just purely rotation and clearing.
They just both want to get out of there.
Okay, so assuming that there wasn't any swaps there at the end, we'll get a look here in just a second once this is loaded up. But yeah, interestingly enough, even so though, like the Cho is still going to be serving the purpose. Like, you know, Sanford's just going to be using that kick to lock someone down or maybe even peel. Carl Tizzi will be looking for the momentum setup with this Fanny pick, and I'm sure a lot of people are interested to see how Carl Tizzi will play the Fanny here.
Yeah.
Looking at the lineup rating, it's heavily favored, at least rating-wise, for Smart Omega.
Yep, it does feel like to some extent there are a bit more risks involved in terms of how Team Liquid Philippines will have to execute their lineup. Ultimate dependent, mid laner, at least for the damage, but they can tend to interrupt every now and then too with the Veil and the Cho in their hands. But the Fanny might just really be the X factor here. We'll have to see whether or not it will be denied by Smart Omega, or will it be able to play out of his mind and just get the constant pickups or pressure on the map.
And it's always a showcase when you get your chance to go ahead and watch one of the professional players play the Fanny. But I think that's the thing too, is especially seeing what Carl Tizzi did with the Suyo in the previous game. And Doryu can actually do the same thing here. He can just go ahead and farm out of his mind, get that pace and momentum in his favor, and hopefully that can translate to a lot better of an early game and even the mid game for Smart Omega. They don't want to fall behind this lineup, because if you fall behind, then it's going to scale heavily in favor of
Mobile
TLPH and
Legends.
probably be one of the quicker games so far that they've played here. So again, I feel like Smart Omega should be able to match this out, but we'll see how it all plays out in this best of 3. Right now, TLPH up 1 in the series. Can it be evened out and played through here for Smart Omega?
Yep. So far, we'll be expecting again, just for the explainers, to keep doing their best to rotate faster out of their lanes. But for this Ruby Louis combination, it might be a bit tricky to find yourself right in front of them.
Yep.
It'll be hard to disengage once they catch you on.
We'll see how they play out this Lith Wander here already.
Carl Teasy coming in with much gusto.
He didn't get it.
Rarely do we see a Fanny run into 3 this early on, especially with a lineup with that much CC. Again, you land in front of Suyo the wrong way, you get stunned, son.
Yep, and that Suyo was the one who actually got the Little Wander early on. So looking at the emblems, nothing too different as well. Really mostly relying on damage as well for Carl Teasy, making sure that he gets in the right amount of damage. And pretty typical item pathings for the first few minutes of the game. So we'll just see if this will be indeed a better rotation for Smart Omega, since by the looks of it, they're somehow able to move out more often.
Whoa, Young Go, take it easy. Big J's trying to farm here.
He's just doing a check here for now. So again, waiting for that. Oheb will actually go fight Window.
He's freezing him, you see that?
Yeah. He's avoiding the bullets really well, too. So now there's a turtle up top. Luis is already level 4.
This should be Omegas, right, JP?
Uh-huh.
Whoa.
JP goes down and Dorius slays him. And this is all but sure as the Barangay scores a turtle.
I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, JP even popped the Revitalize. There's Diversion.
Oh, they're coming in through the purple buff and the ult coming through the wind blast by Sanji. Called easy, clean house.
Man.
And falls, double kill. Ukir falls too. The purples are standing retribution. Carl gets slain by Lewis.
He wasn't able to survive it, but he got 2 kills there.
Yeah, them not taking the purple buff just yet worked so well. The wall was still there, and so Carl Teasy was just able to spam his cables and take out 2 members of Smart Omega, although there was an immediate trade from their side, and that still is the best possible trade for Team Liquid Philippines, since it's still Carl Teasy and they weren't able to take the turtle. So Smart Omega are somewhat in the lead, but now we see the threat of a Veil whenever they sense and have an idea of the diversion.
Dear God, Ukir down to 1/10 of his health. I was about to say, I think if that happens again, or the second turtle goes over to Omega, it's going to be on Sanji to help Oheb get the farm.
Yeah.
MPLPH all-time hero stats. Only 7 games in the MPL Philippines. He's got a KDA 2.19, a 57% win rate, and it went 4-3. So we'll see if he adds one to the list here for Carl Teasy.
See, told you, close to 50-50. Love and hate, man.
Love and hate, and that's usually the case because it's just banned out all the time, right? Like, Fanny is typically from season to season banned out. Now it looks like they want to put the pressure here on the bottom side. Oheb's going to get a little extra gold. Meanwhile, up top, some mirroring happening here, but I don't think they catch Sanford.
Yep. Both teams are able to just really defend and prolong the early game really well. But the invades just keep coming. They won't let Carl Teasy easily get his purple buff.
Mega here, applying a pressure pain point onto this purple buff. Lewis very low. The pride of Cebu gets kicked up into the air. Oh, answering to Carl Teasy. He goes down to diversion. Coming through, dealing a lot of damage with the yin-yang. JP falls. And Carl Teasy loses his purple here.
Loses his purple. They just don't have enough damage yet. Even with this Veil combination here, they'll take the diversion.
Ooh.
Good thing Oheb went back, but that is going to be now another objective, a turtle secured for Smart Omega. So they are doing everything right, correctly right now, at least for this portion of the game. They're shutting down Carl Teasy every single time that purple buff does come up. They're there on cue.
Yep.
And so far, there hasn't been an answer for TLPH to deal with that pressure.
All attention towards Carl Teasy this time. All eyes are on Carl Teasy this time, the other half of the Baby Cakes. And Luis has been performing really well, 3-0-1 on this Hilda, which pretty much sums up why you really would not want to have a Hilda in the enemy lineup.
Oh.
But they catch Andoryu!
40 gets the kick, serving up a kill to Carl Teasy. Finally finding sweet revenge. I don't think Andoryu was ready for that.
Yeah, I don't think he was at all, but again, how do they shift forward from here? TLPH looking to go ahead and close that little gap that is building, but look at the focus here on the bottom.
He's cutting that wave, trying to make up for lost time. All this while, Daddy JP protecting Oheb.
Yeah. Another thing is Super Yoshi, when he finds the right openings, there are some really reliable flicker combos. Oh, another I'm offended.
Pops are revitalized, ready for war. Sanford knocking up on another kick. The AOG, the answer back, the wind blast. Ukir falls. Sanford traded out for, though, as Super Yoshi walks away. 1-for-1 the trade.
Wow, this, you got to give it up to Lewis, man. Lewis is on point right now. He's 4-0-1 on this Hilda.
Yeah, he's been stopping every single person, and look at that, even JP, he's not letting his eyes off that member.
Carl Teasy underneath tier 1 once more down bottom. He was happy Lewis wasn't there, so he's going to take every single chance he could with Big J.
Gosh, what does Lewis even have right now? We got to get a little item check here in just a second because
He's got courage.
He's got more than courage.
I think it's just the Dreadnought armor.
Oh, kick.
Oh, finding the knock-up and the wind blast. Not enough of a kit to finish the job. Ukir walks away.
Yeah, not even that Sansan engage had enough damage. They won't be getting another turtle.
Oh, 40 with a knock-up. Can they finish the job here? Super Yoshi gets knocked out.
It's knocked out. Lewis going to be focused by 4.
All right. Can they finally end the Cebuano Prodigy's onslaught? No. Lewis is going to keep going.
Gets a sprint out. That's about it. There's just not enough damage yet. You know, coming out from TLPH's lineup, and Sanji needs a little bit more time to get the items on this Veil to really come online. He's been hitting the combinations and really even utilizing it with JP when he jumps in with the Avatar of the Guardian.
Yeah.
But they're just not converting it. Here's the
item. Kick! Big J! What? We only saw the tail end of the sequence.
I was just supposed to say that at least for Team Liquid Philippines, they have Carl Teasy. They have the Fanny to at least manage the waves, manage the map up until the point wherein they feel like they're confident enough to fight. But that was just so perfect for them to find an important kill towards the top. I feel like Joe just wanted to defend that lane, but he had no idea that Sanford was probably there too.
Oh, Carl Teasy, it's as if the first 5 minutes of the game didn't happen. Sitting at 5-2-0, pulling 187s across the map.
He's just doing work on this, especially the side lanes. Lewis will go up, and yeah, we did Google him. He had the anti-harass. He was working on his next item, but man, Jome. Oh, hold on, Carl.
Whoa. He can't go one-on-one against Lewis, man.
Yeah, you can't. You can't go there.
So once Lewis is there, he can.
Lewis is the biggest problem right now, and especially when that sprints up, you know, you're not going to be able to really catch him. So it's just buying time.
He fears no man.
Yeah.
Except the Cebuano Prodigy.
Oh,
I'm offended by Super Yoshi. Sanford down to a third of his health. The answer, the wind blow. JP charging up, throwing a little bit more damage. No caution to the wind. That is a Queller canceled. JP fighting with 3 here.
Yeah.
JP just staying on that course now in the mid lane. This is a Lord up now, and I have to say, Smart Omega controlling all turtles. We'll see if TLPH actually wants to go ahead and contest this one now.
Sneaky chubby wave down bottom pushes 1.
What JP's trying to do might just work for Team Liquid Philippines if they're able to block off Lewis and allow Carl Teasy to just get to his targets. Because if again Lewis is present in the team fight, I don't think it'll be.
They're gonna go for purple again.
Yeah, I don't think Carl Teasy will be just pursuing it. But hold on.
4 members of the barangay, ill intentions. Carl Teasy gonna get to secure.
Okay, secures his buff at least. Lord still untouched for now. Managing those waves. Pressure in the mid.
Sanford knocks up 2, gets the kick onto Andoryu. The AOG, no one home. 40 down, gets a kill for Big J. And that's going to be Oheb taken down by Joe as well. All that Liquid get is Super Yoshi. All for 3. Even JP falls.
Oh, Sanji trying to run for his life. He does pop the flicker. Jome with a triple, though. That's what he needed to come online. Are they actually going to go for this and take the risk to try to steal the Lord away?
3K for Big J, enough to force Carl Teasy to respond. end. He gets out of dodge, but will not be able to steal. Omega gets a big one.
And you would have sworn that it could have been a really good start for Team Liquid Philippines. It was a perfectly targeted way of the Dragon from Sanford onto Andoryu right before the objective. But aside the fact that they weren't just able to burst him down immediately, all other members of Smart Omega were just within the area too. They were immediately able to respond, and that didn't work for Team Liquid Philippines. Now they're on the defense.
They're on the defense now. Position that they have been in the past. Diversion's going to be used, though. Placing the team here. Conceal used.
Super Yoshi looking for a hook here. This Lord going to continue. Finds Sanford. Gets popped by Jome. Point blank pistol blast to the face. And they'll take down this Holy Shield down bottom. It might even get the inhibitor as well.
Lord's going to go down here, so they hold on. Carl Teasy won't get his purple buff again, so it's Smart Omega not letting up.
They're starving the goat, man.
Yeah, this is not looking too good. Sanford doesn't have any magic defense just yet, so he releases the damage.
Sanji goes into the back line, shutting down Big J. Ukir falls as well. Andoryu takes down Sanji, and Yoshi falls. 1 for 3 real quick for Liquid.
Man, what a placement and utilization of everything they have, all the tools there.
Sanji on that position just made so many possibilities for Team Liquid.
Sanford with a flicker set up. Fails to find a kill. All just to zone out Omega as they take that tier 1 in mid. JP coming through. Pops the revitalize. It's a lot of damage. Andoryu barely alive. Surging away. Trying to survive, running away. Lewis survives with just 2 more basic attacks in the tank.
And it looks like JP got the purple that they stole there. A diversion to cut them off. You're going to be a little bit too late, though. Not the right placement. So Smart Omega still holds on, but we got to look at the replay here because look at this. The setup from Sanji, Avatar the Guardian. Carl Teasy comes in, cleans up, and Oheb just runs on to the side to help finish off of that fight. Again, that is something that Smart Omega has to watch out for, but they do hold control of this game by a little bit.
Technically speaking, to explain what Sanji did is he blowed him up.
He blowed him up.
That was such a surprise attack coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. And again, if Team Liquid were able to actually get the kill onto Luis too, and Andoryu, that's a lot of bounty.
Conceal was an I'm offended. Displacing Daddy JP survives. The clapback from TLPH incoming. Loading it, taking down Lewis. The shutdown by the Filipino sniper.
Got him.
We just mentioned it. They weren't able to get the bounty earlier, but now they did. And guess who the gold went to? It went to Oheb. Oheb got the kill. And now, if we were to take a look, he's just leading up. He's now crawling the leaderboards in terms of overall gold.
We ain't in Cebu no more, son. This is the big leagues. Lord started up. JP holding the pixel brush.
They're holding the old JP.
I'm offended coming through. Popping Daddy JP just as quickly. Come easy on Jome. Wind of Nature. Lord still standing. Down to a third of its health.
Wind of Nature out. Super Yoshi trying to get a position. Are they going to be able to contest this one?
Big Lord knockup will not harm Carl Teasy. Yoshi, as he walks away, gets taken down by Oheb.
The fade away. Sanford on the hunt, though.
The kick finds Ukir. Not enough of a follow through. The wind blast. 40 taken down by Jome. Sniping him. Carl Teasy looking to finish the job. Finds Lewis. Serves another one up. Baby Cakes online.
Oh, man. Carl Teasy, how's he doing this? As much of a pressure was on him in the early game. Look at where he's standing. 7-2-3, and he's actually ahead of Andoryu right now.
And you'd think they just want to reset after getting the objective, but no. Sanford still called for an engage, and Sanji was there to provide the damage, forcing out the flicker from Ukir, and that'll mean a lot for Team Liquid Philippines now that they are about to engage.
AOG, preemptive use of the ult, does gonna lose himself as JP falls.
That seemed a little off, a little early on the Avatar of the Guardian. There's diversion, though, right to the mid. Whoa!
Does find Sanford and forces Sanji away, and the shutdown onto him. Carl Teasy looking to get the revenge kill. Jumps onto the Little Wanderer. Andoryu trying to back off. Sanford looking for it. The retribution, the kick. Carl Teasy looking for the damage. Andoryu's so chunky, and Sanford's gonna finish the job here. Serve up the kill, the shutdown.
Oh, and the flex mode at the end. They made a play, but it was a good attempt from Smart Omega. It was the right idea. Send the diversion. but they just couldn't catch everybody.
Yeah, and they didn't want to risk it anymore. So when they knew that Team Liquid Philippines were already chasing after Andoryu, they just decided to head back, retreat to their base, because they couldn't afford Team Liquid Philippines to just keep going at their base after, since it's already exposed. They already took down one inhibitor turret in the middle lane. But so far, Smart Omega, it seems like Team Liquid Philippines, Carl TZ specifically, is always able to find the openings to avoid these possible interruptions from either Super Yoshi, from either Luis. He doesn't feel afraid anymore of the Cebuano. And we have to check that instant replay to see how things turned out after that diversion, which Team Liquid Philippines were clearly aware of. But Smart Omega just had their eyes set on Sanji. Sanji is becoming such a huge problem for them now, and not to mention that missed Cutthroat, but still they were able to make Andoryu go down, still making it in time though for this next objective.
I think Andoryu exited that situation the wrong direction.
Should have gone the other way.
Yeah, if he did, then he would have he would have survived. But you know, regardless, to take down Sanji.
Yeah, I mean, even with that happening here, Carl TZ will go ahead and get his purple buff. Same on the other side. They're still working for it. Lord is up in 10. So item-wise, too, I mean, even Oheb really has just been having kind of free reign when he pops a heavy crossbow, and then he's kind of just following up on a lot of this. So Smart Omega, as they approach this next objective fight, they should get a little creative here, having that diversion. Maybe they use that to go ahead and find a better positioning. You're still going to have some pressure, though, at least on this side lane. You're seeing it here. There's also a glimpse at the stacks right now for Jome. 630, and then he's got 48. He's got the 48 at least on the Sky Piercer.
Yeah. Smart Omega just have to be extra careful of wherever they are planning to use the diversion, because once Sanji gets to sense wherever they're about to come up, then they will have to face the Wrath of the Windstorm. They will have to face the Sansan duo, either running towards them or the AOG denying them of whatever they want to start and try to do prior to the objective. So now it does feel like they will be planning to go for the diversion, but let's see how they're planning to time this. Luis can provide the information anyway, and Andoryu is just nearby if ever he does need to use and contest with the Retribution.
Okay, so it is going to go for a reset. You got Carl TZ. You might actually go ahead and put some of that pressure. Does want to get his orange and possibly his purple before the fight breaks out. Andoryu knows his timing is actually going to go ahead and start this. I'm not sure if they fully commit to it, though, as purple's already being worked on by Carl TZ. So it's at half health. It looks like they might actually want to go and just try to blitz this, but the information is already there from JP. Quarter the health.
Coming in, the knock-up and the response. AOG coming through. Andoryu still secures. Carl TZ jumping through too. Looking for that pocket finish. Super Yoshi down. Oheb gets the kill. So far, a Lord for a body.
That's actually okay.
Yeah.
It's a good deal for Omega.
Team Liquid Philippines, they were just focused on the heroes. Smart Omega, on the other hand, with the sacrifice that Super Yoshi did, were able to secure this Lord and, again, minimize whatever Team Liquid Philippines could have potentially done if it did go into their hands. But I'm pretty sure Team Liquid Philippines will just decide to take down this Lord right here. But they have to be aware.
He's going for Jome.
Carl TZ finding Big J. I think Big J popped the Wind of Nature there.
Yeah, he did. He already popped the Wind of Nature. He does have an immortality, but that's what Carl wanted. He just wanted to get that out of the way. He knew the rest of the team could go ahead and work on that Lord, as they did. Now they just need to clear up the lanes.
Masterful by the Young Goat, isolating the main damage dealer from Smart Omega, making that Lord pretty useless.
Yeah, currently leading in terms of damage leaderboard too. Carl TZ is just really making it happen with this Fanny. He seems to want to put an end to the love-hate relationship allegations that people have in terms of his Fanny, but it doesn't feel like they have this in the bag just yet. Smart Omega are really starting to fight back, and they're slowly getting a hang of what they need to do in order to prevent Team Liquid Philippines from getting the successful fights once again. If there is another unsuccessful attempt from Team Liquid Philippines to engage, it is so easy for Smart Omega at this point to just go for the punish. They already have enough damage, even just from Okir, even just from Jome. And mind you, Okir is also on the Brave Smite. This has been a common trend ever since the past few months, so it isn't an easy task entirely
Yep.
for Team Liquid Philippines to just take him out whenever they decide or they want to.
This is, again, where you get to the point of the game. We're reaching the 20-minute mark. This next Lord, very crucial. Also, the immortalities and everything else. Sanford might be going for a play here.
40 going through. That
Yoshi.
is the kick on a Super Yoshi. He goes down. The AOG by JP.
Coming
through.
trouble.
Lewis pushed out of his push right there as Andoryu comes in. Charge surge, stunning JP. Sanford tracking Lewis. Where you going, son?
Oh, they might actually want to re-engage here. So they do get out. They go regen up. JP still holding on, but Sanford, does he actually want to make a play again?
40 full on dashing through. Does not have a kick. Threatening one from Omega.
They might actually disengage here. They do take a couple shots. A lot of this little heat checking right now. The Lord's going to be up in 13, and Super Yoshi will be back up in 20. So Smart Omega, they can just place themselves if they need to, utilizing the diversion. Joe finally picks up that Wind of Nature again, though, as he traded it out earlier on.
Liquid strong-armed Omega in that engagement.
Yep.
Something tells me they're not happy with the trade because Sanford used his flicker.
Yep.
It's off for a minute. He's not going to have it for this Lord.
Yeah, and he was low at the time. You would think they would just want to reset after taking one successful pickoff and prepare for the upcoming objective, but they just really wanted to force another engage against Smart Omega before doing just that. But Super Yoshi is already back in the game, though they won't be able to position themselves first. Again, they have the diversion. They can just go whenever they need to since Luis is already giving them the vision. But they have to be careful. Sanji and JP are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, that's the advantage right now with that Louis Yi. So it's a half health on the Lord right now. They're going to blitz it. It looks like they have to make a move here.
Going for the burst finish, the response. Can the diversion come in time as JP preempts it? Coming in, the I'm offended, already spent by Super Yoshi. Lord still standing at the end of its health. The reset. Carl Teasy backing off.
It's going to be a reset. They take the safe route. Jome also swapping once again, picks up the immortality, and so does Carl Teasy here. So we're back to square one.
Yep, but there's no flicker. I'm offended from Super Yoshi. That was close for Carl Teasy. Nearly went down, but fortunately he has the immortality now. Oh, he's going for Luis.
Carl Teasy does not know Andoryu's here, but he smells something's fishy.
Half health for Luis. Again, immortality. Multiple members on both sides at this point, so it's going to be a crucial fight of just kind of mechanics for this Lord as we reach almost that 23-minute mark.
Yep. Smart Omega just really has to take into consideration wherever they're plotting the diversion, because similar to what happened earlier, it wasn't Sanji who used his skills in anticipation of the diversion. It was JP with just the taunts, the unbreakable that could that the members of Smart Omega could potentially face. So they have multiple tools and resources that could actually allow them to respond to these surprise diversions from Smart Omega. And similar to now, where are they going?
The diversion down bottom sends a handful of barangay members. Carl Teasy senses it and gets out of there.
Yeah, he gets out of there then. Lord is up, so diversion not available, at least for now. TLPH will go ahead and slowly start this up once again. They give it a go here, still positioning, trying to get that orange buff for Andoru as they set up for this fight, possibly again. Taking a shot with the Queller. Lord under the half health mark.
And this might be the point of no return. Lord down to a 10th, the kick by Sanford, and they collapse in. The blast, the blow, the jump. Carl Teasy down to a 10th of his health as well. I'm offended by Super Yoshi, taking down JP's immortality, and Super Yoshi still alive, wailing away. The Lord gets reset one more time.
Oh, diversion.
Oh, there's a diversion.
And the wind blast into that brush. JP says, let's re-engage. We can do this. As they blast away at Andoryu. Popping his immortality. Down goes JP. No one from the barangay falls just yet. Wind of Nature. Super Yoshi still alive, popping his immortality as well.
And immortality goes down. They re-engage.
Yoshi gets knocked up. Kick.
Carl!
Blasted here. Carl Teasy is godlike.
Oh, he gets out of there. He gets out of there at this point again. It's just one each down.
Oh, flicker by Sanji. High risk maneuver coming in. Does not get punished.
The Blade Surge didn't connect, but that was a very brave move coming in from Sanji, though Carl Teasy, was he able to get his purple buff?
Yes, he did.
Smart Omega might just be able to secure the Lord this time.
They might actually be able to get this. Again, a little item swap for Jome. Carl Teasy gets the information he needs, relying on the rest of the team to show up here. Can they go ahead and take this one?
Not easy, running through the back here, trying to compromise Ook here, and the combo coming in from Sanji. Down goes 40, down goes Ook here, the Lord goes to the barangay. Andoryu trying to survive, gets taken down by Oheb. Baby Cakes pushing forward.
Those are such long death timers, but they do get the Lord, and they still have Jome up alongside Lewis. But there's 4 members of TLPH. Are they going to look to go ahead and try to end the game after they clear this out? They've got the decisions to make, but first they'll take this purple buff.
Yep, and they have to mind the Lord, which is marching down bottom.
Or do they ignore it?
But they might just go for the ignore. There's 3 members from Smart Omega who can potentially attempt to defend this. 2 tanky members at that, but they still go for it.
JP with the unbreakable, compromising Yoshi's position. The pickoff. Lewis, 2v1. Now a 4v1. Cebuano's pride trying to take down Oheb. Oheb survives. Oheb survives. Lewis down. Just Jome left.
Oheb survives, and there is still a Lord to deal with in the bottom side, so Smart Omega will stay in the game again. 26 minutes into this game 2.
Could this be the longest game we've seen so far?
What is our longest record right now?
We might just be breaking records. We'll have to confirm whether or not this is going to be the longest game. But meanwhile, while they clear the Lord, checking out the instant replay again, Carl TZ this time around was able to gain much more access towards the targets of Smart Omega. Oheb too, as much as Smart Omega wanted to focus on this gold laner of Team Liquid Philippines, he was just free enough to keep on throwing out the damage. He even swapped out his items, already picked up the Rose Gold Meteor too, just in case. There's another attempt from Smart Omega!
Oh, Sanford!
Sanford finds one, kicks him to the wrong side. Ukir closer to his fountain.
The base!
Jome gets blasted with a wind blast, and 40's down. This might be too much. TLPH bit off more than they could chew.
They thought they could force that one in for the end, but not able to get. There's the version to cut him off.
Into the river brush as Sanji gets popped here. He's gonna survive, but only for a second longer. Look inside the base. Oheb here. JP in the back line. Oheb versus 2. It's 2 of them on him. AOG by Daddy JP back. Lewis and Super Yoshi versus 1.
Gets Lewis, he's healing back up.
What?
Oheb's healing back up. How did he stand that long? And here comes Carl TZ now. I can't believe Oheb's alive.
And he walks away.
And he literally just swerved. He saw that people were going after Sanji. He decides to, oh no, I'm not going that way. I'm gonna fight the members left here near the base. And he still gets 1 from all that. Just goes to show how much damage already coming in from Oheb. Also has the Wind of Nature.
Those Haas claws, man.
He didn't even break a sweat. He was like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
Oh,
Carl TZ here walks into a brush. Didn't know there was company. Gets shut down.
Oh, right in time for the Lord to come up. What a play for Smart Omega.
That play's going to haunt Carl TZ.
Whoever made that call, I salute. That was a very well-timed decision from Smart Omega, now earning them the advantage for this upcoming Lord. But Team Liquid Philippines just the same. They might not want to just give this away. They will somehow gain some information, but they don't have the retribution in their hands.
Oh, you're still 40 seconds away from Carl TZ being up here. So TLPH, do they delay this? Do they contest it? Do they let it go? It looks like right now for Smart Omega, they'll start up the Lord. They'll take it slow. They want to go ahead and see exactly what TLPH wants to do, and Sanford moves forward alongside JP. Lewis holds down the front.
Lord here down to 1/10 of its health. Big wind blast, AOG back. Oheb just barreling away, firing at everyone who's in his way. And Dory secures the Lord, and Liquid get nothing in return.
He decided to fight, but JP also used the AOG just to get away, so there was an attempt from Team Liquid Philippines. And at least Carl TZ is about to get back, but he won't be having his purple buff anytime soon.
Miraculous how Liquid did not lose anything.
Yeah. They didn't lose anything at this point, but right now this is a pretty big base defense they have to pull off.
At the flick of a wrist, a twitch of the eye, Smart Omega could have turned on them and killed 3 members.
Woo! Stacks!
Almost 1,000!
Almost 1,000! We have to be getting close to the longest game here. Almost a 30-minute mark.
Yeah, we are.
1K for Big J. Can he make it?
Sanford has the flicker and the Way of the Dragon, just in case they want to try and attempt to go for a single pick-off against Smart Omega, but I don't think that the Barangay will make that easy for them. This is a very chunky Lord that they have to take care of.
Oh, there's a charge in already. Clearing out a couple more minions to go. They're going to have to fight.
I'm offended by Super Yoshi coming through. The Lord still standing alongside a wave. Sanji blasting away, already spent his ult. AOG knocking up 3. Liquid coming
The Lord,
through.
though.
Inside their own base, they're dealing a lot of damage. Down goes Lewis, down goes Yoshi. Big J blasting away at that base. Down goes the Lord. Finally, Sanji's fallen. JP as well. Big J gets 2K. And they're forced out. They're waiting for that wave.
Oh, Carl on the hunt.
All 5 members are still up. Carl TZ will force to cut the waves. OHEB fortunately still alive, so they have some form of wave clear still. But that's a quick diversion onto the top lane.
It's just baby cakes left.
It's just baby cakes at this point. They're trying to cut OHEB. He's left to his own devices. He gets pulled.
OHEB can only do so much alone. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 3.
And there you go, another game 3 to round out week number 2 here. Finally for Smart Omega, they get their first game win. Can they win the series going forward against TLPH?
My goodness, we made it to the 30-minute mark. I am now firmly believing that this is indeed the record-breaking longest game so far of the season, and it has been an honor to be part of it.
I thought you were going to say you are now a believer in the mother and daughter of all series.
Yeah, because again, mine's the long game kind of curse. And it did happen. Kudos to both of these teams, though, for really prolonging that game.
Yeah.
They were really holding on, especially for Smart Omega, who multiple times Team Liquid Philippines felt like they were just forcing the end to the game. But I think at the same time, it really backfired. Like those decisions to force the game, even when it clearly wasn't endable just yet. It was a risk, but yeah.
This right here is Liquid's first game loss in all of Season 15.
So one first game win for Smart Omega, one first game loss for TLPH.
And it was 30 minutes of that. Okay.
Here we go. Again, our MVP of the game has to be none other than Ukir. This was the game-winning. I feel like, yeah, it started with that diversion where they caught Carl TZ, and from that point, it really just went in their favor. So great usage, and that's what I was saying, man. You know, at that point in the game, when you have all these item swaps happening, you're capped down on everything that you need. What's your play? What's your advantage? Well, it's the Louis diversion that allows you to have those surprise effects.
For a minute, I could have sworn I forgot that much like a Franco or a Cho or a Kufra, all you need with a Louis is a singular perfect
It's
diversion.
that one.
Yeah.
To earn you back the game.
Yeah, because for majority of the game, they were read out or they were anticipated by Team Liquid Philippines. There were diversions that either had the Windstorm ready to welcome them or the Unbreakable from JP. This is one of the first few diversions which again received the Windstorm and was a clear win for Team Liquid Philippines, even though Carl TZ did go down because it still resulted in him getting 2 kills either way in the first 5 minutes. And eventually, Team Liquid Philippines just felt like they were finding ways to deal with it. Even the knockups from the Jeet Kundo were already enough. And there were a lot of, I'd say, really good or well-timed AOGs too. Similar to this, what we're seeing right here, a precise way of the dragon onto Andoryu, but when the game just got to a point where both teams just can keep juggling their items even and just can make those really risky decisions that in the end were rewarding for Smart Omega, it just really cost them the game. I don't think it was even a matter of chemistry at that point. It was just like
This was just really good. I like to see this from Smart Omega with the change that happened here too with the lineup. Yeah, it's not really a question of chemistry or anything like that. It's just really, you got to remember too, these long games like this. Talk about the endurance test. And this is, it's funny because this diversion was the one that just changed the course of that, you know? So it's like the one that you're not really expecting, like, hey, let's throw it over to the top lane in that bush, get a surprise, and then it results in this. And also, even this base defense is quite impressive from TLPH. This is what, the 5th Lord of the game, and they're able to go ahead and juggle through and mostly clear it, but then unfortunately couldn't stop that push from the top side. You know, that's why Carl TZ went down there to stop that lane pushing in from the bottom, but, you know, Oheb, he can't just defend that himself either.
Yeah. Even towards the end where I was really looking at Oheb if he's going to be able to survive all that. Smart Omega, they were really going in. They were trying to take down every single member of Team Liquid Philippines. And yes, he did survive alongside Carl TZ. We mentioned the Baby Cakes were the last 2 members of Team Liquid standing. But there's no one else to protect him at that moment. And with the multiple item swaps which already previously happened, he definitely already used up his Wind of Nature right there, had the immortality, but nothing after that. I don't think even
I wonder
the
how many
Winter
item swaps
Crown.
happened.
How
many item swaps probably happened there? Like, I saw Joam like switch out the immortality and the Wind of Nature like half a dozen times.
I can't believe we're actually seeing 6 games again. Last Friday, this was the exact same scenario.
And yesterday was all what? Sweep?
All sweep. So we had all 3 on Friday, who was on the desk? Brigida. And then we had Saturday all sweeps. Brigida wasn't there. And now we are here on Sunday. All 6 games again. Who's on the desk? Brigida. So obviously, if we put 1 + 1 together, it equals Brigida.
Yep. So there's 2 things that's guaranteed when Brigida's on desk.
What's that?
Equal favor.
Equal favor.
And all 3 games.
All 3 games.
I was okay with the long games thing happening, but since Chantel's on the other side, it's a combination.
You don't get to choose.
Yeah, I don't.
You have no say in this.
I don't.
None of us have, literally, because it's these 2 teams who are playing for our entertainment.
Yep.
And boy, oh boy, am I entertained.
Yes.
It'd be hard not to be entertained after a game like that.
And I'm enlightened.
Why are you enlightened?
For once, we see now where Team Liquid PH might falter. This game.
but by the way, big shout out. You guys have
it's not a curse, it's a blessing.
By the mother and daughter of all series.
Folks in the arena are thankful. Oh, my ticket is worth more. I got to see so much action.
Yeah.
I mean, look at our audience.
It's packed in here, yeah.
Yep.
It's absolutely packed.
Liquid played for themselves here in game number 2. A lot of them were singular plays, individual moments of glory.
Yeah.
I feel like when you have a fan in your composition, it's kind of that way.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the case here. That's why I think they weren't as connected.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to capitalize on the leads that they had in this 30-minute game.
Yeah.
They were always like, oh, Sanford, get a kick. JP was the one who was chasing everybody. Like, oh, and
jump.
Was there not like a one or 2 weird jumps?
There was. I remember saying it, being like, yeah, I think that was a little early, you know? But let's go ahead and do a little meta check here. Selena MPL PH Season 15 stats.
Oh.
She has been interesting because she's picked up a lot.
Yeah.
She's banned a lot, but she's 1-5. I thought she's 1-6 now, actually. But yeah, she win-loss is 1-5. And, you know, she's had quite a few buffs here, if you look at this.
20% win rate.
It's a rework. It is borderline rework because the way that the hero plays so different because of the recent buff in the patch.
Yep. The way that the Selenas have been coming up even prior MPL, it wasn't just limited to the vision it was able to offer anymore. Unlike before that, it was just really mostly that. I think one of the biggest things to consider here is the arrow speeds that have been improved overall, have been faster overall for them. Some even like just decide to keep throwing them in your face. And the cooldown, I think, it's one of the most important. It's the cooldown. Like, you go for the cooldown boots and the magic boots, and then you just find yourself spamming all those traps and arrows, which, again, they're not there forever anymore, but you don't get to see them after some time, and it just allows for a lot.
Oh, speaking of, we got a little update here from MPL ID as well. AE, Alter Ego, survives I'm not. This is a tongue twister, man.
Nile
Led. Nile
Yeah.
led.
So they sat Kyrie down and they still lost.
Why did they sit Kyrie down?
Again,
No,
why did Omega sit Chaknu down?
I think it's maybe it's just a thing for this week.
Yep.
But yeah, that's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of surprises. Yeah, Brandon mentioned this earlier.
It's called a skid for Onyx.
It's a skid for man. There must be something about Onyx right now in general, huh? Would you say Onyx PH is also on a skid?
Yep, they literally are in a 2-game skid.
Yeah, it's sad to think that they only had one game this week, so they didn't have any chance to redeem themselves if even they wanted to. But that's also good for them. 2 days rest, because their first game was back on Friday, so they have like complete 7 days to actually regroup and rethink of what they want to do and fix.
For everyone watching at home too, by the way, if you guys want to regroup here with us next week, you can also join the MPL Arena and watch with us live and join all the activities outside. You can also purchase your tickets for next week if you guys want to online. And also we have to give a shout out to join our official MPL Philippines groups. We do have an official one out there. I know there's a couple big groups out there, but we do have an MPL PH official group. So also a big shout out to Normal. That's a great name. Absolute Cinema. Okay, Absolute Cinema. That game was. And this series, this whole day, actually the whole week has been Absolute Cinema, I'd say. Even the matches that we've seen in sweeps, I feel like we're actually really good showcasing of what's possible right now in the season. And this is what I'm always saying is, I like the fact that, imagine, TLPH, top of the standings, going against Smart Omega, who is just looking for their first game win, gets it. And there's a clear chance here that Smart Omega can actually win. If they win, that's also a big shakeup to our current kind of environment for the season so far.
It's just 1 point, right, on the board.
Yeah, it's just 1 point.
But you beat Liquid.
That's what I mean. The statement to beating TLPH and your Smart Omega, and you also brought in Super Yoshi.
Yeah,
it was without Chaknu. Like, think about the statement.
It's like how AP Brent felt when they got a game off of Aurora.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Whoa.
Okay.
Look at this change right here. It's up to
Oh.
Omega, and they still chose red.
So they still chose red because, honestly, with the draft, man, in that first phase, there's so many good options you can go for. I'm just wondering if they change the bans a little bit this time around.
Yeah. Unless they play the same way. If Coach RC decides to just leave everything open, then red is definitely stronger. But if Coach RC bans to normal, like what we're used to, then maybe Omega has to think about that.
Which is crazy, though, because overall, isn't blue side still the more winnable, like the more win rate side right now, overall?
Still is, yeah.
So they really might want to.
They're cooking, Brigida.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if we're seeing the Fanny again this game.
I think it might just go to a ban again. I actually expect to see the Fanny ban again. Not to say that it can't be stopped, but I think it's just also probably after a 30-minute game like that, it's like, all right, let's just not build a lineup that's meant to go ahead and also deal with the Fanny, like so to speak. Because part of me also expects the Louis to be banned out, like for Game 3.
The Fanny, the Louis.
Yeah. There was too much on the board for Game 2.
Yeah, there was a lot open.
It was ridiculous. Like, you don't see that very often.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out here in just a second as we get into the draft. The last one for the evening, the last one for week 2. It's been one hell of a week for us. So TLPH.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, blue side. Smart Omega, we got on the red. And as you can see, we got the Fovius and Badang banned out, Matilda and Jushin. We'll see if it actually is going to be the Louis Yi and Fanny as those last bans, or they go somewhere else with it. We'll see.
Because right now, the jungle trades too are still up. So yeah, hopefully either of those two get banned out. Or if they have a different priority in mind, like the Louis, for instance, then they might want to ban one of those junglers out. But
oh, there it is.
They ban out the Fanny themselves, okay?
They take it out.
Okay, will Omega ban out the Louis, as you've mentioned? Because if I were Team Liquid Philippines, I'd also want to think of the Harith, right? The Harith in Oheb's hands and not allowing that to go into...
There it is. Louise banned out. So I think they prioritize Harith here.
Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say, makes sense. You prioritize that. You give that to Oheb. This, on the flip side, is probably going to be a Granger Suyu, maybe? Suyu Granger?
Yeah,
I don't see we
likely.
change that much unless they have a different plan, but...
Like the Cho's there too. Although I do agree that it might be better to go for the Granger and then reserve whichever other options you have in mind for later, since you wouldn't be revealing much.
You don't need the Granger technically right now since the Harith is up, but...
It's just an option if you guys want. What else is there? Well, I mean, the Jawhead too is a possibility if ever later on.
Anyway.
Yeah. So Team Liquid Philippines right now. The Badang? Ah, there's no Badang. The Hilda's there. If they wanna take it out of Luis' hands and
the Farsa.
The Farsa too. Although they might want to opt for, they will not go for a Fanny this time.
Nope.
So
Joy for sure.
yeah.
I mean,
Joy,
now or never,
probably.
right? What else will you do if not a Joy?
Joy Suyu. I mean, they're taking their time for these
Although
picks.
Harith Joy is magic overload.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
That's the thing.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
Yeah. Okay.
Eve Hilda. Okay.
Okay. So,
So you secure your mid lane. This is a combination we see so often. Zaman Force, real world manipulation works really well.
Omega's gonna ban the Nolan, man.
Ban the Nolan?
Yep.
Yeah. The options are narrowed down. The glue again from Luis. Okay, that's a second time he'll be using it. So the Nolan.
Ban the Nolan, ban the Haya.
So what would that
Yeah.
leave? Like, wouldn't you just go Joy then?
Yeah, but that'll ruin your damage profile, dude.
Yeah.
Too much magic?
Yep.
There's an Eve too on your side. Not unless they
Unless we
have
see,
something else.
unless we see a utility.
Yeah.
Alpha?
And there's the Martis.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been playing that in ranked games, but ranked games are different. So, I don't know. Probably ban out the...
Time to drop them.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a
they
Joy.
banned out the Joy.
They're just covering their bases
Okay.
here.
They ban it out anyway, even if it's going to be magic overload. They're just like, you know what, let's just not deal with it. So, I don't know. A part of me almost thinks, like, what if we do end up seeing some form of utility hero in the hands of Carl Teasy this time?
Fred.
Yeah, like a little bit of a throwback.
Yeah, the only thing is there's no Mathilda too to go with it.
Yep.
So it will be in terms of rotation, since we don't have an idea yet of whoever the roamer is for Smart Omega. Like the Tro's still up there if they do want to go for that. And now they even take out the Nolan.
So I guess they'll allow the Haya if not anything else.
Yeah.
I guess you're okay fighting against the Haya if you want. The last band's probably still going to be a mid lane option towards Ook here, unless they just want to... Okay, it's actually the Jawhead.
Yeah. So the
So that-
Vexana's still there.
Vexana, the Farsa.
But if they do get the Vexana, then that'll be better for Smart Omega if they're going up against the Hayabusa.
Yep. Extra body.
So Team Liquid Philippines will really have to think about who they'll be getting for Carl TZ later on. But if they don't go for the Vexana here, there's the Roamers available. There's a Tro, the Katot that's also available too. I mean, the Katot Eve might be too much to handle if you were Smart Omega. Okay, they
There
go
he
for the
is.
Cho.
Injustice in the world.
Okay, Cho's picked up. They cover their grounds. They've got good pick-off potential. They've got a good front line with the glue. We'll see if it works better this time, I should say, for Luis.
What does Carl play?
Carl, Hayabusa, I guess.
Hayabusa.
Unless he does bring out like an Alpha or a Fred.
Yeah.
Barrett's, I don't think you'd want to play a Barrett's.
Yeah, we saw Julian earlier, but that's still that's Magic too.
That's also, yeah.
So.
Hey,
Lucas Jungle.
It's both.
Yeah.
No, let's not Lucas Jungle, please.
Come on,
Why
come
do you
on.
keep bringing it back?
Let the goat bring it out.
Oh well, yeah. So it's we're talking about the Hayabusa, the Julian or any utility jungler just in case.
Okay, yeah.
They'll still go for the Hayabusa.
Oh, and JP gets his chip.
Ooh.
So do you Vex?
I think you do Vex. I think you Vex or at least the Hayabusa, but as your body.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. And part of it again is it's swapped, right? At least last time Smart Omega is the one with the macro pressure with the Louis. This time around TLPH bans it out, or it is banned out on the other side, and they're just like, all right, we'll take the chip because and JP is probably. I don't know, it's a little bit of a tie between him and Ogwin for me with the chip play, but like JP I feel like is really good at utilizing the chip as a kit, but also when he uses a shortcut to allow TLPH for the cavalry to come through on the right points.
How about overseas? What if we add Witty to the mix?
Because it's a witty.
It's a witty party, yeah.
A witty party.
So what would you rather? I think that's still one of the most significantly, impactful witty chip plays.
Not just because it's a witty party?
No, like,
need another.
literally. Like, I enjoy his chip.
We need another community ball.
Put up another. No.
I can't decide on it too.
Oh, here's one last look. The lineups, whole lot of flickers here for Smart Omega. And a couple purifies here for TLPH. They're going to definitely need that. And we're going to have to see how they go ahead and play into having a chip on their side. And will Smart Omega be able to start once again momentum? Having the Suyo, he should be able to farm up quite easily. We've seen Hayabusa struggle, I feel like, statistically, for a lot of teams that do decide to draft him in. But this time around, will TLPH bring it to the table?
Hold up, wait. It begs to be mentioned. When glue splits,
do you hit the globs?
Yeah, those glue links take each individually, right?
Oh.
So that's a hard counter.
Does he actually hit each globe? That's a good question.
I think it does.
Like the shadows.
Shadow kill, yeah. Every slash, instead of counting the big glue, you're also considering the small glues, the glue links.
If that's the case, it's broken.
It's disgusting. No,
that's
if
terrible.
that's the case, Carl Deasy, sad noises.
Sad noises.
That'll be so hard for him to pick a fight whenever Luis is there. It's like a recall to what happened in game number 2. It's just that it's not a Hilda, it's a glue, which you need to be a lot more mindful of.
All right, chat. Looks like we got a little time here. Chat, let us know.
Have y'all seen that before? Like,
have y'all seen?
Going split, and then the Hayabusa comes in and just individually slashes all of the glulings, leading to the glue just saying, ha ha.
That's how they sound.
In gluish.
In gluish.
No, he speaks English. He speaks English.
Oh,
now
man.
that makes me want to try it.
Or in the Land of Dawn,
Hold
common
on.
tongue.
Hold on.
That's true. Common tongue.
All right,
Orcish,
so
Elvish.
you're gonna open MLBB?
I am.
I am too. 'cause
Wait,
it looks
can we
like
do the? Can we do a one
Or just
1v1?
just check chat. Check chat.
the chat doesn't know. Chat's
Our
not letting us
chat-
know.
Our chat is smart.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we have-
we do have
We
some
have
time.
an
We do have some time.
international audience of very intelligent and informed MLBB fans.
Yeah, but it seems like they're also stumped.
Why are we not friends on MLBB?
Who?
Oh, you're not online.
I'm not online.
Aw.
Well, I understand why people aren't answering. They're too locked in. Like nobody's.
Yeah.
They're too locked in with it. But okay, if that. Brigitte, why do I keep seeing your pictures in the crowd? Okay.
I also don't know.
You don't know why?
What? Are those the Brigadudes?
The Brigadudes.
Is that what you're calling them?
Yep.
Have you,
You
named
gave
them
them
yet?
that name.
No, but we want to know what you're giving them.
Yeah, what do you call your fan club?
What do you call your fan club?
I had this made up name which is not publicly available for consumption.
It's not publicly consumable right now.
But I call them Brigisaurs sometimes.
Brigisaurs.
No, they're just like my group of followers.
Of
Whatever.
Brigadudes. All
Or
right.
whatever. It can be anything at this
wow.
point. Whoa!
Look at these stats from OHEB. 73% win rate at 41 games
No,
played.
Oheb, you can't start the game yourself. You wait for the marshal.
You wait for our,
He wants to
our man.
play.
30-11, a whopping 73% win rate. Career-wise with Harith.
This is why you really want to prioritize it.
All right, I just want to as we get to witness the
What?
the stats here from Moheb.
What did you see?
Chat says
Why am I laughing?
Chat does say that Hayabusa's ult does go for small ults.
See?
Oh, yes.
I don't know if that's right or they're trolling us.
Ruined. No, I think it's true. I think that's right. Ruined.
The glulets.
Yeah, because if you're, let's say you're an Atlas, right? And you go for perfect match.
Yeah.
Hayabusa will hit both Atlas and whatever the big piece of armor is. By the way, folks.
Beta?
No, sorry. Atlas.
Oh.
Yeah, Atlas is the thing inside, not the armor.
Yeah, no. The perfect pair.
Perfect
pair.
pair. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
So, like...
What
are we seeing here?
I'm seeing a lot.
There's the #1
That's
cheer.
Mima.
Is Mima secretly a Leonin?
Oh.
Like Joy?
I like Harris.
Brigida!
That's you!
Brigadudes! Why do we keep seeing
Look
Brigida?
at how committed he is. He's also watching the MPL in a small screen. That guy pays for YouTube Premium.
He does pay for YouTube Premium.
I'm never going back.
Everyone's showing pictures now.
Everybody is.
Oh,
Oh man, that looks like a
Congratulations, join the Fansiklaban.
fancy Glaban.
I'm seeing a crying child.
Join the Fansiklaban too.
Dude, why is no one showing their pets?
I would love
Like
to see
I would
pets.
love to see some cats and dogs on these phones.
Yay!
Oh, I'd love to see him jumping back into the game.
Yes.
Game number 3. Dude, everybody needs to put his face on their phones. That's what we need during
To
this.
manifest the resumption.
Just manifesting that. Let's go. Game number 3. Last one of the night, last one of week 2. Will it be TLPH or Smart Omega? They already got their first win, as TLPH already got their first game loss. Will Smart Omega get their first match win here after this one?
A lot at stake for Smart Omega and Team Liquid Philippines, who have been on top for a very long time.
Super Yoshi here. Forcing a response from Sanji, flickering back. You were saying?
Oh, that was tricky. This is Super Yoshi again on the throw, and I feel like after game number 2, he feels a lot more motivated now to play around with it.
He's settled in.
Nothing too different in particular. I'm just looking at the timings here for Team Liquid. Because again, considering first turtle, Luis will definitely be there. So like, how do they take that into consideration if they do want to go for the engage? But at least they have the shortcut. I'm not just entirely sure if they will be immediately getting their ultimates right before the turtle spawns.
Yeah, and the fact that Sanji had to burn his flicker early on, that early, he has to be pretty defensive here.
Yeah.
That's why he's just hugging the turret for now. Knows that Super Yoshi's around the corner, and he still has his flicker, so a couple shots on JP, though. Wow.
Early pop of the Purify on JP. A lot of damage let down on him by Omega.
Yeah, so TLPH is kind of down for this first turtle coming up. I'm wondering if they actually want to contest it.
Yeah, not the tankiest roamer available for Team Liquid. Chip has been poked quite low, but they're still going for it.
Turtle very low. Andoryu is in range. So is Carl Deasy, but Omega scores the turtle. Down goes 40. Gets that grab by Lewis. First blood drawn by the Nightmare.
It was a great team fight for Smart Omega to go ahead and play the part where they had the advantage from the start of the game. Again, because of just that interaction where they got some resources. Oh, Super Yoshi.
Oh.
Real world manipulation by Sanji. Swiping away. Super Yoshi gets hit with a shadow kill. Ukir all the way in the back. Happy with the body block right in front of him. Grab onto JP. Lewis, let's go. Alleviates the pressure in mid. And Sanford waiting. All right, that's a full dispersion of the fight.
Yeah, I consider that as an athletic usage of the
athletic
real world manipulation too. Like it saved him.
What kind? What'd you say?
Yeah.
Athletic?
I'd consider that too.
That's a good job.
So it's reflexes
Proud
coming
of
in from
you.
Sanji. Oh!
Way of the Dragon onto Daddy JP. Calling in the shortcut. 40 gets taken down. Oh, it was 40 who caught all the damage. He caught the smoke. Zaman Force in. And the retreat. Down bottom.
Joe!
Taking down the flicker forward by Big J. 187. Suspect is a Granger.
Oh man, Big J. I've been waiting to see him activated, and finally in this series against the #1 seed right now, TLPH, at least in the standings, he has been activated, so he gets a nice kill against OHEB.
Yeah, imagine you get an assist, but by the time you get back to your lane, you miss a card and you get taken down by your opposing gold laner. So clearly there is an advantage in Dome's hands right now, more than 500, around that amount. But now Smart Omega, they're transitioning, even putting in their attention towards Carl TZ.
Oh, they're compromising his purple already. 4D forces out a split, grab, and that's all she wrote. Sanford gets taken out by Ukir.
Sanford having a tough time, 0-3 now already. Lewis able to find him multiple times with this glue. You know, this glue it's only been picked up twice now, right? Twice by Lewis, so they're going to go ahead and start up this turtle. Smart Omega with the control, a nice lead too, and JP looking for the angle to come forward.
Real revelation by Sanji, swiping away. Andoryu securing the turtle, dashing around. Andoryu gets taken out by Carl TZ. Baby Cakes doing work as Sanford gets taken down once more. The kick by Super Yoshi. Sanji gets popped. Big J gets one.
This isn't the scenario you would want to be in if you're Team Liquid Philippines. Their lineup, we're now seeing the pros and cons of having them up against Smart Omegas. The glue, there's no one to stop the glue. They have little to no crowd control. And on the other hand, they're being overwhelmed with the amount of crowd control in Smart Omega's hands.
Wow, so just look how much work has to be done here to just keep that turret from falling. TLPH really looking to scrap things together, trying to find a way to go ahead and go toe-to-toe with Smart Omega right now. Very just something you're not used to seeing with Team Liquid Philippines. And right now for Smart Omega, they can continue to go ahead and build up on this lead that they have. Jome obviously will continue up. We'll see if they have an answer for it. Super Yoshi now here to help him out. JP though too. But it looks like they're just going to clear it out. So once again, for Smart Omega, this will lead into the next objective. They're putting pressure now at once for Carl TZ.
Smart Omega attempting a Grand Theft Purple, push it out on Doryu very low. Carl TZ waiting to get hit one more time. Finally taking down the Nightmare. Sanji down to 50. The grab by the Cebuano Pride as he's taken down. In comes the shortcut. Who's coming through? Oh, Heb! Dropping the Zaman Force, dancing through. Down goes Big J. Carl TZ gets one. Yoshi as well, dashing through that wall. Oheb missing the corner of the wall, stopping him. That is one more. Carl TZ shut down by Lewis, and he will get squished.
Oh, he finally goes down to Oheb, but what a team fight that was in the mid lane.
It took so much from Team Liquid Philippines just to get the kill onto Lewis, and he's been in front of them for the entire team fight. Forced out the Aoki Shadow kill from Carl TZ even when he didn't want to use it, when it just got back from its cooldown after him using it towards Andoryu, and this will be the third consecutive turtle that'll go into Smart Omega's hands. But fortunately for Team Liquid Philippines, they've minimized the gold lead. They've been able to take down both side lane turrets. It wasn't that noticeable since it was mostly Carl TZ and Oheb just forcing the lanes to be shoved up, and the shortcuts just allow them to keep participating whenever they're needed. But Smart Omega, from this point onwards, they can just go back. They can continue what they were doing earlier and start establishing the lead.
We'll see if they are able to do that. You know, they hold on to nearly the same lead. Oh, no. Andoryu?
Looking for the shortcut. Swiping away. Sanji does get one. Look at the back line. Underneath tier 1. Andoryu forced to surge out of there. And Ukir gets a kill. Zaman Force oddly placed. Oheb gets ridden down on him. Lewis, let's go. Look at this, the front line. Sanford barely survives. Finally, Lewis falls, but Chom gets a push.
I can't believe it. You know, he was able to, it was JP that went in, dropped the shortcut under the turret, and they couldn't catch Andoryu, so then he ends up getting punished there.
Yeah, Luis is becoming a really big problem. Aside the fact that they were unsuccessful in taking down Andoryu, they have to be mindful of whether or not they'll be pursuing the fight when they start and don't get to take out whichever member they've been trying to take out in the beginning. Looking at the in-game equipment so far, yeah, OHEB is behind by at least 1,000 up against Jome, and Jome just picked up the Malefic Roar too, so that'll be an additional layer of damage that Team Liquid Philippines will have to consider, and this is not looking so good, especially since those members who are expected to soak up the damage and be in front aren't that tanky either. That's JP and Sanford who can get easily bursted down by Smart Omega.
God, look at that massive chubby wave OHEB left on bottom.
And it's already going to get that turret.
Free income.
Free income, tier 2 falls. Conceal's going to be used here. It's all for positioning. They might be able to find Sanford.
Oh, Super Yoshi does dash in, pushing him out of that Rock Ursa brush, and Omega reposition.
Okay, so I think OHEB's going to try to do something similar up top. They know he's up there, so they might actually blitz this Lord for Smart Omega. It's at half health already. JP, though, might drop the shortcut.
Conceal, waiting for that shortcut, and he calls in the cavalry. Literally, here comes OHEB. Carlito takes down Super Yoshi. Jome falling back at half health, and they do stand their ground. JP does have Lewis on him. Sanji swiping away, gets a shield, and punishes Andorio on the back. That is a trade for Daddy JP, 2 for 1 in the end.
They won that fight only with a well-timed shortcut and the Zaman Force immediately used by OHEB. The follow-up damage from Carl TZ also finished off the job. And to think that they were able to reserve the real-world manipulation up until the very last minute.
Zaman Force dropped in. Lewis does ride Carl TZ. Ukir, half health. Jome, hiding them. Carl TZ, where are you taking Lewis? All the way down south. Sanji does blast him, and Lewis far from home.
Lewis is like, I stuck to the wrong person. I'm being taken through the shadows.
He just found himself in between the tier 1 and 2 bottom lane turrets of Team Liquid Philippines, but I guess that was enough time. He was able to distract them long enough for them to not proceed with getting the Lord, and that is also, or that allowed Smart Omega to reposition themselves once more. Oh, wait up!
Real Revelation.
Good kick.
To find one. JP sacrificed himself underneath tier 1. Down goes Jome. Down goes Yoshi. OHEB Zaman Force is good.
Zaman Force is good, and it looked like they wanted to make a play under that turret. Smart Omega still holds on to the mid lane tier 1. So they'll go ahead once again, get in position, even without Super Yoshi and Jome, though. It might just be TLPH going and blitzing down the Lord, even without JP. They're going to go ahead and take it under half health for now.
Oh, that is Sanford compromise. Lewis very low. Andoryu gets one.
OHEB.
Zaman Force dropped in by OHEB. Andoryu very low. OHEB gets one. Ukir looking to punish Carl TZ. Baby cakes doing work.
Just one wrong movement could have cost him his life. Carl TZ very mindful of where he was supposed to go, and that Oogie Shadow kill was timed right after Sanford's sacrifice. The split, the grab was used onto him, and so he received it right after going
he got kicked.
down. What?
To the wrong direction.
To the wrong direction.
OHEB didn't even need to use the Purify. He knew midair. I'm fine.
He's going one direction, and that's where he's going. Right now, didn't even have to use the Purify, so with that, they caught up. You know, look at this across the board here. I mean, look at the lead that Carl TZ has on the Hayabusa.
He's at 9-1 and 4, man.
It started with that double kill that he got in the early game, and now he's just massively ahead of Andoryu. And Andoryu's been doing a good job at least getting the retributions off, but can they actually deal with this push in from the Lord now? It is only that first one, but they are going to have to clear things out.
Those are the first 3 turtles that successfully went into Smart Omega's hands, but that's a conceal play.
Oh, conceal.
Will they go in?
Lord's going to make it way there. They're going to actually force it out. Took a couple shots, though. Again, Jome has plenty of damage. So they do take some damage themselves, but they'll work on the turrets now. They might just get these tier 2s down. They still have the top one as well. But Smart Omega is so far holding it together unless they force a fight again under the turret.
Real world manipulation sent in by Sanjay alongside the Zaman Force. Sword in the square. Jome shuts down OHEB. And now it's Pandemonium right outside the barangay.
Okay.
The punish.
I don't think they follow. Dude, they still want to fight this, Luis.
They're going for Carl.
Carl TZ here. Can he get out of here? Quad Shadow out to the east and the south. And he's barely alive. And he does have a few stacks on him. Shadow kill.
JP's around the corner, though. Carl. still quad, he bought himself enough time!
Ladies and gentlemen, the young GOAT, Mechanics.
Mechanics! He just showed us the best way to escape and get away from 5 members running after you. And to think that everyone else, they were just also running for their lives, but he still decided to go in, cast the last minute Ogi Shadow kill, and by the time it was done, he already had the quad shadow again.
Here's how and why. Maximum cooldown reduction build.
Oh man, I could just see everybody watching that moment. We're gonna take a look at the replay here too. Whole lot of pressure on that side of the jungle, but look at this.
Yeah.
Right, it started out, he's so low here, Andoryu jumps in, and Carl Teasy goes back because he knows that he'll get caught, so he shadow kills, buys himself enough of that time with all that cooldown reduction he's got, and quad shadows back out to safety.
So wait, that means his quad shadow's cooldown's at 4 seconds.
About 4 seconds.
Give or take.
That's max CDR.
Can't believe it. And even when Jome kind of like...
Oh,
Sanji
already burned the flicker.
Yeah.
For Yoshi.
These are full or almost full item builds though. Jome has the full item build, but Oheb still lacking one item. But still, they will have plenty of time to prepare and set up for this upcoming Lord.
Oh, they want to fight this one.
There's the RWM. Sanji swiping away, spacing out the Lord. Can Andoryu go for the steal? Card use, he secures.
He secures it. Super Yoshi.
In comes Yoshi, and the shortcut for good measure. Down he goes. Oheb gets a kill. And
Oheb.
the Omega squad backs off. Oheb gets a double.
Power of Wildness and the crash course from JP. Just to ensure that there will be no follow-up from the Way of the Dragon. They could not connect. The members of Smart Omega could not connect anymore. Now Super Yoshi's down as well.
And at this point, Smart Omega finds themselves with a tough task ahead of them. Defending this base, this push in, as Sanford leaves some of that charge here on the top side. The mid turret will fall, and Lord is still making its way down the bottom lane.
The barangay is quarantined, the cordon off inside their own base. Bottom lane slowly going to crumble. Top lane, a lot of pressure, I'd assume, from Team Liquid, and they're going to take their time here. One inhibitor stands.
Lord's got to be worked on. Not sure if TLPH actually wants to force this fight. They still respect what Smart Omega can do with this. And so far, the Lord goes down. Smart Omega holds on to the one base turret. JP has an immortality, could take a risk here if he wants to.
RWM set in, Super Yoshi down to 1/10 of his health. That's the inhibitor first. Things first, Liquid clean up house.
Yeah. All right. There's no flicker from Super Yoshi to attempt and look for a setup just yet. But
he comes in, gets punished hard. The Saban Force, the EG committed. In comes Lewis, flickering, finding a target. Who can I ride? Sir! Gets popped by Oheb even before anyone gets grabbed. And now Sanji looking for the Void Crystal. Ukir blasting him. No waves. Omega defending.
Waves on the top side. They're going to clear out the base minions, and Smart Omega 3 strong. Have to go ahead and deal this. Still, there's no waves pushing in, but TLPH waits patiently. Do they still want to end it here as bottom and mid push in?
3 members from Omega holding on for dear life. RWM plus a shadow kill. Down goes Andoryu. Saban forced by Oheb. Ladies and gentlemen, the streak continues. The cavalry rides strong. Liquid takes game 3.
And another game 3 to end our night here in week 2, and it's TLPH staying at the top. And for Smart Omega, again, a lot of potential here showed tonight as they get their first game win, but TLPH, the Stampede is too strong.
Yep, it's just week 2, and the teams we're looking at the bottom half are slowly showing that they are on the road to finding what needs to be addressed, to improve, and to just show up stronger in the coming weeks.
Oh man, again, there's something here with this version of Smart Omega. I mean, I even, yes, Super Yoshi was there.
Yeah.
That ending, I'm wondering, you know, what if he didn't go and get caught? Could they have defended a little bit longer? Could they have turned it around? But that's sometimes just the job and the way that it works for these roams. You know, they have to sometimes scout things out, and sometimes you get punished for it. But also for Big J, he finally had a game where he was able to go ahead and shine here and there. But who they're up against, TLPH, that's a daunting task ahead of them.
Well, even against the Cavalry, again, top dog in Season 15 so far, this Yoshi-led Omega has promise. I was a skeptic, but hey, they won their first game, so that's something.
Yep. I saw him with the entire idea of leading from the front. He, to some extent, did show us how it was to pull off the keys to victory. But for now, it's Team Liquid's time to celebrate once more.
It is, and it's their time to go ahead and hear them for their winner's interview. Let's throw it on stage.
Getting the victory para matapos ang week number 2, it's Team Liquid Philippines. Still alive and well, Kalusi. Napakaganda ng pinakita nila, and what an intense of a series.
Definitely. And first, I want to talk to Sanford. Sanford, grabe yung pagiging dominating nyo so far this season.
Sure.
Ano nang masasabi mo na this week, anong meron sa week 2 na kahit naka 3 games kayo ngayon, panalo pa rin kayo?
Ano po, yung observation ko po sa mga laban namin is, habang patagal na patagal, pahirap po na pahirap yung mga games kasi nag-evolve po talaga yung mga teams. And so far, yung Omega po talaga nagpahirap sa amin.
Honestly, we saw it and we were talking about it, and sobrang nagkakaroon talaga. I actually have another question kasi in terms of the matchups that we're seeing from you, meron pang mga teams na hindi nyo nakakalaban. That's Onyx Philippines, Aurora, and TNC. Alin ba doon ang pinaka-excited kang makaharap at bakit?
Sa akin po, personally, TNC po talaga.
TNC, alright. Mind explaining why?
Wala lang po, na-miss ko lang po yung mga kampi ko.
Right, and you'll probably see them soon, later on, kasi baka magharap sila next week, right? Now, we want to ask the person right beside you. It's JP.
Okay.
Right, Kalusi?
Yes, JP. Okay, eto, ano lang tayo. Chill na tanong lang. As Daddy JP at maraming nabubuong duo ngayon sa team nyo, ano naman masasabi mo sa Baby Cakes and Sansan duo?
Ano po yan, solid. Kasi
Solid.
sila.
Proud siya. Proud si JP.
Proud dad, proud dad. Sabi mo, dalawang duo yan, di ba? Now,
Siyempre.
I actually want to ask Carl. Carl, yung pinakita mo kanina, using your Hayabusa, a lot of people weren't expecting that. Going back to the question a while ago, Prime Carl TZ is back. Tinanong ka namin kahapon, how did you feel after your game? Kasi nasabi mo sa amin na nahirapan ka kahapon. Now, how are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 10 with your performance?
Siguro po mga 6 po.
Okay.
Kasi kung Prime Card TC talaga, malamang dominating lahat ng games.
Alright. You see it, we see it. Kumbaga, kailangan mo pa ng more convincing, right? And we love to see the humbleness from the young GOAT. Now, I just have one more question para kay Coach RC naman. Coach RC, you don't usually get the mic, so I really want to commend you kasi nabanggit ka rin ni Carl TZ kahapon na ikaw talaga yung isa sa mga parang kinikilig ka din. Parang kinikilig ka din. Pero nabanggit niya kasi kahapon. So, with this game na natapos, specifically in game number 2, Team Liquid Philippines holds the shortest game of the season and the longest game of the season. Para ba sa'yo, personally, ano ba ang Team Liquid Philippines? What kind of team are you? Are you guys, or are you the team that dominates in the early game? Or do you want to take it to the later stages? Ano ba ang Team Liquid Philippines?
Siguro simple lang, pasisimplihin ko lang. Ang Team Liquid ngayon para kaming blank sheet na minomold sa kung ano yung dapat i-mold this season. Yun lang.
Alright, they'll do whatever they can to make sure that they get their victory. Congratulations once again, Team Liquid Philippines! Congratulations, boys. You may now take your walk of victory.
Wow.
Just an incredible performance. They may have lost one, but again, boys, you may now take your bow. Continuing what I said, Kalusi, they may have lost just one game, pero hindi natin may tatanggi na sila pa rin ang pinaka-dominanting team so far in this season.
Exactly, Hans. Tuloy-tuloy nga ang pag-arangkada ng Cavalry. And it makes you wonder, may makakapigil pa ba sa kanila?
Well, we're about to find that out in the upcoming weeks, pero sa ngayon, tunghayan muna natin kung ano masasabi ng ating mga casters.
Thank you so much for the winning interview there, Hans Calusi, and also for TLPH. Great victory there. I like what they said too, especially the fact that, you know, the teams are just getting better. That's one of the main things there that we heard from Sanford, and he's just like, you know, they continue to improve, and that's what we've been talking about through this week too already, is just how much improvement has been there. But for TLPH, they stand on top, and the MVP of Game 3 is none other than Carl Teasy on the Hayabusa, who just had, again, a phenomenal performance. And what did he give him his rating? Was he a 6?
Yeah, he said he was a 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10?
Because if it were really Brian Cartesi performing right now, he said it would have been dominating for all games, or it would have probably been a sweep. But that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So according to him, he rates himself a 6 out of 10. But based on what we've seen, at least for game number 3, like, not to mention the highlight which we're all looking forward to see in this sequence, he's just been really focused on farming for the most part, knowing that they were already sort of behind in the first few minutes of the game. And it is also because of Carl Teasy why it's not just one tier 1 turret that was taken down we're seeing here in the 6-minute mark. It was both the bottom and top tier 1 turrets that were taken down, because he was just very consistent on managing the waves alongside Oheb, and it was just the placements and the timings of the shortcuts just allowed them to be very consistent in doing just that. So they were really able to minimize the advantage that was in Smart Omega's hands, and eventually once they were able to find the openings and work on their team fights, shutting down Luis and the threat he was able to bring in when Oheb already had the right amount of damage to deal with whichever commits they wanted to go after, then Team Liquid Philippines, they were just unstoppable. I mean, even towards the last few minutes, wherein there were supposedly some plays that could have been made by Super Yoshi to get a trade away from Team Liquid Philippines. That just didn't happen anymore.
It feels like Omega fell to the folly of Liquid in Game 1. They could have gone much faster, but they instead took their time. I couldn't say completely that was it, because Liquid were also very aggressive even when they were down.
Yeah.
So this is just Liquid getting their licks in faster, then Omega could come back.
Yeah, because you got to remember too, in the early game of this one, it was Smart Omega being, you know, aggressive, and they actually were able to pressure, for example, Sanji to burn out his flicker early on and make some of those plays. But again, it was like a strong start, but then it fizzled out really quickly, you know, and TLPH really showed up. And even in that last little base push there, Carl Teasy was able to just zone out your main damage dealers, being Jome and Ukir, just with that shadow kill, because he was just scaled up so massively on the Hayabusa. So it was kind of hard for Smart Omega to go ahead and really find that adjustment, especially when Super Yoshi was taken out. And so, again, it's just TLPH really utilizing the lineup that they had. I think even JP, like, he had a couple shortcuts that were like, oh, did he mean to put that there? And yes, probably so, because JP, his idea is, let me put this here. Sometimes also, you got to remember, the shortcut takes the attention of the turret too. So it does buy some of that time, and then it allows Oheb to just kind of come in with his Amin force, and that's what we saw here. So again, a great performance all around from them. And I know the glue, it's still winless. It's 2 times that it's picked up. It's 0% win rate. But I got to say, man, Luis played that glue really well.
Yeah, he did. It was a really great start, too, for Smart Omega. Again, unfortunately, they were unable to sustain it and put an end immediately. The lead was always minimized. It was always, or Team Liquid Philippines, they just found multiple ways to catch up.
Yeah.
And once they did, those major threats, such as the glue, it just felt like they were already immediately able to burst him down. So, yeah, props to Smart Omega for showing some improvements here. We're looking forward to see more from them, especially as they probably found the first step.
Well, let's see if that moving forward, but also calling all college students. Join the MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2. You can register for the March Open qualifiers. That'll open on March 10th for you guys. There's a 500,000 peso, I was about to say dollar, 500,000 peso prize pool, 100 million diamonds.
No, 1 million diamonds.
Sorry, 1 million. 1 million diamonds.
Not how much you spent today, but how much you can win.
You've been throwing me off with all the diamonds. Plus a chance to qualify for MDLPH Season 6. That is the big part. You get to qualify for MDLPH Season 6 through this. So visit the MSL Collegiate Cup Facebook page for more information, or moontonsiph.org/MCC to register. Make sure you guys check that out. Man, imagine if it was 100 million diamonds. That's a whole lot, right? So also, we want to go ahead and give a big shout out. The Athena League is happening very soon. It's coming soon. This is an exclusive league for all the female pro players and the official qualifier for MLBB's Women's Invitational. So again, big shout outs to all the female players joining that, competing to go ahead and represent, of course, the Philippines over at MWI coming up soon.
The tournament will take place from March 7th to May 27th, so it already started by the time you're watching this. You can catch up to it and, of course, show support to this growing league that empowers more women to become esports pros.
Yep, especially for the Filipino community who just recently won the MWI. So, who
All the
knows?
mega empresses.
Yeah, you might be next. You might be playing against them, alongside them. This is a really great place to start.
Brigitte wishes she was there.
I do. How did you know?
Well, again, any final thoughts for you guys right now before we wait for some of the updated standings and everything else here for week 2?
I would like to say in MPL Philippines and in life, there are a few things guaranteed. One of them is we always get a mic check after a match.
I wish I had a mic check in real life. Let's throw it over to the mic check for this win. That is probably the mic check that I would like to have in life.
We got it technically. I mean, came out.
Like
the
that
intent was there.
They're just so locked in that there were no comms. They were just linked up together and making it happen.
I can imagine how it went in their minds, but they didn't say anything while it was happening. But I don't know.
I do have to ask, what were the two things that... Do you even remember?
What?
The two things
the two
in
things
life
are guaranteed.
We'll talk about
guaranteed.
it after the important stuff.
This is guaranteed. Infinix standings. Right now, as we end week 2, TLPH staying at top. They're 8-1 now. They've lost 1 game. That was just what we witnessed right now. Aurora, of course, sitting there at 3 points. We got 3 teams at 3 points. Onic, Philippines. Interesting, right? For a lot of people that have been tuning in, they're at 1 point right now. They're 4-4 in their games. And then, of course, you still have Smart Omega, AP, Brennan, Twisted Minds here looking for that first match point.
So the streak and the skid continues for the upper and lower half of our standings in week 2.
Yep.
Next week, though, some of the teams, such as Onic, who were only able to play once this week, will get to play twice. So let's see if that will bring some significant changes to our overall standings. Because here in the Fansiklaban standings, it does look like the opposite.
Yeah, this is, for those our international viewers out there, the Fansiklaban is basically a tournament that happens, brought to us by Infinix, and this is the fan bases of the MPLPH teams here. So, right now, still sitting at the top, you got the Bees there. They're 3-0 right now. And down at the bottom, you got a flip-flop. We had this after week 1, too. The Cavalry is down at the bottom alongside the Auroras. So, again, they are competing every week. They also will have their own playoffs leading into the playoffs.
They're on season 2 right now. So, last season...
Who won last season? Which fan?
Was it last season? Was it like...
Nobody was ready to walk down memory lane like that.
Oh, man. Well, that's going to wrap it up for week 2 here. We got to give a big shout out, by the way. Direct. Jungmin.
We call him JM. It's much
We call him JM, but yeah. JM, advance happy birthday, man. You did a great job this week. I'm really proud of you. And I know they are too. So, again, guys, thank you so much for watching week 2. We'll be back here next week for more action. I'm Naisu. This is Leo. And that's Brigitte. And we're going to be thrown over to stage to close out the show.
What a week it has been dito lamang sa MPL Arena, right?
Hans, iba talaga ang lakas na pinapakita ng ating mga teams.
You know what? Speaking of that, nakita natin all throughout the day, TNC Pro Team with a hard-fought match kontra sa Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, sa kabilang banda, ganun din naman ang Team Liquid Philippines as they stay undefeated with the threat coming in from the barangay.
And let's do a quick recap of what happened in the last few days. With Team Falcons also on their winning streak, is this the return of the Titans of MLBB?
You know what? I'm about to figure that out probably sa mga susunod na linggo pa. Pero ang hindi natin pwedeng makalimutan ay yung nangyaring MLBB Golden Month celebration na nangyari kahapon. Alam mo, Lucy, iba talaga sa pakiramdam.
Iba.
It really hits different when you celebrate it here at the MPL Arena.
Kaya sama-sama ulit tayo next week para tunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas!
See you guys next week!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa taas, ganito kami